Kiatana's Journey, Creatures of the Lands, Book 1. Authored by Megan Linsky and Kristen Lisson, writing as Natalie Erin. Narrated by Pete Gold. Chapter 1. The Beginning of Many Meetings. Lilja pounced. He knew his sister must be somewhere behind the blueberry bush. She couldn't escape him this time. His black tail flew behind him as he jumped, ears up and teeth bared, huge paws flailing in front of him. To his surprise, his sister was not behind the large plant. He fell through the air, rolling onto the ground. The wolf pup stood up expectantly. He scanned the forest, realizing he'd been tricked. He froze, and all his training leapt out of his mind. At that precise moment, a silver mass flew at him, pinning him to the ground with white fangs at his throat. He felt the mockery of defeat looming. If it had been a real battle, she would already have delivered the killing blow. But he hadn't been beaten just yet. Lilja pushed his sister off of him and tumbled into her, swirling in a mass of fur and fang. Lottie may be smarter, he thought. Craftier and faster too. But when it comes to the real rough fighting, I can win. I'm stronger than her. He pushed Lottie to the ground and had his teeth at her neck. But he got too cocky, and Lottie could sense it. She flailed her legs and kicked Lilja's paws out from underneath him, and he fell onto the ground. Within seconds, she was up, and the position had switched yet again. They scrambled for a bit longer, but it was no use. Lottie had gained the upper hand. When he surrendered, she backed off slowly and let him up. He sat up, a little sour from being beaten twice. "That was low, tricking me like that," Lottie said, staring disdainfully at Lilja. "I'd already beaten you." Lilja smiled, baring his white teeth in a way so he looked like he was laughing. "I saw an advantage and I took it." "It was still low." Lottie shook her head and started walking up the path to a large clearing ahead. Around her, trunks with many colors clambered to the clouds, hundreds of feet high. Uneven paths were marked by yellow grass and spring shoots. The wolf pups had to jump over patterned seedlings such as acorns that were the size of their heads. They tried not to step on the massive flowers as they passed, enjoying their sweet scent. Spring was beginning to bloom. The air smelled like fresh pine and rain. They crawled under a fern the size of a normal tree and slid down a purple rock, skipping over a few mud puddles. Lilja followed Lottie, walking to her right and being ever watchful. It wasn't safe for two wolf pups to be alone, even if the Varanian forest was the best place that they could be. Lilja wondered what could have happened if they had stayed near their own territory. Maybe their missing pack would have come back. They would have been taken care of by all those older than they. But they chose to run away in the darkness of the night. Little ones, the adults had always called them. "But we're not so little anymore," thought Lilja, gazing at his sister. "Soon we'll be fully grown. No one will dare challenge us, and we won't have to hide from our enemies, for they will hide from us. We will be the strongest wolves in all the lands." That happy thought was enough to swell him up with pride. He thought of the hard first days of their escape from the pack. They were always hungry. Hunting was hard without an elder there to teach them. There were too many nights where there was barely enough to eat. He remembered licking his wounds after he and Lottie had failed to hunt well. There were many nights they wondered if they should go back home. But they were so lost that they couldn't go back, even if they truly wanted to. Even so, the pups were skilled hunters from having to learn on their own, and they knew things about the prey that few other wolves did. Their coats were thick from the harsh weather, and they rarely ever lost a battle. The siblings were amazing in combat together. Apart, wolves were formidable, but together they worked as one, joining together to become a force that was to be reckoned with. Despite their strengths, the two pups were still fighting for their lives out here. Every day, each pup awoke wondering if they were still going to be alive the next morning. They still hadn't found their place in the world, and they were still unsure of where it could be. They came to a little creek and stopped for a drink. As they quenched their thirst, Lottie looked into the water and stared at their reflections. Gazing back at her were two wolf pups of the same size, with very large paws, and two very bushy tails. Lilja's midnight fur was sleek and shiny and glistened in the morning light, while her silver fur stood out against the forest brush. Lilja's brown eyes were cast down into the water. Lottie peered into her own, pondering the strangeness once again of the deep brown of her right eye and the odd pale blue of her left. Two differently coloured eyes, ones that marked her as special or an outcast. Lottie looked around. She was always sure to check her surroundings. As she did so, something caught the corner of her eye. She took a closer look at the sky, then gasped as she noticed something plummeting to the ground. It was a small dot in the distance, and it seemed to be falling fast. "Lilja," Lottie said, as the dot faded into the trees. "What do you suppose—" There was a colossal boom, which sent shockwaves through the earth. Birds started screaming as animals everywhere ran for cover. The two wolf pups bolted. They ran as fast as they could until they were far away from the small creek, hurrying to take cover under a few large bushes. Panting, Lottie turned to Lilja and exclaimed, "What was that?" "I don't know," said a perplexed Lilja slowly. "Maybe a skyrock?" "Or something more dangerous," she suggested. The twins gazed at the sky. It wasn't until Lottie suggested they keep moving away that Lilja tore his eyes away. His paws clattered along the dirt as the giant trees weaved around him. Lilja led the way this time, his tail dragging along the small boulders they climbed over, his fur ruffling with the wind. They walked for a while, until Lilja's stomach started to rumble. "Hey," he said, turning his head towards his sister. "You hungry? I bet I could fetch us a quick bite." She nodded. "I'm starving. It feels like we haven't eaten in days." "That's because we haven't," Lilja said. He hated how defeated he sounded, but such was their life. He looked around for something to hunt. His eyes widened when he saw a huge brown rabbit that was trying to hide in the bushes and failing because of his massive size. "Hey," he whispered to her. "Let's get that rabbit. He's almost as big as us. We might not need to eat until tomorrow if we catch him. He's so big he won't have time to run if we spring on him." Lottie nodded her agreement, and they both slunk into a low crouch. They assumed the usual hunting formation. Lottie would creep up behind prey silently, and then she would scare it into Lilja's jaws. It was a common trick, one that worked more often than most. The wolves moved closer, every step placed as if known by heart. The rabbit stiffened, his nose sniffing the air. But Lottie and Lilja paused. They remained still until they were ready to move. Lottie sprang. The rabbit ran right into the sharp fangs of Lilja. He proudly clenched the rabbit in his jaws, raising his head high. "You got it!" Lottie said in excitement. Lilja chuckled. But then he felt his jaw begin to open, and not of his own accord. He wondered what was going on. Lilja looked down at the rabbit and realized that it was growing. He dropped the rabbit in alarm. The twins stared with widened eyes as they watched the beast twist and turn in the air. The rabbit's cotton tail soon grew long and spiked, growing a tip in the shape of a menacing arrowhead. His furry body stretched and became enormous and scaly, the trees uprooting around them as the creature's back reached the heavens. His head became reptilian, his long ears turning into two elegant horns, the four legs growing claws that looked sharper than swords, with piercing yellow eyes. Lastly, the rabbit's back began sprouting giant bat-like wings with a spike at the tip. Lottie and Lilja quivered in fear at the humongous creature. The rabbit had grown into a formidable green dragon. The dragon gave a roar that shook the trees, demanding silence. The pups couldn't run, for they knew the dragon would easily catch up. Their only option was to surrender. Lottie and Lilja bowed their heads as low as they would go, hoping that the dragon would spare them. The dragon growled, showing its sharp teeth. "Arise," he mumbled, smoke furling out of his mouth. Shaking, the pups got to their feet and looked up at the dragon. Why did you try to catch me? He asked in a deep male undertone. His voice was mysterious and powerful, and it echoed around the clearing that the dragon had created. Lottie and Lilja stayed silent. Why did you try to catch me? He asked again, louder this time. It took all the courage Lilja had to stammer, We were hungry. Hungry? Echoed the dragon. Can't you feel the life of the prey around you? Why did you hunt me, going against your own instincts? You're a changer, Lottie burst out. I can't believe it. The dragon smiled, showing his pearly daggers. It is as you say. Lilja was filled with awe. A changer, a being of the skies. Changers were creatures that could change into any animal at any time, though most changers stuck to one main form. They were stronger and more intelligent than any other creature alive. Changers were very rare, even rumoured extinct, and for anyone to see one in their lifetime was miraculous. Lilja was amazed by the great privilege that had been bestowed upon him and Lottie. What do you mean, instincts? Asked Lottie, looking at the changer. The changer dropped his head until his glassy eye was staring into their souls. If you had paid attention to your feelings, instead of listening to your growling bellies, you would have felt that a changer was nearby. You would have strayed somewhere else. Oh, said Lottie, in a small voice. We're sorry. The dragon looked amused. Do not worry yourselves, you are very young. He went to move on, but before he could do so, Lottie yelled, Wait! The dragon paused and looked back at her. Yes? He asked. Lottie bowed once again, and Lilja had a feeling she was being a bit of a show-off. Without looking up, she said, With deepest respect, may I ask what your name is? The dragon looked a little surprised that she would bother to know. He quickly hid it behind a strong mask of indifference and said, Ionan. Ionan, whispered Lottie with small wonder. She rose to her feet as she said, Where is your company? The breeze tickled his tan skin, which was strangely warm for such an early spring. The wind ruffled both the tall emerald grass and his black hair. He sat up, trying to get his bearings as his head swam around him. His strong muscles contracted and his bright golden eyes opened slowly. He put a hand to his head slowly and winced. Ouch! That was a nasty fall. Good thing he'd managed to grab that branch on the way down, or he could have broken his neck. Couldn't say the same for the tree, though. His strength had uprooted the thing on the way down. After he was sure nothing was broken, he rose to his feet. What exactly had happened? He looked down and moaned as he saw the state of his clothes. His pants were now even dirtier than they had been for the past few days. His weathered boots were scuffed from the branches, and his baggy, long-sleeved white shirt was the worst for the wear as the trees he had hit caused it to snag on the way down. As he stared at the empty forest, he frowned. It looked like there was nobody around, so he was going to have to fix the shirt himself. It would look terrible, but oh well. He'd worn patched clothing before. It was only for the past few years he had had nice things. Ionan wouldn't like it very much, but he would live. He was over 6 feet tall, so he thought he would be able to survey his surroundings easily. But everything in this forest seemed to be huge, as indicated by the giant trees. Each and every plant was oversized and massive, along with profoundly colourful. He peered through the trees and saw the outlines of crumbling buildings. As he realized where he was, a great wave of dread ran through him. Of all the places to crash, only one human settlement in the lands, and he had to land right by. Or was it really a human settlement? He had never really paid that much attention in class back home. Ionan had always been the smart one. He started walking, taking steps in deep strides. If he was silent, he could quickly find his changer before he was discovered. He thought he could make it without being caught. 4 years of military training had to count for something. Then He heard the brush crackle nearby, and before he could halt, something crashed into him. Still, he stood. He didn't stumble, but the thing he'd slammed into was sent sprawling onto its back. He looked down at it and gasped. Lying on the ground was a creature with a pair of brilliant eyes that stared intensely into his. Chapter 2. Staring and Sickness. The eyes were pink. It was a strange colour for a human, but he thought nothing of it. He had spent little time in the land, so he had no clue on how to tell the difference between male and female humans. The creature was a lot shorter than him, and it was wearing a brown dress, hemmed unusually low, with no shoes on its bare feet. Their hair was a vibrant green, and was cut in layers around its small ears, with snow-white skin and a curvaceous body. They were around his age, 22, but they could have been as young as 19. Butterfly-like white wings flickered once from the creature's back, and then vanished. He couldn't remember if humans were supposed to have wings or not. The human got off the ground and brushed off their dress. "Watch where you're going. Didn't you see I'm walking?" "No," he answered truthfully. He was at least a foot taller than the human, so he had looked right over the creature's head. "Who are you, and what is your name?" "What kind of a stupid question is that?" they snapped back angrily, eyes flashing. He was taken aback. This creature had an attitude. "Well, I don't... what is your name?" he repeated again, stumbling through his words. "Kiatana, a brilliant shaman," they said. "And if you think you can come in here and whack me around, you've got another thing coming." The creature placed a hand on the dagger tied to its belt. "I would never dream of hurting you. What have you done to me?" he said in surprise. He saw the anger in the human's eyes vanish, only to be replaced with wariness. "My name is Kyoto Morimoto. I must know, are you male or female?" "I'm a girl," she said, in a tone that implied he was an idiot for not knowing. "Thank you, that was very informative to me," he nodded, smiling at her. She looked at him blankly and then started to walk away. "Hey, where are you going?" Kyoto asked, starting forward. "Away from you," she retorted. She began to walk a little faster, but her short legs were no match for his long strides. She moved away the instant he was next to her. "What do you mean?" he said in a confused voice. "I'm stranded. I might need a little help." "Too bad," she said in a sharp voice. "The farther apart we are from each other, the better. Strangers aren't welcome here." She really seemed to mean it. "Why are your eyes pink?" he questioned abruptly. "Excuse me?" She turned around and met his gaze, her one hand on her hip. Her eyes were almost hypnotizing. He couldn't pull away from her stare. But even so, he backed away. "Your eyes are pink. They look kind of funny, if you ask me." "The same reason that your eyes are gold. They just are," she said. A small bird came zooming past his head and landed on Kiatana's shoulder. "Hello, Scarlet." She greeted the small animal and gave it a few seeds from her pocket, ignoring Kyoto completely. "Hello, Kiatana," the little bird said anxiously, hopping up and down. "I don't have time for seeds today. The forest needs you. Some strange dragon has moved in and is prancing around like he owns the place. You have to put a stop to it. If you don't, the wolves are going to kill the thing." Kiatana sighed, as if a dragon crash-landing in her forest was something she dealt with on a regular basis, instead of a one-time occasion. She rolled her eyes and flung out her hand carelessly. "Lead the way, Scarlet." She paused to look at Kyoto. She sighed once again. "Well, are you coming, or are you just going to stay here? Heaven knows every straggler that comes along into my forest I'm volunteered to look after." Kyoto ran after her. "You could understand him? The bird?" "Of course I could. I understand all the animals. They're my only friends in this pathetic place that I'm forced to call home." Kiatana spat into the bushes. "You don't like it here?" Kyoto said, even more surprised that she didn't like living in such a beautiful place. "When'd you figure that out?" Kiatana said as they climbed over logs and streams. "I've been stuck here since before I could wipe the drool from my chin. I just wish I could fly away to somewhere new and never have to see this stupid place again. But why does it matter to you? Ignoring him once again, she called out to Scarlet. So what's this thing's name? Or does the beast simply not have one, to our knowledge? I don't know. Those little wolf pups found him and keep calling him a changer. But I highly doubt that. Changers no longer exist. They went extinct hundreds of years ago, Scarlet said snobbishly. I have to disagree with that one, Kiota said. There's about 1 million of them back where I come from. Where do you come from? I've never seen you around, Kiatana asked suspiciously. Her hand was on the dagger again. Kiota looked away. I needed to get away from home. I don't think I'm going back. Why not? Kiatana said. I was in the army back in Nestings Haven. That's where I live. Ever heard of it? Not really, she said quickly. I don't want to hear your life story. Scarlet continued to lead them until they came to a large clearing. In the clearing there were many animals from all over the forest. They were all circled around an emerald dragon that seemed to be telling a story of some kind. Ionan, there you are. Are you okay? Kiota said instantly as he recognized his friend. He ran to the dragon's side and instantly began checking him for injuries. I fare well. Do you? Ionan asked. It was quite a nasty fall we had. I'm fine, Kiota said, but Ionan looked him over as well. You know this monster? Kiatana asked Kiota, her face turning red. Of course, he's my changer, Kiota said, laying a hand on Ionan's side. Your changer? Her eyes widened. You're a company? Yes. What did you think I was? He smiled quirkily. Accompanies were very tall individuals with massive strength that had a magical bond with changers. They could telepathically communicate with the changers they were bonded to and were skilled in battle. Kiota believed everyone knew such things, but perhaps this girl did not. Kiatana's face convulsed into such a snarl that Kiota couldn't believe it was possible for a person to look so mean. She gnashed her teeth and said, Then that changes everything. You don't belong here, and you're a threat. All of my creatures, get over here right now. You too, Lottie and Lilja. The girl gave a stern look to the 2 wolf pups, who were trying to hide behind Ionan's large claws. They regretfully slunk over to her side and lied down. Hey, lizard breath, Kiatana said. She pointed a finger at the dragon, who brought his head back sharply. This is my forest, and I want you out of it right now. If you don't get moving, I'll be forced to hurt you. The dragon stared at the girl like she was a tiny bug. I am Ionan, and I don't think a mere mortal could do much harm to me. I am a changer, you know. And I am the ruler of this forest, so get out, she said. I don't mean to interrupt, Kiota began, but in order to be ruler of a forest, you would have to be... A fairy? No, duh, genius. What did you think I was? A human? With these eyes? Kiota didn't know anything about humans, so her eye colour had never struck him as odd. But he had been taught about fairies. Fairies were naturally smaller than humans and had wings. Their hair and eyes were vibrantly coloured. If she really was a fairy, it was no wonder she didn't trust him. He had trespassed into her forest, the area she had authority over. If things went wrong with the land or the animals, it was entirely her fault. Kiatana wasn't letting him out of her sight for a minute. She stepped closer to Kiota, poking her finger into his chest. Listen here, you. I'm a forest fairy, and this is my forest. If that thing belongs to you, then you need to take it and you both need to leave. You need to hold your tongue, Ionan threatened, and a few flames flickered out of the corners of his mouth. Kiatana waved a hand at him in irritation, not bothering to turn her head. If you're a fairy, then why are you living so close to humans? They could catch you at any time, you know. Humans kill fairies. You're lucky they haven't eaten you yet. Kiota gasped. You actually think that humans still exist? Kiatana rolled her eyes. They all died off years ago. That settlement is a bunch of abandoned ruins. The other fairies and the animals are all that's left of the world. Kiota gave her a confused look. This was strange news to him. But again, he'd never set foot outside Nestings Haven. All he knew of the world were his fellow changers and accompanies. He'd never met an animal that couldn't change before, let alone a fairy. He truly was far away from home.
Ionan stepped in and said, "Kiota, stand up for yourself. Tell this tiny speck to leave us alone."
"I can't believe you know nothing about this world. Why did you even come here?" Kiatana questioned.
Ionan hissed a warning, but she paid him no attention. "I don't wish to disturb you. I just needed to get away," he answered.
Kiatana gazed at him. Then a light ignited in her eyes as she began to pace. "You're not from round here, right? And you want to get away from your family, right?"
"Well, I'm sort of already away." "Kiota, how much did you tell her?" Ionan growled.
"Of course we want to get away, as far away from home as possible," Kiota said quickly, before Ionan could finish. "Well, then maybe I should give you the grand tour." Kiatana smiled mischievously. "We both want to run away, and I don't personally care who you are. Don't ask me questions, and I won't ask you any. After all, no one has seen a changer or an accompany in these parts in centuries. You're practically legend around here, which means you're the perfect excuse I need to leave this place. No one would question if I disappeared with the likes of you. After all, it's to be expected to guide an accompany on a grand journey. Basically a fairy's obligation to help a poor lost soul in need. What do you think?"
"As you wish," Kiota answered. He realized how badly she wanted to get away from her home by her willingness to run off with two complete strangers, especially ones whom she thought were dangerous.
"Where shall we go?"
She huffed.
"Anywhere but here."
He shrugged. "I'd be happy to see the lands all the way through." Ionan shook his head. "I must object to this idea. Kiota and I must go alone."
"No, Kiatana will be a great guide," Kiota said, and Ionan fell silent. "Call me Kia. I hate my full name," Kiatana said. "Now, let's go. I'll just hurry up and grab some things and—" "Wait, you're leaving?" a tiny voice cried out. It was the small bird that had spoken to Kiatana a few minutes before. He hovered expectantly before them. "Yes, he wants to see the world. What we know of it, anyway." Kia jabbed her thumb at the accompany as if it were not obvious that they had just spoken about these things. "You can't leave," the little bird burst. "If you leave the forest, you'll die. We'll all die. I don't want to be killed," Scarlet sobbed. The other animals moaned in annoyance at his panic. "I won't die, Scarlet. I think," Kia said, "that's just a silly rumour." "It could be true," Scarlet shot back. Confused, Kiota asked, "Excuse me, what does he mean by—" Kia held up her hand in his face to cut him off. "I want to leave, Scarlet. You've known this forever. And if I want to go, I'm going. No magic binding me here can stop me. If you want, you can come with me, but I'm not staying here." "Just like that?" Scarlet asked. "No supplies, no food, no idea where you're going, and no knowing of how long you're going to be gone for." It was obvious he was scrambling for whatever excuse he could to get her to stay.
"I have no need to eat, and neither does my accompany. We do not feel the weather or bodily needs as you do," rumbled Ionan.
"He's right," Kiota nodded. "We never eat or sleep. We get our energy from sunlight." "Well, that's just dandy for you and His Majesty here," Kia puffed. "I, however, do have to eat and sleep sometime, your royalness." Ionan gave her a loathing look. Scarlet almost fell out of the air as he begged, "Well, can you at least prepare for whatever you're going to be doing before you go galloping off?" Kia sighed. "I guess I do have to pack. We can leave in a couple of days." Kia walked back into the forest with her animals. Kiota noticed that she rose up on her bare toes when she walked, and caught the lightning in her pink eyes when she looked at him. Those pink eyes seemed to give his whole body a shock.
"Ridiculous. There's so much we could be seeing already," Ionan began to complain. "May we leave her here now? She doesn't exactly seem like a jolly travelling fellow. Come now, let us go."
"We're not leaving without her, Ionan. That would be mean," Kiota said to his changer in a reprimanding tone.
"And she was just so polite to you. She's as welcoming as the outside of a cactus," Ionan said, snorting.
"Enough," Kiota ordered. "We're going with her, and that's an order." Ionan sniffed, smoke furling out of his nostrils.
"Absurd, silly bodily needs."
He angrily changed into a brown hawk and flew up into the trees to pout. Kiota watched him leave, then followed the path Kia had taken, wondering what mysterious items fairies took with them when travelling. All the other animals had left the clearing Ionan had fallen in. Only Lottie and Lilja still sat in the image where Ionan's giant front paw had been, their bushy tails wagging with wonder and excitement. "A real live changer!" The other animals hadn't believed him, said changes had died out years ago. But they were wrong. The twins quivered with happiness and excitement. Lottie whispered to her brother. "Lilja?" "Yeah," he answered quietly. "Did you hear what the changer and the company were going to do?" "Yeah, they said they were going to travel the lands." "Oh, Lilja," said Lottie, barely able to contain herself. "Wouldn't it be wonderful if we could go with them?" "It would be amazing," he said. "But we can't, can we? We're too little." Just then, a hawk flew down from the trees, landing on the ground. The bird changed into a green dragon before their very eyes. The wolf pups cheered when Ionan did this, but he gave them no attention, only started plodding grumpily into the trees. At an instant, Lilja got an idea. "Ionan?" he asked, eagerly and loudly. The green dragon stopped to give a hasty, "What?" Lilja gulped. He cowered before the dragon as he pleaded, "May Lottie and I please come with you on this journey? We want to see the world so badly. We may be small, but we can hunt and fight. We promise we won't slow you down." Ionan was still for a moment. Then the dragon sighed, and he gave the siblings a sad smile with his fangs.
"Little ones, you know not what the world is yet. The things that are out there waiting. The world is very dangerous. I have not been in this realm for very long, but I have seen war, and I know there are things out there you cannot dream of. This journey could be perilous. It is no place for two young wolf pups."
"But we can help," said Lottie in a small voice.
"Stay here," he rumbled. "Ourselves and Lady Kiatana will be back soon. By the time we return, you will be big enough to make another journey." He walked away, his big green tail dragging behind him. Disappointed, Lilja turned away. He was shocked to see a trail of tears in Lottie's eyes. "Lilja," she whispered, "I forgot Kiatana was going. Kia's a forest fairy, a protector of this territory. She can't leave, Lilja. She can't. Do you remember what happened the last time, when our old fairy stopped protecting our pack?" Memories came flooding upon him, overwhelming the small canine. He buried his head into the fur behind her head. "How could I forget?" Lottie took a deep breath and said, "I won't be anywhere without a fairy within reach ever again. The Varanian forest will be chaotic without Kia. I'm going with her, no matter what it takes." Lilja pulled away from her. He remembered the things that had happened, and knew that he wouldn't survive unless there was a fairy close by, not after that terrible day. Fairies were to protect the realms they were sworn to, and the animals that lived within them. If they went with Kia, even if they were elsewhere in the lands, she'd still be bound to keep them safe. And they could help keep her safe too, Lilja was sure of it. They would defend their fairy with their lives, for they were certain they wouldn't get by without her care. Lilja looked down the hill at the small moss-covered cottage where Kiatana lived. He saw her loading up a small knapsack with food. An idea clicked in his head. He leaned over to whisper into Lottie's ear. "Listen," he said. "I have an idea to get us on that journey. But we have to be quiet, and we can't make a sound until we're too far away for them to take us back. So, on the day that they leave, here's what we do." Kiatana packed her bag as full as she could inside her kitchen, ignoring the curious stare Kyoto was giving her. She gazed back at him as if they were children in a staring contest. He didn't avert his gaze, but looked on with interest. Disturbed, she pretended as if he wasn't even there. "He acts as if he's never seen a fairy before," she thought. She then realized he probably hadn't. She cast her eyes on his features instead to distract herself from those probing golden eyes. He was the type of muscular you only noticed when he flexed his muscles or didn't wear a shirt.
The thought made Kia's insides flip. She quickly turned her attention back to her bag, smiling. "What's so funny?" Kiota asked, noticing her smile. Kia wiped it off her face. "Nothing," she said. "I'm just really glad to get out of here." "I don't see why you find this place so bad," Kiota shrugged. "It's beautiful here." "I bet Nesting's Haven is pretty too, but here you are," Kia said, throwing a shirt into her bag. "You don't understand. I had to get away." Kyota's face crumpled. "When Ionan and I graduated from Bumblebury." "What is that?" she asked in a patronizing tone. "It's a school," he said. "Bumblebury University? Ever heard of it?" "Not really." He sighed. "Anyway, after I graduated, I didn't have the money to do what I wanted to do, so I joined the army. Things were never the same after that. My big sister Anna and her changer decided to go into law enforcement. They got promoted into these really impressive positions, so we never see them anymore, which was difficult, because I really needed her help with a problem I had." "And what was that?" Kia asked. "There was someone in the army who didn't like us much," Kiota confessed. "To be frank, he nearly got us killed several times, and he made our lives horrible during enlistment. He said he was in love with my best friend, but he broke her heart. Our rivalry with this company ended up causing all sorts of problems back home between myself and my parents. It was impossible to stay in Nesting's Haven with that particular individual around. He was very dangerous, and I think he had it out for us. So we decided it would be best to leave before he hurt us permanently." "Sounds like you had it rough." Kia started tying up the bag. "So why does Ionan want to travel the lands?" "Same reasons," Kiota shrugged, avoiding her gaze. She gave him a long stare, and he added, "Oh, all right. Don't tell Ionan I told you this, but he was in love with a changer, the same one who was bonded to the company that hurt my friend and nearly got us killed. The company that was my rival was bonded to a she-dragon, and he wouldn't let her marry Ionan." "Wouldn't let her? What do you mean?" Kiatana asked. "Changers are forced to obey orders. They can't disobey them even if they want to. If they'd gotten married without our permission, they would have broken the law. A changer can never disobey a command from their company. Our laws are magically binding, and they force the changer to do whatever the company says. So when his mate turned down his proposal, Ionan agreed to leave Nesting's Haven with me, to try and mend his broken heart." Kiota leaned back in his chair. "All I want to do is find somewhere to live so I never have to go back. Ever." "You and me both." Kia began flinging open wooden cupboards. "Your family isn't the only one with issues. My father ran everybody out of the Varanian forest but me. I'm the third oldest out of 4 kids, but I've still inherited the forest because he chased everyone away. He was so mean and cruel no one wanted to stay here. My oldest sister, Flair, is living in another realm called Mount Dethan with her husband. I haven't seen her in years. I bet she has kids already. My youngest brother left 4 years ago with my mother to a land nearby, though he's probably living with Flair now. I had to stay behind and live with my dad because I was too young to leave, so I got stuck taking care of the forest once I came of age." "Isn't it your father's responsibility to care for this forest?" Kia scoffed. "No, he's terrible at taking care of the realm. He likes to suck the life out of things, obviously. Everything dies with him around, not to mention this was my mother's land, not my father's, so her children inherited it, not him. He was merely supposed to be my mother's second hand and to help her run the forest, but he was awful at that too. Another reason why she left. She didn't want to marry him, but their union was arranged by my grandparents, and she didn't have any other choice." "What about the second oldest sibling? You didn't tell me who that was," Kiota asked. "I thought we said we weren't going to ask questions," Kia hissed. "Sorry." He dropped his head. She sighed. "If you must know, my dad ordered her off the realm when she was 16. She was playing around with stuff she shouldn't have." "Like what?" Kiota became curious. "Dark magic. She became a witch." Kia closed her eyes. "She destroyed everything she could get her hands on. Dad says he banished her because she was dangerous, but I think he was scared of her. We all were." "So that's why you want to leave so bad? This place reminds you of her and all the sad memories of your family," Kiota said. Kia scowled. Obviously.
What was her name? Kiota asked again. Kia didn't look at him.
Nineveh.
She finished packing, putting one more pair of shorts into her bag.
If you two want to fly around and admire the forest for a bit, I don't mind. I'll only bore you.
No, you won't. You're a very interesting person. He smiled.
I don't want your changer tearing up my lawn.
She looked out her window. Kiota saw that Ionin had changed into a stag and was pacing back and forth impatiently, ripping up grass. Kiota got up from his chair and hurried out the door.
Relax, Ionin. We only have a little more time to wait. Kia is as eager to leave as you are,
Kiota said, patting the animal on the shoulder. The massive stag dropped his head. Kiota said,
Come on, let's see some more of this place. It's a start to our new adventure anyway.
A start? Our adventure has already begun, Ionin said. He transformed into a dragon, and Kiota climbed on his back. They found a clear spot to take off, flying just over the treetops, and leaving Kia behind. They both were a bit wary about flying after they had fallen from the sky, but they found they were able to remain in the air comfortably. Kiota spread his arms wide and closed his eyes, letting the wind buffet his hair. Ionin rumbled in glee. If there was anyone who loved flying more than Kiota, it was Ionin. Both of them found this place amazing. Some trees were so tall Ionin found them impossible to fly over. Other trees had spiraled trunks and leaves as big as Kiota. When they landed, Ionin became a stag again. They poked around in the foliage, admiring the brightly coloured bushes and flowers. This forest was truly enchanted. Along the way, they ran into Lottie and Lilja. The little pups were whispering to each other, yet stopped the instant they saw the two adults make their way over. "What are you two up to?" Ionin asked in amusement, twirling his tail slowly.
"Nothing,"
the pups answered in unison. They looked at each other once, warily and guiltily, before trotting off. "Now where do you suppose they went to?" Ionin chuckled as he watched them leave.
"Not sure. Maybe they have a den somewhere," Kiota said. "How do you know them?"
"They were the ones who first found me when we fell. Witty young rascals they are."
"What are their names?"
Ionin rubbed his giant antlers on a tree trunk. "Lottie and Lilja, I believe. If I'm correct, it would seem they are travelling alone."
"Don't they have a pack?" Kiota asked.
"I don't believe so. Kiatana probably watches over them."
Dusk was beginning to fall, so they headed back. Darkness encompassed the land once they reached Kia's one-bedroom hut. She greeted them as they landed and went to open the door. "I know you don't need to sleep, but you can lay on my sofa if you want," Kia said reluctantly. "It may make the time until I wake up shorter." Kiota shook his head. "Thanks, but Ionin and I are used to resting on the ground. We sort of enter a meditative state when we rest, and if anything exciting happens, we'd prefer to be outside right away so we can be ready." "Suit yourself." Kia went inside her house and locked the door tight.
"She obviously doesn't trust us," Ionin said, as the dragon sunk to the ground.
"I know, but she will." Kiota lay against Ionin in a sitting position. They closed their eyes, wondering what more this new world had in store for them. The next several days passed like this. Ionin and Kiota explored the forest, while Kia prepared to leave. As she was filling up her bag with the last bit of food she had, Scarlet flew in. "Kia," he said, panting. "What's wrong, Scarlet?" she asked, alarmed by his panic. It's Twitten," he started. "My daughter. She's sick, and we don't know what's wrong with her. She's been ill for a few days. We thought it was the usual nothing serious, until today." Kia's insides dropped. She hated when any of her animals were sick. She ran out the door, grabbing her medicine bag. "Take me to her, Scarlet, and tell me her symptoms along the way." "She refuses to eat and is very weak," he panted as he flew. "We knew something was wrong when she fainted trying to fly." Kia rushed along so quickly she didn't notice that Kiota was curiously tagging along behind her. Scarlet flew up to a branch on a tall tree, and Kiatana used her wings to follow. She looked in the nest. A small red bird was panting inside. A mother bird perched anxiously on the edge. Kia looked at the little thing, feeling helpless. She had never seen something like this before. She pulled various medicines and treatments out of her bag, trying them all. But nothing helped. Just when she had run out of options, a harassed squirrel jumped on her shoulder. He nearly fell off, he was shaking so much. "I'm a little busy at the moment," she told him, aggravated. "Oh, but Kia," the bushy animal squeaked, "my son Sabbit isn't eating and he's just fainted. He's very weak. Oh, help!" Her stomach plummeted. She told Scarlet to keep Twitten warm and promised to be back soon. When she found Sabbit, the little rodent looked the same as Twitten. Out of supplies, she stood there uselessly. When a small kitten tumbled out of the brush, Kia felt like her head was going to explode. "What is it now?" she asked, worried enough with 2 sick animals on her hands. The kitten looked frightened. "Uncle Claw is sick," he shivered, and Kia's heart skipped a beat. She hurried to follow the kitten, hoping what ailed the next animal wasn't the same as before. It turned out Uncle Claw was very old. He wheezed and puffed heavily, and his ruffled black coat was missing patches of fur. She turned and looked at the small black kitten who had tears in his eyes. "I'm sorry," she told him truly. "I don't know what else to do. Maybe it will go away in a few days."
"It won't pass,"
a raspy voice sounded behind her. She turned to see Uncle Claw speaking with great difficulty. Kia turned and knelt by his side, stroking his black matted fur. "Go on," she encouraged. "Tell me what you know." He breathed in and rasped,
"It's a disease, an epidemic that has not been seen since the last days of human inhabitation."
"Is that why there are no more humans in the lands?" she asked, an eyebrow raised. Uncle Claw nodded.
"Some of them died from the sickness, but most of them left in fear of the ailment."
"You mean you can actually die from this?" she said, horrified.
"Yes."
"How do you know this is true?"
"The symptoms," he said,
gasping for breath.
"I saw others suffer the same disease when I was very small."
Kia shook. "Is there any cure?" she asked, hopeful.
"Yes,"
he rasped,
"but of it I do not know."
"Do you know anyone who does?"
"I heard long ago that the cure lies with the unicorns."
"The unicorns? But they haven't been seen since the humans left," Kia said in despair.
"The answer lies with the unicorns," he repeated. "Find them and you'll find the cure."
"And what if I can't find the unicorns?" He coughed several times before answering.
"The night death, it is called. The nightmares and night terrors will come with it, in the shadowy dark, to steal the life from your body."
"Nightmares? Night terrors? What are those?" Kia asked, confused.
"The nightmares are dark spirits that kill all creatures by scaring one to death. They inhabit the bodies of the dead sick and take their shape when they are summoned. Night terrors, however," the cat shivered. "Nightmares and night terrors can be controlled by one who sells their soul to dark magic. They are a threat to your forest, Kia, and will slay all who remain here if a cure is not found and they are not stopped."
Kia sat back and pondered the options. If she stayed here, Claw could be right and the animals that were already sick could die. If she left, she would get the journey that she was so desperate for, and she had a chance of curing the animals. But what if he were wrong? She hated leaving the forest in such a weak state, and she didn't want to risk the animals getting sicker. How in the world was she going to find unicorns in the first place? Finally, she said, "I think I'll stay a while longer just to make sure."
"Don't take too long to decide," wheezed Claw. "The night death will spread quicker with each passing day, and the longer you wait, it will get worse."
Time passed, and Kiatana was working harder than ever. Kiota and Ionan tried to help, but she refused every offer they gave her to rest.
"Please, Miss Kiatana, I know a bit about illness. I was in the army, you know," Ionan pleaded,
But the fairy stubbornly resisted all aid. "This is my forest and these are my creatures. They're my responsibility," Kia insisted. Yet she quickly grew overwhelmed. A few hours later she finally broke down and let them fetch water for the poor creatures, but she herself refused to stop working to help them. "Why won't you let us do more?" Kiota persisted as she tended to an ill rabbit who didn't look like she would make it past dawn. "Why do you ask so many questions?" Kia snapped. She waved him away and told him to get another bucket of water from the stream. Kia brushed the hair out of her eyes. Despite what she was telling herself, she liked Kiota enough to want to be his friend. And that was the problem. She'd experienced enough heartbreak in this forest from her broken family, and no matter how handsome Kiota was or how kind he and Ionan were to her, she couldn't get attached to them. She was better off alone, without friends. All she would have to do was imagine Nineva's face when she looked at Kiota, and she would keep her distance. She wouldn't risk having her trust broken more than it already was. It was that simple. At least, Kiatana wished it was. Kiota gazed at her as she watched over the sick animal. "You really don't hate this forest, do you?" Kia stood, wiping at her eyes. "No, I don't." That didn't mean she didn't wish to leave. She loved this forest and all the animals in it. Still, every death was on her head, and she didn't want the responsibility. Every tree, pathway, and corner of this forest held a memory of her lost siblings, her absent mother, her cruel father, each one more painful than the last. So it didn't matter how much she loved this forest, because she couldn't bear to stay here any longer. That night, Kiatana returned to her hut to find Ionan and Kiota waiting patiently outside, staring up at the stars. A chill ran across her skin, promising that it would be a cold night. Sighing, she turned in the doorway and asked, "Still want to pass up my sofa?" "Now," Kiota smiled. Ever since her offer a few days ago, she hadn't asked them since. "We don't get as cold as you, Miss Kiatana." Ionan flicked out his forked lizard tongue. "Just get in here," she pointed to the door. The company and Changer looked at each other. Then Kiota shrugged. Ionan changed into a white cat and followed Kiota in, as Kia shut the door behind them. "Good night. Don't try anything," she threatened. She went into her own bedroom to sleep, and they noticed she didn't lock the door this time. Kiota smiled. This was the nicest Kia had been to them all week. He lay down on her rugged old lounger and stretched out, sighing as Ionan lay next to him. "Kia seems very tense as of late," Ionan said. "Perhaps a good laugh would help to ease some of her stress." Kiota looked at the ceiling and thought. After a few minutes, he smiled and said, "I know what we should do." He whispered his plans into Ionan's ear. The cat let out a laugh, his fangs catching the moonlight that flickered in the window. "Be quiet!" Kia's voice rang through the door, and the boys fell silent. Kiota turned on his side and said, "Good night, Ionan." "And you as well," the cat purred. "Good night, my company." Kia awoke when a loud thud echoed through the small house. She rushed out of her room to find the sofa knocked over so that one side was on the ground and the other side almost touched the ceiling. But that wasn't the only thing. All of her furniture was overturned, making the entire room topsy-turvy. "What on earth did you do?" she yelled at Kiota, who was hiding behind the large piece of furniture. Kyoto's head peeked around the cushions. "It wasn't me, I swear it," he said, sounding like a small child afraid of getting in trouble. "I don't care who did it, I just want my stuff put back the way it was," she ordered. "Where's Ionan?"
"You shall never find me,"
Ionan hissed in repressed laughter. The sound echoed around the room, but the Changer was nowhere to be seen. "This is not funny, you two," Kia's voice grew louder. "Whatever it is you're trying to do, I don't like it."
"All we're doing is making this place more comfortable," Ionan said, still hiding.
Kia's eyes flickered up to see him as a white cat crouched on a shelf. "By putting my sofa onto its side?" Kia asked angrily.
"By moving it elsewhere. This place is too small to fit such a large item," Ionan replied.
"Well, put it back," she commanded. "I liked it where it was." "Come on, Kia, lighten up." Kiota smiled at her happily, and the corners of her mouth twitched. "He didn't hurt anyone or break anything." "Listen, this is my sofa, my house, my forest," Kia yelled, her small smile dropping. "I don't have time to deal with your stupid tricks. Animals could die, and you're playing pranks? This better be fixed when I come back, or I'll murder you both." Kia grabbed her medicine bag and stormed outside to tend the sick. When she was gone, Kiota looked at Ionan as if it was all his fault.
"Don't blame me. You flipped the couch,"
Ionan said, jumping down and landing by his side. "Only because you said we needed to help relieve some of her stress and that a good joke would do it," Kiota replied in irritation.
"Well, perhaps I was wrong." "You never know,"
Ionan said, slinking out the door and leaving his company alone. He had persuaded Kiota to flip the couch, but his reasoning was not to relieve stress. The cat climbed up a tree and watched as the fairy helped a young sick dog off the ground. His eyes flickered, and he laid his head on a branch, watching as Kiota ran out the door. He observed as his company knelt down to help Kia, placing a gentle hand on her shoulder. The gesture made Ionan's insides burn with anger.
"I will not let this be," Ionan hissed. "This cannot happen, and will not. Not as long as I am here."
Later that same day, Kia collapsed on a tree trunk, close to tears. Claw's words had turned out to ring true. The sick animals hadn't gotten any better, and the sickness had spread to other animals. Kia had been on her feet all day. A moan of despair rose from one of the sick beasts, and her heart clenched. At this rate, the entire forest would be infected within a few days. If she didn't do something, the entire population of her forest would die out.
"Are we ready to leave?"
asked Ionan, Kiota lounging across one of his large dragon paws. She looked up at the pair, wondering what to do. Leave, when everyone was ill? How ironic. She had wanted to leave the forest so badly, and now she was being forced to in order to find a cure. "There doesn't seem to be any other option," Kiota said softly. "Nothing you or anyone else is doing is helping. Let's go find a remedy. Let's find the unicorns." Kia looked into Ionan's eyes. They seemed so sure, so positive, that going on a journey would be the right thing to do. Still, she didn't trust him. There was something going on between her and Ionan she didn't understand. She turned and was captivated by Kyoto's golden eyes, the only gaze she had seen in a few days that was friendly and warm, not empty and dying. In them, she found the answer. They would leave immediately and search for the answer to the mysterious illness lying hidden with the unicorns and their secrets. She would not rest until they found the cure and returned. She promised it. As night began to set, the pups laid next to each other in a bed of leaves near Kiatana's house. They had developed their plan. Now they just had to see whether they had the nerve to pull it off. Lilja was out of it in an instant, but the same couldn't be said for his twin. Lottie twitched in her sleep, her eyes shuffling rapidly behind her lids as her head rested on Lilja's back. Little whimpers echoed from her mouth. "Mother," she whispered. "Mother, where did you go?" Chapter 3. Attack on the Plains. Kiatana gathered her things and loaded them into the saddlebags of a beautiful animal, small in stature, but proud in stance. It was a milky winged horse, with pretty little hooves that looked like silver, and a shimmering mane that reached below her neck. Her tail tumbled in a wave behind her. In the same flowing way, her eyes seemed to soften and spark. Her body had just the right stature for a small person to ride, and her tiny face complemented it. Her wings, covered in stormy grey feathers, were extended neatly. "How are you doing, Snowdrop?" Kia greeted, fixing the bags so they weren't lopsided. "Think you'll be able to carry me on top of all this stuff?" You could have sworn the mare rolled her eyes as she shook out her mane. "Please, Kia, you act like you're loading the whole house onto my back." "If you don't stop your sass, maybe I will," Kia said in a playful sort of way. "Did you bring the apples?" the mare asked abruptly, smelling the bags. "I won't have as much time to graze while I'm travelling, and I think I deserve a treat." "Yes, but those apples are for me. Your little mouth isn't getting any of them. You can make do with what you can find," Kia said, tightening the cinch around the mare's body. "If you don't share the apples, I swear I'm not going anywhere. I'll stand here till winter comes before I take another step. I won't go." Snowdrop pouted. "You're lying. You'd never abandon me," Kia smiled. "I would. You can just clip-clop along on your own way without me." The creature tossed her head in the air. "You just can't budge until you get your own way, can you? Fine then, I'll share the apples." The white mare whinnied in triumph while Kyoto looked on, stunned. Kia, for the first time since Kyoto had seen her, had lost an argument. "Pardon my asking, but what the heck is that thing?" Kyoto asked, his curiosity bursting. "What does it look like I am?" Snowdrop snorted. "If I had to say you were something, I would call you a winged horse," Kyoto started. "But only changes can transform into that." "Snowdrop is a pegasus," Kia replied. "A perfect mix between a horse and a unicorn. All fairies use them for travelling purposes. My mother found her abandoned one day in the forest as just a tiny foal. She was my 15th birthday present." "So she can't change?" he asked. Kyoto found it extremely difficult to imagine animals being stuck in one form. Snowdrop huffed. "No, I can't." Obviously insulted, she flicked her tail and moved away to chomp on some grass. "But why can't you just use your wings to fly around?" Kyoto asked the fairy. "We could, but unlike you and your all-powerful mightiness, fairies eventually get tired. And who wants to carry all their stuff around when a pegasus is willing to do it for you every time?"
"Can we just hurry up and get going? I'm getting extremely bored with this forest and all its inhabitants." Ionan's voice boomed in the yard, smoke furling out of his nostrils in impatience. He was pacing around the small, moss-covered hut, and had been doing so for the last 12 hours, his head clearly visible from around the other side of the dwelling. "Yes, I just have to say goodbye," the fairy said. Kia walked off into the forest before either of the boys could complain about her taking too long to get ready, not caring if they were irritated or not. "Kia, you can't just leave with all these animals getting sicker," Scarlet complained. The two of them were checking up on all those who had caught the illness. These few creatures had been isolated to the best of Kia's abilities to prevent anyone else from catching or spreading the epidemic. "I have to, Scarlet. I need to find the unicorn so I can discover the cure for this stupid sickness. If I can do that, then no one else will get sick, and I can save my forest." Kia finished her rounds with the little bird right behind her, and she headed back toward her small cabin. "But we don't want you to go," the bird whined. "There's no option," Kia said, in a very final sort of way. She turned to the hovering bird and said, "While I'm gone, I'm putting you in charge." "What?" The little bird promptly fell out of the air. She sighed and stooped down. Fainting at shocking news was one of Scarlet's vices, and she had seen it too many times to count. "Come now, wake up," she muttered as the little bird came around. She cupped him up in her hands and said, "I need you here, Scarlet. Please do this for me." Scarlet shook his head a few times, hopping worryingly from one foot to another. "But I know nothing about being a leader. I'm tiny and edible. They'll never listen to me." "You and Snowdrop are my only friends here, and I can't leave her in charge because she's coming with me," she whispered. "The others won't eat you if I order them not to. I don't need you so much to boss people around as to be a messenger. Try to find me if anything bad happens. My father can watch over things when you leave. You know where he lives." "Can you really trust your dad with this?" Scarlet asked, quivering. "You never have before." She grimaced. "It's not like I have a choice, do I?" The red bird sighed. "I'll do it, but only if you promise to hurry back. As they say, don't kill the messenger. I certainly hope I don't end up on the menu." Kia shook her head and chuckled. Scarlet snuggled his head against her cheek. "I'll miss you, Kia." Kia kissed him on the head. "And I you, my feathered friend. I wish I could bring you along instead of them." "No, thank you." Scarlet became petrified at the thought. "You're due to meet plenty of danger out there, mark my words. And I'd rather deal with all the complaining animals and have a nice nest to greet me than go along with you and risk life and limb.
You go and have a scary time. I'll stay home. That's my Scarlet, she beamed. She put him on a tree branch and said, Be careful when dealing with the wolverines, by the way. They tend to be temperamental. Scarlet shrank down on his branch as she turned her back on him and walked away. Wolverines? When Kia reached her home, Ionan and Kiota were impatiently waiting. As she approached them from the back, an idea came upon her. She walked quietly behind Kiota, making no noise. Then she fluttered her wings and hovered upwards so she could lean right over his shoulder and shouted, Boo! Kiota jumped at least 2 feet into the air and screamed. He tripped, sprawling onto the ground. When he realized it was only Kia, he stood up with an embarrassed glance, brushing off his pants. Don't do that to me, I don't like being messed with, he complained. You scream like a girl, Kia said with a laugh. I do not. Kiota looked hurt. He wondered if she had done that just to be mean, or possibly to get him back for the couch incident.
Actually, yes you do. I've always wondered if it was really true or if I was just hearing things, but I guess it is true. Ionan let out a deep chuckle, and Kiota turned red in the face. The dragon swished his tail and said, Can we get going now, Lady Kiatana? Of course we can, Kia called to Snowdrop, swinging onto her back and gathering up the reins. First, I have to see someone, though. I'm sorry, but this is very important. Are you sure this is a good idea, brother? Lottie spoke softly so she didn't give away their hiding spot, her nose begging to sneeze. What if she needed all that food we emptied out of here? Be quiet, Lottie. You're going to give us away, Lilja whispered harshly. The pups were curled up inside one of Kia's saddlebags, keeping silent as the grave. They weighed as much as the pack, and as long as they didn't squirm, she would never suspect that they were hidden inside. The pegasus wouldn't know either, not as long as she didn't smell them. By the time everyone found out, they would be too far away to turn back. I'm just saying that if she needed that food, Kia would be really mad that we dumped it into the river. I don't want to get in trouble, Lottie whined. Do you want to be here when the chaos starts up? I know I don't, so I'm not going anywhere, no matter what you say or think, sister. Kia getting mad can't be any worse than what we'll face back there without her, Lilja said. The tone that he used made him sound much wiser than he really was. Fine, I'll be quiet. I just don't think it was very nice to waste all that food, Lottie said with a sigh. We didn't waste all of it. We ate some, Lilja responded in an effort to defend his plan. He didn't think his idea was that great anymore either, but it would still get them out of a forest without a fairy to guard it, and that was all that mattered to him. I know. I'm going to try and sleep a little while we're here, since there's nothing better to do. Lottie yawned and curled up into a tight ball to sleep. That's a good idea, Lilja said with a yawn bigger than his sister's. It didn't take long before both of them were in dreamland. The small group stopped outside another small hut on the other side of the Varanian forest. As they came to a landing, Kiota tried not to make a face. He had to wonder what business Kia had with anyone here. The hut was dilapidated and the outside of it was unkempt. Thorns were crawling up the sides of the crumbling walls, as well as weeds, and trash was scattered all along the brown grass. Kiota assumed whoever lived here was a hermit or an outcast. Ionan's nose scrunched up in distaste as he stepped over a cracked wooden bucket, shooting his accompany a look as he changed into a cat. Kia knocked on the small door. An older man answered, opening the creaking door with squinty eyes. His wrinkles showed deeply on his ghostly face, and his thin mouth was pulled back into a regretful smile, showing yellow teeth. His robe was old, baggy, and dirty, with patches and various holes. His wings were a dingy, dulled green that matched the colour of his murky eyes. Yes, he answered in a cackling voice. Oh, Kia, how good to see you. His tone indicated how good it was not to see her. Hello, Father. I just came to let you know that I'm going on a journey and need a few maps. Kia hugged the man awkwardly. I heard what happened to your forest, he said, ushering her to his side. Come on in and I'll get them for you. Kiota stepped forward. Hello, sir. I suppose you must be Kia's father, Malachi. She told me about you on the way here. I'm Kiota."
The company held out his hand, but the older fairy slammed the door in his and Ionan's faces. Kia tried to ignore the sound of Ionan hissing through the wood. It was very dark inside the house. Malachi had boarded up all the windows so little light shone in. The man was a horrible pack rat, with bunches of broken glass and various items scattered all over his floor. There were odd-looking books clustered on the small table with only one chair, and the fireplace looked forgotten. It was obvious he had few visitors. When Kia looked through the open door to the only other room in the house, she saw that Malachi had left his bed unmade. A horrible smell was rising from it. In the middle of the floor, there was a bump in the rug that Kia tripped over.
"I have heard terrible news. So your entire forest has been taken by the sickness, then?" Malachi asked. "The whole place is infected with the night darkness."
"Not all of it. There are still quite a few animals who are well." She didn't want to give the impression that her realm was weak, especially to her criticizing father.
"But you have to leave to find a cure, yes?"
the old man wheezed.
"That's why you've come to me now, after not speaking to me for years."
Kia felt a pang of guilt. "I'm sorry, father. It's been too long."
"Leave it in the past, my darling."
The old man waved his hands.
"It's been almost 5 years since you came to own the Varanian forest. We don't need to bring up the past. You're 19 now, old enough to make your own decisions."
Kia sighed with relief. So her father had finally forgiven her for leaving him alone. It was about time. "We need to find the unicorns," she started. "It's the only clue I have. Do you know where they are?" A glint seemed to flash in Malachi's eye.
"Nobody knows where the unicorns are. They are a shadow of a dream, a mere fantasy. Most people say they don't exist. You must be silly to chase after them."
Kia gritted her teeth.
"It's the only chance I've got, and if you're not going to help me—" "Patience, my dear. I never said I wouldn't tell you what I know."
He chuckled. He went over to the cupboard and flung it open. Dirt, paper, and moths all came fluttering out.
"Here we are,"
he said. He placed a large map on the table and smoothed out the crinkles. It was a map of the lands. The massive island was surrounded by ocean on all 4 sides. At the top of the continent was the Varanian forest. To the south of the forest were the plains, which were clustered with small mountain ranges and patches of woods, though nothing as large as the Varanian. The plains split in 2 directions. Towards the west there were a line of volcanoes, and to the east were a group of large mountains, menacing and bitter. It was obviously the worst place on the map.
"Here is where you must go."
Malachi pointed to the mountains. Inwardly, Kia groaned.
"The Iceborns. Here is where the unicorns supposedly roam. You should go through the plains and then travel to the Blue Sky Peaks. That's where the last known unicorn was killed. Going through the middle of the Iceborns may be your only hope. After that, I have no idea. The land is foreign to me beyond our borders."
"Wait a minute. This path isn't owned by fairies at all," Kia protested. "It's bound to be festering with thieves."
"It may be a dangerous road, but it's the fastest,"
Malachi said, folding up the map.
"Unless you want me to trace a safer route, it would take longer."
Kia shook her head, thinking of her sick creatures. "No, I want the fastest way possible." Malachi put his arm around her and said,
"I want you to be safe, Kia dear. You are my only family, after all."
There was mourning in his voice, and she actually felt sorry for the old man. Kia put her arm around him in response and said, "Don't worry, father. I'll be fine. Now, can you spare some clothes for my friend? He needs supplies too." Malachi looked disgusted at the thought, but went into his bedroom and pulled out a bag, stuffing clothes into it that had never been worn and were horribly mismatched.
"Here,"
he said, shoving the bag into Kia's arms.
"Didn't like the look of him when I first saw him, or his fancy lizard either. This should be enough to last him the journey, if the idiot manages to make it that far."
"Thanks." She put the map into her bag. Then she heard Kyoto call out, "Kia, are you ready yet?" Malachi's eyes narrowed at his voice. Kia noticed and said, "Come on, father, you don't even know him. Give him a chance." Even to her ears, her words seemed ridiculously ironic. She hadn't exactly trusted Kyoto when he first showed up, and she still didn't trust him now.
"Watch him," Malachi pointed to the door. "He'll betray you yet. I don't like the look of that buffoon. If I were you, I'd lose him as fast as I could."
"I'll try to." Kia forced a laugh. Malachi retreated into his bedroom, shutting the door and not coming out. 10 minutes later, Kia emerged from the house with 2 more packs and at least 20 more maps of the lands, each one drawn by someone different. "Why do you need all of those? I thought you knew the way," Kyoto demanded when she came out the front door.
"How am I supposed to know how to get from place to place in a land that I've never seen? I've never left the forest before, let alone the realm," Kia retorted.
"What were you doing in there that took so long?" Kyoto complained.
"Figuring out a way to get us where we need to be," Kia shot back.
"I just hope we don't run into anything nasty along the way. Unfriendly elves and such."
Ionan flicked his tail. He was obviously still irritated by Malachi's rejection.
"Better those things than Ortuzans,"
Kia said darkly. "Ortuzans? What are those?" Kyoto asked in interest.
"Ortuzans are dark fairies. They have no wings and drink blood to stay alive. They're very strong and can change into wolves at any time, though they're forced to when it's a full moon. You can become an Ortuzan by being bit by another. But even they aren't as bad as their fullest forms. Bloodlusters."
"And why should we be afraid of bloodlusters?" Ionan growled.
"They're the cruelest beings alive. They'll hunt you for days and make you suffer by giving you the most painful wounds. And when you finally beg for mercy, they eat out your heart," Kia said simply.
"Don't worry, Kia. Ionan and I will protect you from bloodlusters, no matter how horrible they are," Kyoto beamed. Kia attached the 2 new packs to Snowdrop without comment. She then remounted and took up the reins on her young white mare.
"Let's find that cure. I need to save my forest."
It wasn't but a short time later that Snowdrop was complaining mid-flight.
"Are you sure you didn't pack too much, Kia? The 1 bag feels heavy," Snowdrop moaned.
Kia grimaced.
"Sorry, Snow. It'll get lighter when I start using up supplies."
Ionan hovered closer to them. To better suit Snowdrop, he had changed into a pegasus himself, his fur a rich sorrel colour, and his short mane rippling. Kyoto sat upon his back without a saddle or bridle, gripping with his legs and holding clumps of Ionan's mane gently to hang on. He watched Kia, wondering if she had any idea where they were going. The great forest was just about to end, and they were venturing into a vast yellow plain, which looked scraggly and unkept.
"I need to eat,"
Kia announced to her companions as they soared over the last of the trees.
"Already? But it's only been a day."
Kyoto had complained every time Kia had had to go to the bathroom or stop to rest.
"I have to. You can keep going if you want,"
Kia yelled as Snowdrop began to descend. She landed on the side of a cliff gently, only a few feet away from the edge where the plains began. Once grounded, Kia slid off the Pegasus's back and opened up her pack. What she found there was certainly not food, but 2 wolf pups, both snoring gently as they slept. Her face instantly twisted into rage.
"Lottie! Lilja! I'm gonna kill the 2 of you!"
The pups awoke. Lilja jumped as Kia tilted the bag over. Lottie fell out of the pack and onto the ground with a thud. She let out a yelp, then got to her feet gingerly.
"I told you this was a bad idea, Lilja,"
she growled as she limped over to him. She had sprained her ankle.
"I said you could go back any time you wanted to, Lottie, so don't go blaming me for all this,"
Lilja snarled back.
"It was your idea to hide in her pack,"
Lottie retorted.
"And you are the one who said you wanted to go with them, even though Ionan said we were too little."
The 2 of them started growling and circling around one another.
"Both of you need to stop right now, or so help me," Kia yelled. "You are both very lucky that my father insisted that he pack me food as well, or I would have starved out here. If Ionan told you 2 you couldn't come, then you should have stayed. You're both old enough to know that you should listen to your elders."
The pups cowered at Kia's voice, which seemed to shake the leaves off the trees.
Calm down, Kia. They're only a couple of kids. They were probably trying to help.
Kiota, who had landed nearby when he heard all the yelling, placed a hand on Kia's small shoulder to try and calm her down.
I did tell the two of you to stay home. Why did you disobey me? I am more than an elder. I am a superior being, and I know more about adult matters than both of you combined. How dare you go against my orders?
Ionan snarled at the young wolves. Both of them recoiled shamefully.
You're definitely going to get it!
Kia ran at the pups and didn't look where she was going. A rock tripped her up and she went flying forward. As she did so, the ridge crumbled and she fell off the side. Kiota grabbed onto the back of her green dress, saving her from falling. He caught her just in time, for if she had toppled off with the ridge, she wouldn't have had enough time to start flying before she hit the ground and the rocks crushed her. He had just saved her life. He pulled her closer to him and held her in his arms. Kia froze, unsure of what to do.
Good catch,
she finally breathed.
Like I would have let you fall.
She remained in his arms for a few moments, before the two of them stepped apart. As he let her go, a black raven dived between the two of them. The bird swooped and pecked at Kia's pretty face. Kiota tried to slap the bird away, but he was stopped as a big brown bear tackled him to the ground. Ionan changed into a dragon and let out a monstrous roar. Kia stumbled forward, grabbing Snowdrop's halter. The raven was still attacking. Kia swatted him away, but she knew that he would come back. She ran to Lilja and Lottie, who were growling fiercely at an adult female wolf. Lottie held up her weak paw. Kia knew that they had no chance. She grabbed Lilja quickly at the scruff of his neck, who was still growling, and picked Lottie up. She then hurried over to Snowdrop and dumped the pups inside the saddlebags. With no time to refasten them, she let the reins go.
Fly high away from here, Snowdrop, she yelled.
No, Kia, I want to fight, the mare protested.
Do what I say,
Kia ordered, pointing to the sky. Snowdrop immediately spread her wings and took off. The two wolf pups struggled to hang on as Snowdrop's body fought the currents. The bags now unfastened, Lilja began to panic. He whined as the ground grew farther and farther away.
Hang on, brother,
Lottie said. She wasn't scared or frightened at all. Snowdrop swerved as an eagle soared right towards her eyes, and without warning the bag began to loosen around him. Lilja felt the leather beneath him slide away, and his paws touched thin air as he began to drop. Snowdrop whinnied as he fell. Water clung to his fur as he toppled through clouds on his way down. Then he heard a sound he never wanted to hear again. Lottie's scream. As he saw the heavens, a calm voice sounded, "Gotcha!" He felt scales under his feet. Ionan had caught him, and just in time, too. He looked up at Snowdrop and let out a yip to let her and Lottie know that he was okay. He then turned his attention to the battle below. Kia's wings had appeared. They were glittering and frosted white as she fought both the raven and the she-wolf at the same time. She had a silver dagger in her right hand as she warded them off, going for the kill. Lilja scanned the ground for Kiota. He was a few yards away from Kia, swirling in a mass of brown fur and white clothing. He was wrestling with the giant bear. Lilja realized that Kiota carried no weapon, but used his hands to fight the creature off. Her companies really were incredibly strong. Lilja watched as Kiota pushed the bear to the ground and pinned him. The bear squirmed and escaped, hitting Kiota, but Kiota was flung sideways as the bear hit him. It wasn't until he heard Kia scream that Lilja tore his eyes away. Lilja watched in horror as Kia fell on the ground, the raven and the wolf preparing to spring.
"Ionan!"
he yelled against the wind.
"Take me to Kia!"
My instructions from her were to keep you safe, he responded.
"We can't let Kia die!" he screamed. "Please just take me down. I have an idea."
Ionan hesitated and then dived. He swerved around Kia like a buzzard, waiting for Lilja's next move. When Lilja saw the moment was just right, he called, "Ionan, twist to your left!"
"What?"
the astonished changer asked.
"Do it!"
he cried. Ionan swerved when Lilja wasn't expecting it, but he caught himself as he fell through the air once more. He hated the feeling of falling, but pushed it aside as he focused on his goal. It was a far drop to where Kia stood. There was no room for self-doubt as he focused, and he felt his claws connect squarely with his target. The raven squawked loudly as Lilja collided with him mid-flight, surprised from Lilja's dead weight. Soon they were swirling in the dust, fang and beak tearing at each other. "Enough!" a voice cried through the air. The raven, wolf, and bear all halted their attack and began to back away from their foes. Lilja looked up. He saw a 20-year-old fairy standing on the edge of the battle, smirking. He had blonde hair with grey-blue eyes, and his grey wings weren't hidden. His blue cloth looked expensive, the opposite of Kia's modest green dress, and he had a cocky look on his face. Lilja thought he appeared a spoiled prince, and felt a strong dislike for the fairy already.
"Kasif,"
spat Kia, wiping her hair out of her eyes.
"I should have known it was you."
"Not so bratty now, are we, Kia?" he asked, looking amused.
"Actually, I was about to tell you what an arrogant moron you are, but I'll save the manners for later," she snapped back.
"Charming as usual," Kasif said, shaking his head.
"Why did you send your animals after us? One of ours almost died from your little stunt," Kia raged.
"I deeply regret that," said Kasif in a bored tone. "Really I do. But you know how protective I am of my territory and my creatures, and you were crossing my land. The Varanian forest may belong to you, but I retain ownership of the plains that surround them."
"You know who I am. I wasn't going to do anything to your stupid plains," Kia roared.
Kasif only sent a smug smile her way. Kia made a disgusted noise and motioned for Snowdrop to come down. As soon as her hooves hit the ground, Lottie fell out of her pack and hobbled over to Lilja.
"I thought I lost you," she whispered. "It was so stupid, but so brave to do what you did."
"Shh," he told her, his eyes returning to the argument. "I would absolutely love to stay and chat, but," Kasif said, staring at Ionan's massive white teeth, "I have to get going." Kasif walked away, his animals following behind him. As he was leaving, Kia called out,
"If you try that again, I'll bash your brains out one of these days."
He didn't look back. Kia knelt beside Lottie.
"Your ankles still hurt, but it should only take a few days to return to normal, as long as we don't run into any other problems. You should stay in Snowdrop's bag until it heals."
Kia pulled out some bandages and a splint out of her medicine bag and wrapped it around Lottie's hurt leg. She then picked her up and started to make things cozy for her inside the bag. "What was up with that guy?" Kiota asked curiously. "Did you know him?"
"We grew up together, unfortunately," Kia said sourly. "He's always been a prat."
"Why did he attack us if he knows you?" Kiota questioned.
"Sometimes jerks like Kasif get so power-hungry they'll attack anything that comes inside their territory. We grew up together, but we aren't close. He was trying to show off how strong he is. I wasn't thinking when we landed here. From now on, we'll have to be careful where we travel so we don't run into any more overprotective fairies guarding their realm." She put Lottie inside the saddlebag, closing it up. She then motioned for Lilja to get in the other one. He was a little apprehensive as he remembered his last experience in flight, but jumped in when he saw Kia's stern and impatient look. Kia didn't hesitate to leave the plains, urging Snowdrop upward. Ionan changed into a pegasus once more, and Kiota slid onto his back. Ionan grumbled suspiciously. "You lost that fight to the bear. Why didn't you take him down? You've won battles with enemies 10 times more dangerous." Kiota didn't answer. His mind was, for the first time in his life, not on fighting, but instead on the strange actions of the fierce fairy in front of him, and how she could have died only a few moments before. Chapter 4. A Secret. As Kiatana and her companions disappeared in the distance, Kasif stood silently and watched them. "Foolish girl," he sneered into the sky, "leaving her land unprotected with only her stupid father to watch it. Someone may come and steal it." He looked down at the white wolf beside him and stroked her fur. "Isn't that right, Kenai, my girl?" "I would love having more space to run,"
the wolf snarled greedily. She couldn't help but notice that the 2 wolf pups had looked oddly familiar. Where had she seen them before? It was no matter, however. Kasif was what mattered. He was all she had in the world, and the she-wolf would do anything for him.
Then more space you will have, Kenai. More space for you and all my other lovely creatures.
Kasif threw his head back and laughed. The deep sound echoed throughout his realm, calling his creatures to battle. Kia turned her head around abruptly.
Did you hear that?
She asked Kiota and Ionan. Now that they were out of Kia's realm and into Kasif's, the land looked completely different. The plains they were flying through were terribly barren. The yellow grass stuck out in patches along the dirt. Most streams had dried up, and the only trees in sight were a few withered branches. Compared to Kiatana's flourishing land, this place seemed robbed of life. "Hear what?" Kiota asked dreamily.
That noise, just now coming from the plains. I could swear someone was laughing.
Kia looked around nervously, shivering against the wind.
I heard absolutely nothing,
Ionan said grumpily, his pegasus nose wrinkling in irritation.
What's eating you?
Kiota pulled out of a daze and stared at the changer beneath him.
Nothing, Ionan snapped. Except the fact that somebody has gotten involved with someone he should not be with because it is forbidden.
You're jealous. You act like we actually like each other or something, like I could ever fall for this buffoon.
Kia broke out into rapturous laughter. Ionan looked at Kiota with one disapproving eye as he turned his head away.
I am not jealous. It really is forbidden for an company to have any sort of relationship with a fairy. It is simply unheard of and should never happen. Kiota, you could be killed because of all this.
Ionan made the word relationship sound filthy and disgusting.
Well, that is the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
Lilja popped his small head out of the pack. I think you mean most stupid? Lottie corrected, also popping out of her pack.
No, I mean stupidest. If it is too stupid for words, you come up with a better word to describe it,
Lilja argued. But stupidest sounds like something a stupid head would say, Lottie informed her brother in confidence.
Exactly my point,
Lilja shot back at his sister, who had been left speechless by this last remark. He had won yet another argument.
The two of you need to go back into your packs so you don't fall again. You're not even supposed to be here,
Kia commanded. The two pups whined, but both of them sank back into the packs, slowly.
Ionan is right,
Kiota said with a sigh.
If the Great One found out about me even talking to you, I'd be dead.
What the heck is the Great One?
Kia asked.
He is the ruler of all the changers and the companies. He makes all the rules and keeps everything in order.
Don't you have a ruler here in the lands?
Kiota slipped and almost fell off of Ionan's back.
Not in a long time,
Kia replied quietly. Go down by that house below. I need to have another little chat. The party descended to earth. Kia ran up to the small hut. She banged on the door as hard as she could. No answer came. She moved to knock again, just as the door sprung open.
Ah, Kiatana.
The man in the doorway had large white wings that glittered in the sunlight. His greying hair was cropped short, and his orange eyes looked at Kia softly.
Hello, Aeolian,
Kia said in a loud voice.
May we come in?
Of course, my dear. I always have room for you. Aeolian moved out of the way and gestured for Kiota to come in as well.
What about me? I want inside.
Ionan took the shape of a hunting hound and trotted in.
Why, I never... Is that a changer?
Aeolian gasped as Ionan passed him.
I certainly am, and you will treat me as such or you will meet your doom. The name is Ionan, and my company is called Kiota, Ionan barked.
Ionan, you be nice or I'll send you right back outside, do you understand me?
Kiota said. He glared at the changer until Ionan said a fragile yes.
I need to talk to you about your son,
Kia said, as she sat in one of the chairs around the table.
What has Kasif done this time?
Aeolian grumbled from another chair, acting as if this was an argument that never ended.
He attacked me while I was passing through with my companions. This attack almost cost the life of a young wolf and my own life, Kia said. I will not stand by while Kasif is being the most arrogant asshole I've ever seen. I demand that you do something about it. Kia, Kasif is your betrothed. You must learn to get along with him, or you will never like your marriage, Aeolian told her, rubbing his eyes. A chair was knocked over as Kiota leapt up, his eyes wide. You're betrothed? You never told me you were engaged? Kiota, wait! Kia shouted, but her words meant nothing as Kiota ran out the door. Ionan quickly followed. Who is this man you're travelling with? Aeolian asked. Are you breaking the promise your father made to me? Kia bit her lip. That's none of your concern. I think we're done here. Not knowing what to do, Kia went out the door to follow Kiota. He had hurried far away from the house by now and into a cropping of trees. Kiota, wait! She cried, grabbing his arm as he was walking away. He turned around. Kia was surprised to find he looked angry, even upset. Kia, how much more are you keeping from us? I can fight whoever you want me to, but it might be important to know that the fairy trying to kill us is your fiancé, Kiota shouted, unable to contain himself. I absolutely hate him. I didn't think that it was important to mention that I'm engaged, Kia shouted back. My father and Aeolian set this up when I was a girl. I had nothing to do with it.
Well, well, the truth is finally revealed. So is that the reason why the attack was stopped, or is he always that kind to his betrothed? Ionan hissed. He stopped attacking us because of the engagement, Kia responded gravely. Her lip was starting to twitch. I never wanted to be with Kasif. I was forced into all of this, everything in my life, taking care of the forest and marrying Kasif. I just want to make my own decisions for once in my life. You have no idea what it's like being heir to the throne. I'm constantly being thrown around and told what to do. Kia began to cry. Ionan became gentle at her tears. I thought you said there was no ruler here, Ionan said calmly. Kiota walked over and took Kia in his arms. I wasn't being truthful. My mother is queen of the fairies and rules over the lands, but once I turn 20, the throne is mine. Flair can't be queen because she married outside her engagement. She was supposed to be the one to marry Aeolian's firstborn, but she backed out, Kia said, tears in her eyes. And Nineveh's banished, which makes me next in line. Kasif is to be my husband and king. I want nothing of it. With nowhere else to go, Kia buried her face against Kyoto's chest and began to bawl. It wasn't long before Kyoto's shirt front was completely soaked in tears. It's okay, Kia. I'm here for you. Please, stop crying. Kiota held her close to his chest while she continued to bawl. I'm sorry. I didn't tell you before. Kia choked through tears. I should have let you know. It's all right. I shouldn't have gotten mad. It's your business and I shouldn't be butting into it. Kiota comforted her the best he could. Really? She stammered. You're not mad at me anymore? Of course not. I wasn't even really mad in the first place. He leaned down and kissed her on the forehead. Ionan's mouth dropped open as he stared at his company in outrage. Thank you, she sniffed. You know, you've been really nice to me all this time, and all I've been is rude and mean. I'm sorry. It's okay, he said. No, it's not. I think you deserve this. Kia smiled up at him as she placed a small, light kiss on his lips. Chapter 5. Lottie's Nightmares. Lottie snuggled up to her mother's body in the early autumn, trying to sleep like her brother next to her. The leaves were in the middle of turning, and it was starting to become chilly, changing into something the twins' mother had called winter. Lottie and Lilja did not know what winter was, but their mother did. She told them it was the wolves' favourite time of year, where frozen rain she called snow created a powdery playground for all the wolves to play and hunt in. Their mother eagerly awaited the day she would wake up one morning and have the joy of escorting her only litter to their very first snowfall. Lottie and Lilja were the only 2 pups she would ever have, their mother said, for she would never mate with another wolf after their father had died from the bear attack. It was the middle of the night,
and Lottie could see the sky outside the den. On a full moon like tonight, the wolves were usually awake and playing, perhaps skipping the usual meal in wait for the rush and excitement of a midnight hunt. Lottie loved those days. She and Lilja weren't allowed to go with the adults, but they always brought back more food than she could eat, and their mother said it wouldn't be long before she could take them hunting. Their training had already begun, and the two waited anxiously for their very first hunt. On full moon hunts, the wolves ate so much their bellies would hurt, and the games would not cease until far into dawn. Lottie felt so proud when her mother came home from a hunt, her white muzzle dripping with blood, snarling as she guarded the prey she had taken down. But there would be no full moon hunt tonight. Their fairy, Rota, had become very sick very quickly in the first weeks of autumn. She had left with another group of fairies to a city far away in hope of treatment, and had instructed the creatures in her mountain realm to take extra precaution. She had been gone for 14 sunrises, with no sign of return. Lottie could see that the pack was worried. Rota guarded a massive space of land. Everyone was on edge with the thought of what could happen. That night, Lottie felt someone shaking her awake. She wearily stumbled to her feet and gazed sleepily around. Lilja was trembling, and her mother had fear in her eyes. Lottie smelled something she did not recognize and heard a crackling sound that was unfamiliar.
"Mama," she asked, sniffing again. "What's that smell?" "It's smoke, my fierce one," her mother whispered calmly. "Come quickly, we have to move."
"But why, Mama?"
asked Lottie.
"Where's the rest of the pack? Where did they all go?"
"I do not know, my strong pup," said their mother, looking uncertain. She turned and said, "I want both of you to run. Run as fast as you can. I'll be right behind you. Run!" She nipped at her pup's heels. The 3 wolves began running, to where Lottie did not know. Lottie could hear her mother's voice in the distance call, "Run! Run faster! Don't look! Just run!" With a start, Lottie awoke shivering against Lilja, who nestled under Snowdrop's wing. The group had paused for the night to rest, but for Lottie there was no such thing. She looked upon the ground where her legs had been resting. The dirt had been swept up back and forth with her legs, as if they had been running. The next morning, Kiatana yawned and rolled up her sleeping pelt. She packed her other supplies away, thinking about last night.
"I can't believe I kissed him," she thought.
She looked at Kiota, who was resting against Ionan's side.
"Do I have feelings for him?"
The sun was high in the sky. She had slept too long. Looking down at the ground, she saw a rock, picked it up, and threw it at Kiota.
"Hey," he said, surprised as the rock hit his shoulder. "What was that for?"
"For not waking me up when you were supposed to," she said.
He grimaced.
"Even I was tired yesterday, and you were dead on your feet. You needed to rest."
She rolled her eyes and said,
"Lives are at stake here. The Varanian forest is in shambles. We don't have time to be lazing around."
She turned her back on him and went over to the wolf pups.
"Hey, get up,"
she said, nudging Lilja with her foot. He yawned and looked disdainfully at her before getting up, stumbling over to the bag on Snowdrop, and jumping in.
"Happy?"
he asked grumpily. Kia heard nothing in the bag and knew Lilja had gone back to sleep. She began to wake up Lottie, but she saw that the pup was already awake, her head on her paws, her eyes bloodshot and blank.
Lottie, time to go,"
she said impatiently. Lottie looked at her. Then, as if it took a great deal of effort, she rose upon her paws and padded slowly over to the saddlebag. She jumped inside, but Kia knew that, unlike her brother, she was anything but asleep.
"I sense a great disturbance in her," rumbled Ionan. "She is consumed by it. Something is devastating her, and it rolls off her form in great waves."
"Do you think there's something they're not telling us?" Kiota asked. The dragon shook his head.
"I know not, but whatever it is, something's wrong."
"Do you think we should ask them?" questioned Kiota.
Ionan shook his head again. "No, it is better if they want to tell us. I have a feeling that the truth will come out in due time, and my instincts are usually right. You should know that, Kiota."
An embarrassing silence came over the three as Ionan glared at his accompanee. Sensing the tension, Kiatana changed the subject. "How did you and Ionan fall from the sky? Couldn't you have made a portal pop out of nowhere and suck you back up to whatever weird place you come from? Smokey over here seems to be able to do it all." She glared at Ionan, who was blatantly ignoring her once more. Kiota sighed and said, "You must not know anything about accompanies and changers." "No. What the heck are you, really?" she asked. "There's an old story that says the first of my race and the first of Ionan's were actually a fairy and a phoenix, best friends, changed by a light spirit. You know what those are, right?" "I've heard of them, but I didn't believe spirits actually existed," Kia said. "Well, the legend says that the light being made it so my ancestor, Philaloha, was very tall and very strong, and her children continued this trait. The magic that the light spirit gave us made us stronger and stronger, until we were the most powerful creatures alive. Nothing can rival our strength." "And him?" Kia pointed at Ionan. The changer blew a puff of smoke her way. She coughed as she inhaled, while Ionan chuckled quietly. "Ionan is a changer, and changers are a bigger mystery than accompanies are. The light spirit gave her gift of change to them, so that the phoenix and his descendants could morph into any animal at will. Changers are animals, but that's about all we know, or we think." Kia stared at the pair, struggling to comprehend all this new information. "What about how you fell from the sky? You two fly so well together, it doesn't seem like you'd crash easily." Kiota went to answer, but Ionan held his tail over his mouth to stop him.
"Kiota, no, it's a secret."
"Why? Because I can't be trusted?"
Kia's eyes flared.
"No,"
he said softly, but Kia saw that his gaze was guarded. "Can't she at least know what we were doing?" pleaded Kiota. "She doesn't have to know why." Ionan hesitated. Kiota turned to Kia and quickly said, "We were arguing."
"Arguing?" she asked. "About what?"
"That's the part I can't tell you." He swung up onto Ionan's back. "Now, how far are we from where the last known unicorn was sighted?" Kasif slunk among the bushes. His beloved female wolf was beside him, his army of predators behind him. It had only taken 2 days to get to the Varanian forest. Kasif had finally gotten the opportunity he had desired for years. He had wanted to take over Kia's forest since he was a young child. Soon, he would be able to take more land from other fairies with the help of Kia's abundant resources. Her forest was lush and healthy from all the care she put into it, and her animals were happy and fat. Too happy and fat. Kasif could never get his land to respond back to him the way hers did. Everything withered and died under his care, no matter how hard he tried. The animals were skinny and tough in the plains, hardened from years of suffering. But Kasif did not care. What did it matter if every last animal died, as long as his territory grew and his darling she-wolf was by his side? He did not wish to marry Kia any more than she wanted to marry him, and he couldn't wait for a wedding to legally own her territory, for he didn't want to share any of it. All of it would belong to him and only him. He smiled menacingly, climbing up onto a ledge and looking down upon the plains to see an army of scraggly and half-starving animals gazing up at him with hungry eyes. He commanded his army. "Move forward quickly. Cut down anyone who resists. Let the ones who obey the overrule live. Make it fast. I want Kia's forest to be mine by nightfall." Lottie dodged all the animals running the opposite way as she tried to reach her brother and mother. They'd gotten separated while sprinting away from the fire. Things much bigger and scarier stepped on her and pushed her around. But Lottie paid them no attention. Nothing was more important than getting back to her family. She jumped out of a snarling raccoon's way and leapt over a fallen flaming log. It was getting harder and harder to make it to them with each step. She needed to reach them before they all became smoke and flames. She was so close. One step, another. But before she knew it, a bear cub came out of nowhere and barreled over her. She was dazed, but she could still see the terrifying shape of a larger bear as it moaned in fear and batted her through the air. She tumbled down a hill, careening towards a rushing river. Her small body was spiked by rocks and hard gravel as she bounced down the side. She thought of the rapid currents raging beneath the hill and of all the times she had heard of small young creatures perishing in the deathly waters. "I'm dead," she thought. "I'm going to die. Oh, please, I don't want to die." Her head screamed this over and over, and she saw Lilja, then her mother, flash before her eyes in a silent goodbye as she rolled over the edge. Lottie once again awoke, shaking worse than ever. The stars glistened as she looked over at where Lilja was sleeping. Panic rose inside her as she saw that his spot was empty. "Lilja! Lilja!" She was about to take off looking for him until a voice behind her said, "Don't be scared. I'm right here." She wheeled around with a growl, only to meet her brother. She saw him looking into her panicked eyes. Embarrassed, she turned away. "Lottie," he said with a soft voice. "It's okay." Lottie watched as he collapsed by Snowdrop's side, drifting off to sleep once more. The silver pup herself knew she wouldn't be able to sleep, so she simply lied down and began counting the stars. The next day, Kia awoke just after sunrise. The earth was bathed in newborn sunlight as she looked up at Kiota. The light swarmed around him like a halo. "Good morning," he whispered. "Good night's sleep?" She grunted. Mornings were not her favourite, but she smiled and gave him a small kiss on the cheek. He smiled broadly, and she laughed. "Kiota acts like he's never had a girlfriend before," she thought. Was she his girlfriend? She didn't know. She started to laugh. "Why are you laughing?" he asked. She giggled and said, "Nothing." She pulled away from him, still smiling, and turned to Ionan. "Hey," she yelled, "it's time to go." She went to wake the pups. She was surprised to find that Lilja was still sleeping, though Lottie was nowhere to be found. She looked around and saw the young pup was watching the sun come up over the top of a hill. It took her a while to realize that she had never seen Lilja and Lottie that far apart before. Oh well, maybe they're growing up. She began to saddle up Snowdrop. Without warning, pain racked through her body like never before. Kia screamed as she felt 1,000 stinging knives run through her. But the worst of all was a sharp agony inside her chest, as if a fiery arrow had pierced her heart. Ionan felt her pain through his senses and turned his head. He growled and started looking for an immediate cause or enemy. Kiota ran to Kia's side and caught her before she fell, saying words that were garbled nonsense to her ears. Lilja awoke and barked to his sister, who came running down the hill. Everyone was gathered around her. They were growling and talking all at once, but as soon as the pain came, it was gone, replaced by a burning ache in her chest. Kia knelt onto her knees, gasping for air while Kiota held her. "She's alive!" the pups screamed in unison. Kiota wouldn't stop asking questions. "What's wrong? What happened?"
"Give her some space, Kiota," rumbled Ionan. "Can't you see she needs air?"
She gasped for breath, stuttering. "Something's wrong with the forest." "What?" Kiota asked. "The forest!" she yelled. "I guess the rumors are true. When a fairy's land is in trouble, they feel excruciating pain. I thought that was only a story my father told me to keep me inside the Varanian forest, but now I know he wasn't lying. If my realm dies, now I know I'll die too." Kiota's eyes grew panicked, and Kia swallowed as she hoarsely said, "I have to go back." She got to her feet and hurried over to Snowdrop. Without pausing to put on the saddlebags, she threw one leg over her pegasus and prepared to journey home. "Kia!" Kiota yelled. "You can't leave, not now. We're so close to finding the unicorns and the cure, I know it." "Okay, first of all, we don't even know where we're going," she said. "The unicorns could be weeks away. Second of all, if the pain is this bad, obviously something terrible has happened, maybe even worse than the plague. I have no choice but to go back home." She went to take off, but before she could, Kiota grabbed her arm. "Kiatana!" "What?" She snarled nastily. Snowdrop tossed her head.
"What good will it do you if you go back?" he asked. "You haven't found a cure. Most likely it's just the sickness and—"
"It's getting worse," she finished off his sentence. "I have to be there."
"How will everyone react when you return home? What are you going to say to them when you come back empty-handed?" Kia winced and tried a different approach.
"If someone has attacked my home—"
"It doesn't matter. You're a very strong fairy, but you can't hold an entire army back by yourself. And with the sickness spreading, there'll be nobody left to fight. You have no option, Kia. We have to keep going." Kia glared at Kyoto, then said in a strained voice,
"All right. But the faster we travel, the better. We can reach the blue sky peaks by noon, where we know the last known unicorn was slain. If we get there tonight, it might give us a clue on where to go next."
Kia called to the 2 wolf pups. They jumped into her pack, and she took off into the sky, with Kyoto and Ionan following close behind. While they flew, the ache remained a dull ache in her chest, reminding Kia of her creatures back home and possibly what they could be facing now. Kia raised her head off Snowdrop's mane and said,
"Kyoto, tell me more about your life back in Nesting's Haven. It may take my mind off the pain."
"There's not much to tell," Kyoto said, avoiding her eyes.
"Then tell me about your dreams, then,"
Kia asked.
"Both of you,"
she added, looking to Ionan. Ionan answered first.
"I had wished to become a professor at Bumbleberry University. I had received an offer, but we entered the army instead. Kyoto wasn't a scholar, and I only wanted to make him happy. That is the duty of a changer."
"I entered the army to make money," Kyoto said to Kia quickly. "What I really wanted was to be an architect, but my parents didn't think it was a good idea, because the architecture school only takes the best in Nesting's Haven, and I never had very good grades at Bumbleberry. During the summer, when we weren't at my parents' home or in the school dorms, we went to Ionia's palace. It's where Ionan's parents dwell, and is a castle that's miles wide. The whole first floor could fit your entire forest. It's so large that Ionan can walk through the halls as a dragon."
"You're lying,"
Kia said, laughing. Kyoto shook his head. "No, I'm not. I had wanted to build something even bigger than Ionia's palace one day, something even more beautiful. But everyone thought I was stupid to try. But I can't build it if I'm broke, so the army felt like a good place to start saving for my dream."
"I always was a gardener. Taking care of the forest is my thing," Kia yawned.
"I thought you hated it there,"
Ionan said.
"I only hate the place because of my father. If he wasn't forcing me to stay and telling me how to run things, it might actually be a little fun. Besides, I'm good at it. Might as well keep doing something if you have a talent for it," Kia shrugged.
"We're hunters," Lottie said, and both of the pups poked their heads out of the saddlebags. "Though I wouldn't mind being a healer for my pack." "I would be a leader," Lilja put in. "That's what my father was before he got killed. I would want to be the alpha and make sure that everyone in the pack was safe and well fed." Kia smiled at the wolf pups. It seemed like none of them were even close to achieving their dreams. They seemed so far away. The wolves were too young, Kyoto was too poor, and Ionan had obligations to others before himself. As for her own dreams, her father would never let her rule the forest in the way she wanted to, even when she became queen. He'd always have her under her thumb, and there was no escaping him.
"Kia, I'm taking us down,"
Snowdrop neighed, and the Pegasus descended to a craggy mountain slope. It had taken until sundown to reach their new destination, and now they were running behind. Ionan's large bulk couldn't land on the mountain as a dragon, so he dropped Kyoto off with his talons onto the rocks, and then changed into a hawk in mid-air to land on a boulder carefully. Lottie and Lilja stayed in the saddlebags, as one false misstep would send them spiraling to the bottom, and they preferred not to take chances. "It's twilight, Kia. We might as well make camp," Kyoto suggested. Kia shot him a dirty look.
"We can't stop now. The forest is counting on us."
"But you're exhausted, and so is everybody else. We don't even know where to go next," Kyoto snapped in protest. Kia went to throw back a reply, but at that moment, a wooden arrow whipped by her green hair and embedded itself in the rock inches from her head.
She took one look at the arrow and snapped. Elves! Their heads turned to see 4 thieves lined up on the edge of the cliff. The elves were bulky with muscle and rugged. Their clothes were ragged and their ears were pointed. The archer of the group pointed another arrow and sent it flying. Kia ducked, and Ionan transformed into a lion, roaring fiercely. The eager looks of the bandits vanished, to be replaced with terror. They started down the mountain again, running for their lives. Kia noticed something odd about the bag the archer was carrying. She raced forward and tackled the archer to the wall. When he tried to slip away, Kiota grabbed him with one hand and easily raised him up off the ground by his shirt. "Your bag is made out of a unicorn's pelt," Kia snarled, her dagger at his throat. "I can tell by the silver hair. Tell us where you got it."
Why do you want to know?
The thief wheezed, trying to pry Kyota's hands away. "That's none of your business. You tried to kill us," Kiota said. He lifted the archer higher. The rogue gasped and said, "All right, I stole it off an elf who used to hunt unicorns." "Used to?" Kiota asked. "He was killed a long time ago. The fairy that protects the realm of the unicorns did him in." "And where is this fairy?" Kia asked. "If you go into the Iceborne Mountains, you'll find a valley there. That's where the fairy hides them. But you'd be mad to try. If the cold doesn't kill you first, she will." Kiota set him free. Grabbing his neck, the elf stumbled down the cliffs to catch up with his companions, taking his bag with him. "My father was right," Kia groaned. "We do have to go through the Icebornes." Ionan turned to the group and said gruffly, "Well then, to the Icebornes we go." Lottie gasped with fear as she felt herself flying through the air, knowing what she faced down in the rushing water was certain death. As she fell, she saw a white streak flash by. Before she knew it, she had stopped falling. A pair of strong jaws enveloped her belly. She soared through the air, and Lottie was put down on a small cliff as her mother opened her jaws. "Stay here," she said. "I'm going to get your brother." Mama gave a lick and pushed her to the cliff's wall. Then she leapt with what was incredible strength over the humongous gap back to where Lilja was waiting. Lottie looked up and saw that the fire had progressed to a terrifying speed. It was right behind them. Lottie understood why her mother had jumped to the other side of the river, for there was nowhere else to go. Mama picked up Lilja by his scruff and focused on a ledge that Lottie knew was too high and too far for her to reach. She called out, but stopped mid-sentence as she watched her mother fly across the edge, landing on all fours and setting Lilja down. Her mother began to make the slippery descent to Lottie. Stumbling, the she-wolf grabbed Lottie and began carrying her upward towards salvation. Mama was no longer steady and strong. She was growing weaker, and her breathing became ragged. Lottie thought, "We're not going to make it." But she looked back into her mother's eyes and saw strict determination and refusal to accept their deaths. She put one mighty, bloody paw on the brink and threw Lottie to her brother. Lottie looked up and saw her mother scrabbling for a grip on the slick cliff side. "No!" Lilja cried and ran over to help. But before he could reach her, their mother slipped, tumbling through the flames. She fell right into the raging water below. The last thing Lottie saw was her mother's terrified gaze as she drowned. "Mama!" Lottie screamed, bumping her head on the rocky boulders as she awakened. Lilja moved closer to her, setting his head on her shoulder as she cried. Chapter 6. A Creature Called Nagli. Kia leaned against a tree. Scrolls of paper and vials of ink spread out in front of her. She scribbled something on the paper, then crossed it out angrily. "What are you doing?" Kiota asked, plopping down next to her. "I'm trying to write a letter to my father," she answered. "I need directions once we get to the Icebornes, and we also need food." "No, we don't," Kiota said. "Food is a useless thing right now." "Okay, we've been over this 1,000 times. You may not need food, but I do," she snapped. "And so do the pups and Snowdrop." His face went from complete confusion to utter revelation. "Oh, you guys do have to eat, don't you?"
"No, we've been eating for the fun of it," she said sarcastically. "Why don't you go and find something to do? I'm a little busy here."
"What am I going to do? It's incredibly boring out here," he said with a sigh.
"Why don't you go jump out of a tree and try to fly?" Kia hissed. "I really don't care, as long as you go away. I'm not in the mood for cutesy couple stuff today."
He looked at her with a hurt expression, then rose to his feet. "Fine." He skulked away, his arms crossed over his chest. Kia immediately went back to her writing. When she was finished, she tied the letter to a messenger bird whom she had hired on the road.
"Keep the letter safe, okay?"
she told him.
"Of course, Princess Kiatana," he nodded quickly. "I've told you 100 times, call me Kia, not Kiatana," she ordered. "Yes, Princess Kiatana," he nodded again.
Kia groaned, then sent the bird on his way with a wave of her hand, watching as he vanished into the deep blue sky. Malachi's reply came back 3 days later. When the bird arrived, Kia was sitting against a tree. She was staring cruelly at Ionan, who sat in his dragon form about 20 feet away.
"You know I'm right and you're wrong," Kia snapped. "Kyoto and I are great together."
"The two of you shall never last," Ionan growled back, baring his sharp teeth. "I will guarantee that by next week you won't be able to stand the sight of each other."
"Isn't that happening already?" Lottie wondered, who was sitting nearby.
"Okay, whatever you say, lizard breath,"
Kia shouted at him.
"Lizard breath? Why, I never—"
Ionan began.
"Never what? Had any sense?"
Kia cut him off.
"Now listen here."
"Come on, guys, can't we all just get along?" Kyoto stepped in between them, his arms raised.
"Why should I ever have to get along with that thing?" Kia said with disgust. "He doesn't like me, so I don't like him."
"Oh, you are very mature, aren't you?" Ionan replied.
"Like you're any better," she said.
"Shut up already,"
Kyoto yelled, finally taking charge. "Kia, the letter from your dad is here." "It's here?" Kia turned to see the falcon sitting on a branch behind her. The falcon cocked his head, and she tried to hide her blush. "Oh, I'm sorry you had to listen to all of this. It must seem so stupid." She removed the letter from the tube on his back. "Thank you." "You are welcome," the bird replied. "He says your supplies will be here soon. He sent them with a larger animal." "Okay, thanks again. You can go now," Kia nodded, unrolling the letter. "Goodbye, young princess." The falcon spread his wings and left. When the falcon was gone, Kia complained. "Why does everyone have to be so formal? Is it that hard to figure out that I prefer to be called Kia over anything else?"
"Maybe they just want to be nice," Kyoto suggested with a shrug. "Or maybe they do it because they know it annoys you and they dislike you as much as I do," Ionan snarled.
"You are a horrible little thing,"
Kia told him.
"You must be blind, for there is nothing little about me," Ionan said.
"Can you read the letter? I want to know where we're going already," Kyoto asked. He wanted to step in before things could get worse. Kia looked down at the paper in her hands and began reading it aloud.
"My dearest daughter, there is one spot where the blue sky peaks actually connect with the iceborns. If you travel to the top of the tallest mountain in the peaks, there is a large cave marking the top. Travel around it and you will find a bridge made of a tree that has linked the two mountain ranges together. The cave is a rather nice place, and that is where your supplies will be waiting for you. It was easier to give the wolf a place to go rather than to tell her to wander around until she found you. I love you, darling. Have fun. Sincerely, Father." "So, we're in the correct location. We just have to make our way through these mountains," Kia said. She pulled out her map and began to scan the many landmarks.
"Have fun? What does he think this is, a parade?" Ionan asked.
"I don't know. I've heard some stories about caves. Their paths often end in death or horrible injury of some kind for travellers," Lottie threw in.
"What are you talking about? Caves are great," Kyoto said. "You may as well be in a parade," Ionan mumbled.
"Here it is," Kia declared, pointing at a spot on her map. "The tallest mountain in the peaks." "Well, that's not all that far," Kyoto said, examining the map.
Not far at all, Kia said, proud of herself. We can find that cave in no time.
The takeover was going very well indeed. None of Kia's animals stood in Kasif's way as his army ran through the forest and established complete control.
How strange, he said to himself. You think the beasts would try to keep their fairies' land safe? Why aren't they fighting back?
Kasif looked around in worry, trying to spot his lone she-wolf. Kasif knew Kenai had lost her pups to a forest fire only a few months ago, so in her grieving state, she was more vulnerable to attack. If he hadn't found her in the river that night, she would have perished. They had become amazingly close in the past few months, as Kenai was the only one who had compassion for him, the only one who actually understood him. He tried to care for all the animals in the plains, but Kenai was the only one who actually loved him, and he her. He had tried to persuade her to stay behind, but she refused. His blue eyes searched back and forth among the trees. Then he saw her. His beloved Kenai limped through the woods, slowly moving towards him. She wheezed and struggled to catch her breath. As she reached him, she fell upon his feet and sat her head onto her paws.
My Kenai, what's wrong?
Kasif fell to his knees beside her.
Who has done this to you?
The land has done this to me, the wolf wheezed. This is a sickly forest, which carries the plague of 1,000,000 deaths that killed off the humans. We should never have come here.
No, it can't be. I will not let you die, Kenai. I will keep you safe,
Kasif told his beloved companion.
It's already too late for me,
Kenai huffed. Those were her last words, and she died in the arms of the fairy that loved her.
No!
Kasif screamed into the sky. He picked the wolf up and held her above his head.
Why have you done this to me? She was my only true friend in this miserable world. Why?
He fell back to the ground and broke into tears. His only friend lay dead in his arms, her head tilted to one side. He had lost the one thing he had loved. He had lost his Kenai. The rest of the day passed. Kasif stayed with his friend only long enough to bury her properly. As he mourned his loss, rage began to well up inside him. He knew who was at fault for this. Kasif took off through Kia's land, stomping over flowers and small plants. He found the house easily enough. He banged on the door, stamping his foot impatiently.
I know you're home, old man, he yelled. Malachi, if you don't let me in right this instant, I swear I'll...
Just then the door swung open, and Kia's father stepped out, wrapping his robe around him.
I'm sorry, Kasif, I didn't hear you,
Malachi apologized, dropping his head slightly.
Come in, come in.
I blame you for this, every last bit of it,
Kasif yelled angrily, pointing at the old man as he burst through his door.
What is it that I'm being blamed for? Malachi asked, confused.
The old one pulled out a chair and gestured to it, utterly baffled that this young fairy was bursting into his house and erupting like a volcano.
My beautiful Kenai is dead,
Kasif said, his anger turning into grief in a matter of seconds.
She died because of this plague.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that,
Malachi said, genuinely upset.
She was a good one, wasn't she? Very useful.
It doesn't matter. She's dead, and it's all your fault,
Kasif yelled.
Kasif, you were the one who wanted my daughter's land, not me,
Malachi replied, placing his hands on Kasif's shoulders and gently pushing him into his seat.
It can all be worked out. Her suffering is over, at least.
Don't you try to pull that nonsense on me,
Kasif roared, although he stayed in the chair.
I will not have you trying to tell me that she's happy in some afterlife. She's dead, and Kier and her dream team are still running around like nothing's wrong.
The dream team? Malachi asked. Never mind, just calm down, it's all right.
I can't stay here listening to you, Kasif screamed, standing up and overturning the table. You will not tell me what I should do. I will calm down when I feel I should.
With that, he turned and stormed out, slamming the door behind him,
Oh my, he does have a temper, Malachi mumbled to himself, beginning to pick up the table and the clutter of things that had been on top. He really should work at getting rid of that, or else it may come back to bite him.
Malachi did not wonder why Kasif blamed him for Kenai's death. He knew. But when it came to gaining power, sometimes sacrifices had to be made. After all, Malachi had lost nothing, and he had everything to gain. It took the group 2 days to hike upward and find where the caverns began. "Hey, there they are," Kyoto said, looking up. "I bet the cave we're looking for is in there. We've found them."
"Yes, we've finally found them, no thanks to you," Ionan said grumpily.
He sat down and pulled a thorn out of a scaled foot.
"Remind me again why we went through that field of bushes?"
"Because it was faster than going around," Kia snapped. 2 little thorns aren't that bad, Ionan."
"When they're shoved into your foot they are," Ionan said.
"You lived, didn't you?" Kia replied.
"Kyoto, what do you see in her?" Ionan questioned.
"He sees everything he's ever wanted to because it was meant to be," Kia told the dragon, making it as gushy as possible so Kyoto would swoon. It worked. She saw his eyes melt into butter once she stopped speaking.
"Oh, disgusting," Ionan said, snorting out a bit of flame.
"We can get the other thorn out, Ionan," Lilja said. He and his sister started dancing around his feet to try and pull the thorn out.
"I would prefer not— Ouch!"
Ionan let out another flame as Lottie yanked out the thorn, tail wagging. "Let's climb these mountains already," Kyoto said, starting up at the caverns. "These don't seem like mountains to me, more like hills," Kia said with a laugh. The joke was soon on her, however. After an hour, the mountain went from a gentle incline to incredibly steep. "How close are we to the top?" Kyoto asked, slipping onto a small ledge. "I have no idea," Kia replied from her spot at the front. She lost her footing for a second, but quickly regained it with slight difficulty. Snowdrop flew just above the ground, following her fairy faithfully. "My wings hurt and this ground is too steep for me to get a good grip on," Snowdrop said. "We had better get there soon or someone's losing a head."
"Calm down, Snowdrop," Kia said. "We'll get there whenever we do. For now, just be patient."
"Hate to say it, but I told you I didn't trust going to this cave," Ionan told her. He walked next to Kyoto in the form of a mountain goat, not having half as much trouble as the others.
"You never said we shouldn't climb the mountain," Kia snapped. "Now shut it, or you won't get there in one piece."
"I don't feel that I will with you in the lead," Ionan mumbled.
"Ionan," Kyoto said impatiently. "We don't have time for this."
"Fine, I shall keep quiet."
Ionan gave in, a smirk on his face. "Thank you," Kia said shortly. Something, either a rock or a branch, got in the way of her climbing. Kia fell forward onto her face, her whole body slamming into the ground. Instead of getting up, she laid there. "That hurt," she mumbled. "Do you want some help up?" Kyoto asked, offering his hand. "Actually, I think I'll stay here. The view of the dirt is just so lovely," Kia responded. "Are you sure?" Kyoto asked blatantly.
"I'm joking," Kia replied. "Help me up."
She grabbed his hand and he lifted her to her feet, not remembering to control his strength. She ended up dangling several inches off the ground. There was a small scrape across her nose, but other than that she was perfectly fine. "I can't take this for much longer," Snowdrop whinnied in frustration. "My wings are going to give out and I'll blame you."
"Snowdrop, I just fell on my face. I don't want to hear it," Kia said.
Even though the adults were thoroughly miserable, the pups were having a great time.
Lottie, look what I can do!"
Lilja balanced on his back paws and hopped from stone to stone, landing on a steep ledge on all fours. He started balancing a rock on his nose, dangerously close to falling.
"Ta-da!"
Lottie cheered, and Ionan said,
"Lilja, get down from there."
"Okay."
Lilja jumped and went into a fast slide down the side of the mountain, gathering speed until he crashed into Ionan's fur.
"Oh, that looks like fun,"
Lottie said in excitement. She ran up a ledge and came sliding down, spinning round and around until she too came slamming into Ionan.
"Oof, why, I never—"
"Ionan, your hair is so fluffy,"
Lottie said, snuggling into it. She cuddled into his warm fur, and Ionan instantly fell silent. Lilja kept on running back and forth, climbing higher and higher and sliding down less often as the group kept scaling the rock. When he could no longer slide any more, he huffed,
"That was fun. Can we slide down the other side now?"
"There's the cave first,"
Ionan told him. He didn't mind Lottie's snuggling, and was only just beginning to get annoyed with Lilja slamming into him.
"We have to go through that next."
"Oh yeah,"
he said, and took Ionan's other side. The changer let out a contented noise as both of the pups cuddled to his sides.
"I think I see the top,"
Kiota exclaimed, beginning to run.
"Yeah, that's it, we made it."
"Marvellous," Kia said, picking up her speed slightly. "I just want to stop climbing." With just a few more minutes of ascending, they made it to the top of a large ledge that went all around the mountain. The group stood on the ledge and looked to where the Icebawns loomed. They were much larger than the blue sky peaks and had a reputation to go with them. The mountain range was the most dangerous in the lands and had killed many travellers who had taken its dangers lightly. The mountains were enormous behemoths, thousands of feet tall, frozen blocks of glaciers and rock. "We get to climb those next," Kia informed the group. "Won't that be so much fun?"
"Yes, fun," Ionan answered unenthusiastically.
"I can't wait," Snowdrop moaned.
"It's going to be great,"
Lilja said in actual excitement.
"Look at all those ledges to climb.
"And all that snow to play in," Lottie bounced. The adults looked at each other tiredly and sighed, pondering the long walk they had ahead.
"I found the cave," Kiota called. "It's right over here."
"Well done,"
Ionan congratulated, walking toward his accompanier's voice.
"Let's get over there,"
Snowdrop shouted, running after Ionan.
"Slow down or you'll fall,"
Kia called, following at a much slower pace. The cave mouth was large and dark. It took up a good portion of the rock the ledge ran around.
"Look, it echoes,"
Kiota said, leaning into the cave.
"Hello,"
he called.
"Hello, hello, hello."
The cave called back. Kia giggled at Kiota's easy amusement. Reaching into her bag, she pulled out a torch and lit it, the flame burning warmly and brightly.
"Let's just go in already," Ionan growled.
"Way to spoil all the fun, Ionan,"
Kia said, bumping into him as she walked past.
"Come on, Kiota."
He followed Kia into the cave without waiting for the others. Kia was close behind him. The wolves followed her, all of them going into the cave without any sort of fright.
"I've got a bad feeling about this,"
Ionan muttered as he followed them reluctantly. His changer senses were firing off, alerting him to some sort of danger. As they went inside, the tunnel entrance became farther and farther away, until they could only see a speck of light behind them.
"Kia, how far back did your father's servant carry these things?"
Lilja asked, watching as a bug scuttled across his path. "This cave is starting to creep me out," Snowdrop said, unhappily brushing away a spider's web with her tail.
"Everything's going to be fine," Kiota said. "What could possibly go wrong?"
Ionan let out a nervous breath.
"You know, I couldn't count how many times you said that in the army, and every time you did—"
"Kia,"
Lottie whimpered.
"Look over there."
Kia turned to see what the pup was talking about. The skeleton of a wolf lay in one corner. There were small bits of flesh still clinging to the white bone, blood all over the floor. 2 bags lay beside the body, most likely containing the supplies her father had sent them. "It's fresh." Kia bit her lower lip and gagged slightly, a tear slowly rolling down one cheek.
"I told you I didn't trust this,"
Ionan snarled. He looked around nervously for whatever had killed the wolf.
"Who could have done this?"
Lilja asked. He walked around the skeleton, confused.
"Why would they do this?"
"I don't know," Kia answered. She walked towards the corpse slowly. "Kiota, grab these packs."
"Why can't you grab them?" he asked.
"I plan on burying this poor thing," she replied. She sunk to her knees next to the skeleton.
"Just do what she says so we can get out of here,"
Ionan hissed.
"We all know you're strong enough to carry everything. Let's go."
"Quiet,"
Lilja said. and everyone came to a standstill.
I think I hear something.
No movement came from any of the companions. Something stirred in the caverns. It was so soft it could have been a falling rock. Lottie noticed it first.
Oh, by my father's fangs, what is that awful smell?
Lilja smelt it next. He covered his nose with his paw, trying to scrape off the scent.
I don't know, but it's just... ugh! It smells like dead carrion.
No,
Ionan said, his eyes watering.
it smells like a tormented beast.
What is everyone talking?
Kia's words halted, and she flung a hand in front of her face.
Gross! Seriously! Oh, that's disgusting! Is it the caves?
Well, it's not any of us. I had a bath the other morning, Snowdrop said, covering her face with her wings. Ionan stomped his hooves angrily.
Is it the wolf carcass?
Lottie shook her head. I'm not sure, but we... Her sentence was cut off as a feral snarl rang throughout the caves, and the light from the entrance of the tunnel was blocked out for a few precious seconds.
What's going on?
Kia yelled, but she screamed as she was knocked to the ground. Her torch went out.
Ionan!
Kiota shouted in the dark. The next thing the company knew, he was pinned against the wall by his shoulders, the rock cutting into his back. He reacted instantly. Kiota grabbed whatever it was, digging his hands into its fur and pitching it against the wall. There was a snarl of anger and of pain. It was still dark, so Kiota scrambled to find the light. Lilja grabbed the torch with his teeth and pulled it over to the company. Kiota relit it quickly with a piece of flint, swinging the torch around the room. When the light was back, they set eyes on what had attacked them. There was no other way to describe the monster except horrid. One side of the creature's face was a brown dog's, the ears and the nose crooked and twisted. The other side was a reptile, with long teeth growing in curved lines over the edges of the creature's mouth, brown scales peeling off its body. It had the body and tail of a cat's. It didn't look very big, not until it rose to its feet. It stood up on its hind legs and walked backwards warily, like an company would. Even so, everyone knew it was an animal. Kiota was more scared than the rest of them. The way he had thrown the creature should have broken its back, yet it stood amongst them unharmed. Even more of an oddity was the tiny diamond tiara atop the monster's head, a three-spiked crown that was the only thing about the creature which appeared clean. Kia was on her feet, holding her knife out in front of her.
What are you?
Snowdrop asked, not bothering to be polite. The monster cocked its head, and the tiara on top tilted. When it spoke, it had a voice like a changer, a raspy changer with a sore throat.
I'm Nagli. You're a pegasus, no? I haven't seen a pegasus in... forever.
No, what are you? Snowdrop clarified, stomping her hoof. Nagli blinked.
What are you asking me?
This was getting them nowhere. Kia raised her knife higher and said,
You attacked us. Why?
Would you attack someone if they wandered into your home uninvited? I'd think so,
Nagli said, falling onto 4 paws.
Just waltzing in here like you owned the place. These caves aren't exactly empty, you know. There are nastier things in here than me.
Lottie whimpered. Nagli ignored her, or didn't hear.
I nearly killed you like I killed the wolf. It's a good thing I was feeling lonely today. Lonely? Ionan asked. I like to talk to the bones. Not that they ever talk back, Nagli said, disgruntled.
You killed the wolf because you were lonely? Kia asked suspiciously, raising her knife.
No, I was going to eat it, but I decided I wasn't hungry, she said.
What a waste, Lilja said in disdain, crinkling his nose.
I can't help it. Sometimes I'm hungry, or at least I think I am, but I never eat.
Nagli looked at the torch, seemingly dazzled by its appearance.
That's fire, isn't it? I haven't seen fire in a long time. Let me look at it just a bit longer. Nagli. A very dear friend had a name like that before she died. Is it a common name? Ionan asked Kiota, looking at his company.
Kiota put up his hands and said,
Do I look like I would know? She's definitely not the Nagli you're thinking of.
My name is an old name. It means remembrance,
Nagli said. She moved toward Ionan and began to twirl around him.
But I've ceased to remember so many things. My name should mean forgotten. I've drifted in these caves for years and years, so many years that I've grown nearly blind and cannot see. I've forgotten the look and feel of grass and the feel of the wind underneath my wings.
Your wings? Lottie asked.
I was once like him,
Nagli said, pointing her tail at Ionan.
That much I can remember. I got stuck in between changes one day. How and why I do not recall. I am such an old, old soul.
Why don't you leave these caves then so you can remember again? Lottie asked.
I've tried, Nagli blinked. But I think a curse holds me here. It is a promise broken, a chain that has forced me to remain in these dripping halls for many years. I believe I'm waiting for someone, though I do not know who.
Anything we can do? Lilja asked.
Nagli shrugged.
No, not really. Only the person who cursed me or bound me or whatever they did can release me from here.
What about your company? Isn't there something he or she could do? Kiota said, confused.
Nagli looked puzzled.
What's an accompany?
This dunderhead over here is one example,
Kia said, pointing to Kiota. Kiota sighed and said, 1 minute you adore me and the next you insult me. Will you make up your mind?
She changes her personality a lot. It happens,
Lilja said. Do you know a way out of these caves? Kiota asked Nagli. Nagli bounced on her paws.
You can follow me. I know a quick way out.
Can we trust her? Snowdrop said, not bothering to lower her voice.
I know the way,
Nagli said.
It is better to trust me than to wander these endless labyrinths of caves by yourselves. I would find you eventually, and then I would get to talk to your bones. But if you don't want to go through here, you can always take your chances with the elves. Bandits litter these mountains.
Caves it is, Kiota said loudly, making the decision for the group.
What about the wolf?
Kia asked stubbornly, still wanting to bury it.
The bones stay with me if you want to leave the cave,
Nagli said, not letting her gaze drop from Kia's.
The bones stay with me.
You could see the protest in Kia's face, but she bit her lip and said nothing as they moved on. They followed Nagli throughout the caves. Ionan changed into a rabbit so he could maneuver around the caverns easier, hopping along after the pups and snapping at Snowdrop when she stepped too close. I can't help it. Maybe I'm getting you back from all the times you've nearly stomped me with your large, giant reptile feet, Snowdrop said.
I do not stomp, I glide, Ionan said regally.
Why is it so quiet down here? I thought you said there were other scary things,
Lottie asked.
There are many things hidden here, Nagli said. Things that no one else is supposed to know about. Large monsters that lie in the underground and go boom, boom.
Boom, boom? Ionan asked.
Yes, boom, boom.
Nagli's tail curled.
Why are you telling us this if we're not supposed to know?
Kia asked.
Because I can only tell the person who's looking for them where they are. It is all I remember, but it is my job. Are any of you the people that are looking for the boom boom?
Nagli stopped in her tracks, and the tiara jilted on her head.
We're looking for a cure to an illness, if that helps. Do you have any of those?
Lottie asked hopefully. Nagli shook her head.
I'm sorry, I've got none of those. Forget about the boom boom.
Wasn't even planning on remembering it, Kiota said happily.
The group continued on until the torch was nearly out and they could see a light at the end of the tunnel. Kiota shielded his eyes and said,
Hey, am I dead?
That's the exit, Lottie said helpfully before any of the others could bite back a nasty comment.
I can't go out into the light,
Nagli said.
But you can. Have fun with whatever you're doing or wherever you're going."
"I wouldn't exactly call it fun, but thanks anyways," Lilja said with a wolfish smile. "It's an adventure at least. Whoops!"
"Watch it there,"
Nagli said. Lilja slid on the slope outside of the cave. He bumped into Nagli, causing the crown to fall off her head and onto his own.
"Oh, pretty there,"
Nagli said, her eyes shimmering as the diamond tiara morphed into a jet-black crown in the shape of wolf fangs.
"Whoa!"
Lilja said, looking up at his head.
"Did that just happen?"
Let me try,
Lottie said, racing to her brother. She scooped the crown onto her ears, and it changed into an ice crystal headband.
"How unusual. It changes,"
Ionan said, looking at it with interest. He hopped out of the cave, changed back into a dragon, and asked,
"May I?"
Lilja took the crown off of Lottie with his teeth and set it atop Ionan's head. The thing grew long until it was a large golden crown with many jewels.
Let me try again,
Lottie said, hopping up and down.
No, me, Lilja barked. You two are acting like such children, Snowdrop said, shaking her head and snorting. It's a stupid crown.
"Actually, it's not just a crown,"
Nagli said, but Snowdrop didn't hear her. The Pegasus trotted to her companions, flew up, and knocked off the giant crown from Ionan's head. Then she slipped her ears inside. Snowdrop squealed as the crown turned into a wreath of beautiful flowers.
Oh, the crown turned into those flowers I like.
She flung the wreath to the ground and attacked it with an open mouth. But once her teeth were about to chomp off a bite, the crown turned back into a diamond tiara. While the others watched on in interest, Kia turned to Nagli and said,
So, thanks for leading us out of the caves.
"It was a small adventure, and you are very welcome,"
Nagli said.
"Back to the bones."
Don't you want the crown back?" Kia asked. Nagli shook her head.
"What use are fancy things to me if I only have the bones and myself to share them with? You can have it."
"Thanks," Kia said, smiling.
"Maybe one day I can come back and visit."
Nagli was already gone. Kia looked at Kiota, who was standing next to her. The two of them glanced back once before climbing down the small slope. Snowdrop kept on playing with the crown, tossing it onto her head and off again, trying to eat it before it turned back into metal, but she failed every time. Eventually, the mare got tired of her game. Frustrated that she couldn't eat the blossoms, she told Kia to leave it in her saddlebags, and that's where it stayed. Chapter 7. The Iceborne Mountains. "How much longer?" Kiota moaned from Ionan's scaly back as they flew around the mountain. "I'm beginning to see things. A white ghost thingy was on the ground following us, I know it." "Are you daft?" Ionan said, looking down for the white thingy. "Just a little longer," Kia answered. "I know the Icebornes are ahead." "Where?" Lilja questioned from his pack. "I'm getting tired of travelling." "Then maybe you should have stayed home instead of becoming a little stowaway," Kia said harshly. "If you want to keep complaining, you'll be sent back to the forest."
"And how do you plan to do that, Miss Kia?"
Ionan asked dryly.
"She'll magic us back,"
Kiota said, his eyes wide.
"Just wave her hands around and poof, we're gone. You know fairies can do magic." "Fairies can't do magic, you dunce," Kia snapped.
Kyoto's scared look was replaced with confusion.
"They can't?" "No. If you think they could, do you really believe I'd be walking all this way? Oh, sure, let's just have Kia forget about her magical teleportation powers because she wants to help the tourists."
"I don't see you doing much walking," Snowdrop muttered under her breath.
"But," Kiota said weakly, "there's stories in Nesting's Haven of fairies being able to heal in an instant and control the weather. You can make plants grow really well, can't you?"
"Maybe that was true long ago, but not anymore. Fairies can't control the weather, and my talent with plants is only a talent. We can't heal."
"But isn't there magic in the lands?"
Kiota asked. Kia nodded.
"There is magic, but there's only so much to go around. It's what makes the animals talk and gives fairies the ability to fly. I have a magical connection to my forest,
but I can't cast any spells myself. If every fairy had powers, we'd use up all the magic in a day and the lands would begin to die. The lands is made of magic and needs magic to survive. Without any magic, there'd be nothing left.
But isn't there another way? Kiota said.
The only way for a fairy to become magical is for them to become a witch. End of discussion.
Kia urged Snowdrop to beat her wings faster, and the mare let out a grunt of protest.
That's not what I was taught, Kiota protested.
Well, what I was taught about you wasn't correct either. You're not extinct, and you're certainly not a myth.
Our races seem to have the tragic flaw of never understanding each other and never wanting to, Ionan said. That, of all things, may be our downfall.
Like my family,
Kia whispered.
Like my friends,
Kiota added. Lottie, who had said nothing all morning, let out a sigh from her bag.
Don't worry, Lottie. We understand each other pretty well, so we won't fight all the time like they do,
Lilja whispered to his sister so the others didn't hear.
No, it's not that. It's the day we lost Mother, Lottie answered. I keep dreaming about her ever since we saw Kasif and that wolf that was following him.
Yeah, she looked pretty familiar, didn't she?
Lilja jumped into her pack to offer her his comfort.
Not just looked familiar. She smelled familiar too,
Lottie told her brother.
Do you think that maybe... Maybe. I'm not entirely sure. But what if she was Lottie?
Lilja suddenly got excited.
That would be the best.
Lottie smiled at her brother.
I would be so happy if she was still alive.
Me too.
Lilja smiled back at his sister. The two pups curled up together and were asleep within minutes. The fairy and a company looked at them sadly.
Poor Lottie,
Kia said softly so as not to wake the pups up.
She's been having nightmares lately. She hasn't been eating much either.
I've been watching her, Ionan rumbled. It is an affair of the heart that ails her, not the travelling.
Kiota nodded his head in agreement. Just then, Kia saw a bright red flash behind Kiota and Ionan.
Duck!
She yelled. Ionan flew lower to avoid being struck by whatever the red blur was. It was Scarlet, the small red bird from the forest.
Kia!
The bird yelled as it collided with her.
Scarlet, what's wrong?
Kia said in a worried tone.
It's Kasif, Scarlet told her. I've been flying non-stop for days to try and catch you. He's taken over the entire forest. All of his animals have fallen sick, and now he's blaming you. He's going to try to find you so he can kill you. That arrogant asshole!
Kia yelled into the sky.
How could he do this to me? I've only been gone a little while and he takes over all of my land. I'm going to kill him.
Calm down, Kia. We still have a long way to go until we make camp, so let's not get carried away, Kiota told her gently.
Stay calm? You expect me to stay calm after what he has done? He had no right to take my land, no right at all. Just wait till I get back to my land. I will hit him so hard his grandchildren will feel it.
Kiota is right. You need to keep yourself calm. All this talk of killing each other is horrible. The more you upset yourself, the better chance you'll have of falling off Snowdrop.
Ionan flew closer to them, looking happy at the thought.
I have a little bit of good news too, if you could call it that,
Scarlet informed the group.
Well, out with it then,
Kia commanded.
Kenai, Kasif's right-hand she-wolf, caught the sickness, and now she's dead,
Scarlet said.
Kenai?
Lottie and Lilja awoke, saying the name in unison.
That was our mom's name,
Lilja said.
Your mother?
Kia looked at the two wolf pups.
Yeah, her name was Kenai. She disappeared when we were only a few moons old, Lottie explained. Did she have mismatched eyes like me?
Scarlet thought.
She had white fur and the same eyes as you. Some animals were saying she had lost her pups in a forest fire a few months ago.
Lottie became very still. In a hushed voice, she replied,
That was her. We thought that wolf with Kasif looked familiar, but we couldn't figure out why,
Lilja said softly. A single tear fell down his cheek.
And now she's dead.
Lottie began to cry with her brother.
I'm sorry, Lottie and Lilja.
We're all here for you. Kia lifted the pups out of the packs and placed them onto her lap, compassion replacing the anger on her face. I love you both, and will make sure your mother will be buried properly. Even though I hate her fairy, I can at least do that.
I am sure she is at peace, Kiota offered, not knowing what else to say. Yes, certainly, Ionan told the young wolves, offering what comfort he felt he could. The Creator will give her rest.
The Creator? Kia said, looking at Ionan. I didn't know that the Accompanies had the same deity we do. You worship the Creator here. I thought that fairies had different gods, Kiota said in astonishment. Some do, but the main religion in the lands follows that of the Creator, Kia said. I'm really surprised that you know about the Creator in Nesting's Haven. I'm surprised you know about him in the lands, Kiota smiled. I suppose that's one thing fairies and Accompanies have in common.
We all have much to learn about one another, Ionan said.
He turned his attention to the pups, who were still crying.
Your mother loved you both very much. I'm sure you make her very proud being so brave on this journey.
I hope so,
Lilja said quietly.
At least we finally know what happened to her.
Yes,
Lottie sniffed.
It's better than never knowing. Creator, give her rest.
Lottie turned her head to the sky softly and said,
I love you, Mama.
2 days later, they reached the Iceborns. The mountains were enormous giants, with caverns existing within them, tempting the group to come and warm up from the shelter of the constant blizzards. Kia did not trust them, though, and purposely avoided the caverns in case they wandered too far in and became sacrificed to the endless tunnels within, for there was no Nagli to save them this time. Kia and Kiota changed into warmer clothes so they could keep going. Freezing white snow was up to Snowdrop's knees as she landed. There was a cliffside that was large enough for Ionan as a dragon to land on. He nearly fell in through a pit of seemingly harmless snow hundreds of feet deep.
Be careful,
Kia cried. Ionan struggled to get himself out of the sucking snow trap, and when he had managed to break free, landed gingerly on an icier patch nearby.
Dismount here,
Kia commanded when she saw that it was safe for Kiota to walk. Why? Kiota climbed off Ionan and walked over to Kia and Snowdrop.
The mountains are too dangerous to fly over. The wind and snow will almost certainly knock us out of the sky if we don't lose air to breathe first, Kia told him.
That's fine with me.
Ionan took the form of a small cat and jumped on Kyoto's shoulder.
This is a rather comfortable spot. My turn to ride, instead of the other way around.
Please get off my shoulder, I don't want to carry you, Kiota growled.
Oh, but it's fine for me to carry you, I see, Ionan hissed.
Be nice, Kiota. It may be dangerous for him to walk on his own, Kia said softly.
Ionan's eyes widened, and he said, Thank you, Kia.
I hate having to make the pups walk, but they're too big to carry myself, Kia said. Do you think you guys can handle it? We'll forge ahead, Kia,
Lilja said bravely.
We wish to make our mother proud.
With that, their climb up the mountain began. Members of the party had fallen many times on the treacherous slopes. Kia pushed her companions to travel for long periods, and they only stopped for a few minutes at a time so they wouldn't freeze to death in the icy temperatures.
I'm so cold,
Lilja complained.
I want to go home. I'm cold too,
Lottie added.
And I'm hungry.
I know,
Kia gasped through the thin air, hanging onto Snowdrop's halter.
But you'll just have to be patient. We're almost to the top. The valley shouldn't be far.
Kia, it's been 6 days since we started up this mountain. You're going on a thief's word here. We all need a break, Kiota yelled from behind her.
Don't you go whining like a child, Ionan commanded. We have no time for it, and you know that.
Kia reached back and took Kyoto's hand in hers.
I hate what I'm putting you through. I'm sorry.
Kyoto's foot struck a patch of ice. He fell back and was saved by Kia grabbing tightly onto his hand. Ionan, however, was not so lucky. He slipped from Kyoto's shoulders and plummeted, and no one reached out to catch him.
Kiota let out a cry as his changer's claws caught on a sheet of ice leaning off the rocks far below, which was too tiny for Kia or Kiota to navigate. Under his weight, the ice began breaking.
Help me!
Ionan yelled. What's going on? Why can't he change shape? Kia looked at Kiota desperately for answers. It's too cold. Most changers can only morph in warm temperatures. He's going to fall to his death, Kiota answered hastily. We have to help him. I can do it. Lottie took off onto the ledge, racing down to save Ionan. Wait for me! Lilja quickly followed his sister down the snowy mountain. Pups, wait! Kia cried, but they didn't hear her. Ionan, are you okay? Lottie called as she ran through the freezing snow.
Yes, I have grabbed the ledge, but I can't hold on much longer,
the changer called back. I'm coming, just hold on, Lottie called back. Slow down, Lottie, you're going too fast. Lilja stopped to take a breath while his sister continued to race toward the changer. Lilja shook his face of snow and cried, I can't catch up to you. You can't do this on your own. Lottie didn't hear her brother. She was too busy thinking about what would happen if she didn't make it to Ionan in time. If he fell and died, she would be mad at both herself and life. But if she caught him, she would be a hero. Saving Ionan would make up for her mother's horrible death. Kenai's fall kept replaying in her mind, over and over and over. I'm almost there, Ionan. Just a little bit farther to go and I'll have you.
Lottie, it's too dangerous. Go back,
Ionan demanded. She ignored his orders and ran over a sheet of rock that crumbled apart to the depths below once she had crossed over. She turned to face the top of the mountain again. Lilja hadn't moved since the last time he had called to her, stranded due to the collapsed rock. Grab onto my tail and I'll get you to the top, she commanded, looking Ionan in the eyes. Ionan did as he was told, latching onto her tail with sharp claws. Lottie swung him up to where she stood and grabbed the scruff of his neck. She then began to run back up the snowy peak. Lilja paced back and forth while Lottie struggled to make the climb. Finally, there was nothing left to latch onto. It was a clear jump from where she was to Lilja. She wasted no time and took the leap, but as she was hurtling through the air, she knew that she couldn't make it. In an effort to save the changer, she tossed Ionan to the ledge, latching onto the ice with her claws and struggling to get herself up. But her paws slipped at the last minute. In the moment she fell, Lilja saw his mother, plummeting to her doom in the flowing river. Mother! He yelled, and reached out to grab Lottie. His teeth dug into her scruff, and he pulled Lottie up onto the ledge in an immense feat of strength. The two pups collapsed into a heap of fur, panting heavily. Kia had slid down next to them. She carefully lifted the pups up the slope and scooped Ionan into her arms, carrying him to safety. With help from Kiota, she climbed back up to the ledge where they had been when Ionan had fallen.
Thank you for saving me, young wolf. I owe my life to you,
Ionan said, lying in the snow and trying to catch his breath. And I owe my life to my brother. Lottie looked at Lilja with a grateful expression. I just couldn't lose you, Lottie. Not after losing our mother. I wouldn't be able to handle life anymore, Lilja replied, giving a cough. I'm just happy everyone's okay and that no one got hurt in that whole ordeal. Kia smiled, if not in a frightened way. I think we should get moving. We only have a little ways to go. Watch out for ice. It's dangerous, Kiota said in a joking tone, clinging to Ionan. They all laughed nervously, then continued their steep climb. 2 hours later, they stood at the top of the large mountain. The other side was smooth and flat, with no ledges standing out against the white surface. Kia stopped and stared down at the steep decline, pondering all the sharp boulders. Come on, we could roll down this side, no problem, and I'm sure the valley's only a short walk away, Kiota chuckled. Yes, we could, or we could just walk about 40 feet to the left and go visit the unicorns, Kia said with a grin. Kiota turned around and gasped. Down a small path and under the mountains, the snow had ended and became a lush green valley, the most lovely he had seen in his life. The valley seemed to be permanently stuck in a warm spring, with wildflowers blooming and the grass greener than emeralds.
It was a strange sight with the snowy mountains all around it. He saw at least 50 unicorns, with coats in all shades of the rainbow.
Yes, there's always that, he said in a soft, embarrassed tone. Kia threw back her head and laughed.
Come on, we have a cure to find.
She began the short walk to the herd where the cure for the sickness lay. As she did so, her friends cheered in happiness. The unicorns could have cared less about their presence. They simply went on with their simple lifestyle of eating and sleeping. The travellers, however, were amazed by their existence. Some were just as they imagined, the most beautiful horses in the world with horns. Others were nothing like they had assumed. Some had cloven hooves and the heads of deer, others oxen tails or twisted horns instead of straight. Some had scales, and there was one who looked more like a dragon than a unicorn. They were the most pure and lovely creatures they had ever seen, and the flowers bounded around them as if they enjoyed being a part of the valley the unicorns called home. Snowdrop became quite jealous in their presence. Kiota and Ionan couldn't rip their eyes away. Changers could turn into unicorns, of course, but the ones back in Nesting's Haven were not anywhere near as wonderful as the beasts that resided here. Ionan looked at them longingly, wishing for the first time in his life that he could transform into a unicorn instead of just a horse.
Be on your guard. We just have to ask a unicorn what the cure is and get out of here. I don't like the sound of the fairy who takes care of them, Kia whispered.
She can't be that dangerous, Kiota said. He started walking slowly toward a green mare with a long mane. The group walked towards the creature. The unicorn's head rose up. She began to do a nervous dance, skittishly jogging away.
Easy, girl. We just want to talk,
Kia started, holding out a hand.
Leave that unicorn alone,
a voice cried, and everyone jumped. They turned to see a tall, scrawny fairy with her hand at a dagger in her belt. She had blood-red streaks running through her black hair, with the ears and tail of a fox that were the exact same colour. Her black eyes seemed more ancient than anything they had ever seen. She didn't look that scary, but there was something about her that was.
I need help,
Kia told the other fairy carefully. The group stood still, fearful of the newcomer.
My forest is infected with a plague called the Night Death, and I was told I could find the cure here. Is that true?
Aye, 'tis true,
the fairy said, putting away her dagger slowly.
How long has your forest been infected?
Since spring, Kia said. I know summer is almost over, but I'm hoping it's not too late.
There may not be hope for your creatures. Then again, there may be a way to save them, the fairy said simply. Vixen's name is Vixen, keeper of the unicorns.
The small fairy spread her arms wide, as if to show the group the perfect animals they had already seen.
I am Kiatana, keeper of the Varanian forest. This is Kiota and Ionan, a company and changer. The pups are Lottie and Lilja, and my pegasus is Snowdrop, Kia told her. I must return home soon. My land has been under siege, and the only reason I haven't returned is because I need this cure.
Come with Vixen. Vixen can get you the cure.
Vixen led the small group through the herd and to a small shack on the other side of the open field. They sat on the lawn outside until Vixen came prancing out with a black bag.
Where is it? I can't save my forest unless you give me this cure, Kia demanded.
You will not receive what you ask for until after you answer Vixen's riddle, Vixen replied. It is a protective charm that the first keeper of the unicorns put on this land long ago. Everyone must answer a riddle before taking anything from the herd. Vixen is unable to help you unless you figure it out.
Ask, and please hurry, I don't have time to play games, Kia said quickly.
Very well, Vixen said softly. What is as red as the blood that drips from its protrusions, yet is as soft and sweet as a babe's hair? The gods bow before its might, and the angels write sonnets to celebrate its beauty. It is the one thing that is the same colour as Vixen's hair.
That's easy. The only thing that's the same colour as a vixen is a fox, Kiota answered.
You are wrong, my friend. Terribly wrong.
Vixen smiled slyly.
Kiota, What if by saying vixen she's referring to herself? Kia asked him. Then it's a rose, Lottie said. Her hair is the same colour as a rose, which is also the same colour as blood. The protrusions are thorns, as your blood drips off them when you prick yourself. A rose smells very sweet and the petals are soft. The gods fear their might because a rose is far prettier than even the most beautiful god. The answer is a rose. You answer correctly, young wolf. Where did you get to be so wise? Vixen asked gently. I'm not wise. I just happen to adore roses, Lottie replied. Very well. Here is your prize. Vixen handed Kia the horn of a unicorn. Stab it into the ground in the centre of your forest, and all will be well. Vixen promises. With that, the fairy vanished on the spot. As each of them pondered where Vixen had gone, the biggest unicorn they had ever seen stepped out of the shadows of the giant mountains. The stallion stood 19 hands high, with silver hooves and eyes that sparkled like starlight. He was a perfect, spotless cream, and had a magnificent golden horn nearly 3 feet long in the middle of his head. His mane reached down to his knees, his tail nearly to the ground. They were wavy and shiny, flowing behind him like a robe. He seemed as old as Vixen, but his body was one of a young and muscular animal. This, they knew, was a king among beasts. Greetings to you. The unicorn dipped his head and his low voice echoed along the valley. My name is Dragonstar, leader of the herd and Vixen's right hand. I heard whispers of your journey from across the mountains and saw you on my patrols. You looked like you needed guidance. You were the white thingy that was following us, Kiota said defensively. On the contrary, Dragonstar said, you were following me. You couldn't have gotten here without my careful guidance. Look over there. He pointed his horn at a group of unicorns that were standing on a hill nearby, their manes blowing in the wind. The group tore their eyes away from these creatures to look back at Dragonstar. But when they did, he had disappeared as well. Here 1 minute and gone the next, Snowdrop muttered irritably. But before she could make another comment, the group of unicorns walked down the hill and began circling the group. There were 7 of them, and they all seemed to travel in pairs, every shade from red to purple. The unicorns circled them, whispering amongst themselves. The unicorns and travellers stood there, blinking at each other for a long time. Finally, Kia snapped. If you're not going to say anything, then let us pass. She stepped forward, but a blue stallion put his knife-like horn down in front of her. No, he said. You will hear us out. May you speak then, Ionan said. He was looking at the equines with curiosity, and his cat ears peaked in attention. Kasif's own have turned against him, a grey mare spoke up. The sickness of your land has spread now to the plains. They have grown weary and tired of fighting for him. You need not worry about them now. The biggest enemy is yet to come. Excuse me? Lottie said. How do you even know anything about the... We have our ways. We listen to how the land cries and hear the gossip that travels from creature to creature. News of the night death has spread far and wide, the grey mare replied. If there's anything worth knowing about back home, my father will send a letter to me. I don't need silly rumours to get me upset. Kia crossed her arms and stared the unicorn down. Family, one of the mares cried. There is betrayal from within, and not only one. Each will turn on the other until there may be none left. Lover against lover, and brother against sister. Many bonds will be broken to be retied with the enemy. But this may not pass until the first that is yet to come. What in all the lands are you talking about? Have you gone off your tail? Lilja asked. The prophecy is nigh, a stallion cried. Did you just say nay? Kiota asked slowly. No, nigh, he screamed. All of the unicorns began rearing on their back legs and screamed, The prophecy is nigh! Kia, I'm scared. Lottie shivered. The fairy patted her fur. Lilja snarled and began to pounce, but not before Ionan stepped in front of him. Wait, he whispered. They stomped their hooves as the leader proclaimed,
And she is coming, the child who brings the prophecy. In order to unbind and to set free, they must find the items 3. And there shall be many, and they will form as one. Prophecy, young ones, prophecy!"
"But not yet!" another mare cried. The unicorns grew silent, and the travellers huddled against each other. "First, they must face the nightmares. The nightmares and the night terrors will be waiting for them, hiding in the bodies of the dead sick. He will sell himself to control them, and by his master's bidding, he will flood each of the lands one by one." "I don't think Kasif would go that far," Kia said with doubt. "Heed me," he said. "There will be much to face when you get back." With these last words, the unicorns left. They filed out, one by one, in a long, curving line that writhed like a snake. "Spooky," Kiota said. "More like silly. Whatever that fairy has been feeding them, I think she should look into it." Kia picked up one of her bags that had dropped on the ground.
"They spoke of prophecy. The unicorns have untold power, and therefore I will remember their words," Ionan said. "Most of what I heard made absolutely no sense, but I will remember it all the same."
"Then you are a fool," Kia shot at him. She turned her back on the changer and he snuffed, his cat tail twitching in irritation. He cleaned his paw and said,
"Whatever you may think, what the unicorns foretold about these nightmares must be true. Kasif has sold himself to take control over the sickness in its darkest, most real form. We're up for a real fight once we get back, and I thought I had seen the last of war." His claws retracted in and out of the ground.
"By the sound of them, you're going to see a lot more of it. That was scary,"
Lottie said, eyes wide.
"It was only frightening because you didn't understand what they were telling you."
Ionan cuddled next to the pup in a very father-like manner.
"Don't worry about it, for it will all sort out."
"I like Dragonstar," Lilja said excitedly. "He doesn't go around saying crazy things. He just slips in and out when he wants to. And if you're bad, you go splat under his feet. I wonder if we can find him again."
He looked around eagerly. "This isn't a game of hide and seek. We've got the cure, now let's go," Kia said. Ionan started pacing back and forth and muttered,
"Prophecy, 3 items, a child. What does all this mean?"
Kia jumped as something landed on her shoulder. It was only Malachi's messenger falcon, and it had a new note on its back. "Thank you," Kia replied, taking the note. She unravelled the message and began to read.
"Kia, there has been news of the sickness growing worse as Kasif moves in his forces. You had better take a shortcut through the Black Woods if you want to make it home before Kasif destroys everything. Don't worry about finding the Black Woods. It's circled on the map from previous use. Careful. Too many people get hurt or lost in there."
Her father hadn't left his signature, but she knew it was his handwriting. She scowled, for he hadn't bothered to fare her well. "The Black Woods," Kia murmured. She crumpled up the note and stuffed it in her dress pocket before grabbing her bag.
"Let's get going. It's going to take a while to get home," Kiota urged.
"Home?" Kia asked with a strange look.
Kiota looked cowed. "Oh, sorry. Is it all right if I call it that?"
Kia smiled. "You've done as much as I have on this quest to save the forest. I guess you can." Kiota laughed, but Ionan didn't even smile. He looked at Kiota and whispered under his breath,
"But Nesting's Haven is our home."
The company didn't hear him. Chapter 8. Wolf's Poison. It took another long 6 days to get back out of the mountains. They travelled eagerly now, with the cure in hand and hope renewed. Ionan and Snowdrop's muscles were soon too strained to fly anymore, so the group began walking for a few days in order to rest their wings. Lottie and Lilja decided to walk on the ground to ease Snowdrop's load. They were able to keep up with the horses due to their growing size and the immense endurance they had inherited from their ancestors. They were not as little as they had been when they had left the forest. Trees soon began where the iceborns ended.
They charged through the brush, wondering which fairy owned this land, though it was soon obvious no fairy resided here. The animals were too wild and the plant life too mangled to indicate being taken care of by a master. Indeed, the deeper they went into the trees, the darker it got. The trees themselves had turned black and mangled, with twisting branches that were absent of any leaves, and the very grass beneath their feet became nothing more than dust.
"Be on your guard," Kia warned. "Anything could be hiding in this forest."
Ionan was more cautious than usual. His pegasus hooves danced nervously on the ground, and he jumped at the crackling sounds of the branches, shielding Kiota and the pups from harm with his wings.
"What's his deal?"
Kia asked sharply, more apprehensive than annoyed. "Changers are naturally overprotective. It's a survival instinct to keep us alive, and a reason why they get jealous so easily," Kiota explained.
"Better me than him,"
Ionan said in a hushed voice. He perked his ears forward and said,
"Some creature is moving out there. I suspect we're being followed."
"What do you smell, Lottie?"
Kia asked, noticing the wolf's nose flaring. The pup took a few steps forward and said,
"I'm not sure. It smells like blood."
"Not a good sign. Let's hope something has died nearby instead of it being what I think it is."
Kia's face looked grim. "What do you think it is?" Kiota asked, looking fearfully at the groaning trees.
"An Ortuzan,"
Kia said nervously. She urged Snowdrop on, who kept shying at the faces in the tree trunks. "Well, if we do run into one," Kiota asked, "how do we kill it?"
"We don't," Kia answered. "Ortuzans can only be killed by a true wolf's bite."
"A true wolf's bite? What does that mean?"
Lilja asked from her side.
"A wolf's bite is poisonous to Ortuzans. Since they only take the appearance of wolves to better hunt and deceive, Ortuzans are simply an image, a lie of what they really are. If a real wolf bites an Ortuzan, a poisonous reaction spreads through their blood and kills them."
"Lottie and I can protect you then. You have nothing to worry about,"
Lilja said by her side.
"I'm not risking your necks to save mine, thank you very much,"
Kia snapped.
"Who do you think I am, sending kids out to fight monsters while the adults run away? You must always be aware when fighting Ortuzans. They have the power in their venom to make you forget."
"Forget what?" Kiota said.
"Forget everything. Ortuzan venom is magical. If an Ortuzan bites you, you can't remember your past, your loved ones, or even your name. They use it while hunting to get their prey confused. If you get Ortuzan venom in your blood, your memory will vanish. Luckily, Ortuzans don't use their venom that often. It takes too much energy to poison a victim. So much that they often lose their dinner while doing it." "I thought if an Ortuzan bit you, you lived and turned into one of them," Lilja said. "That's what my mother always said." "It takes a lot of venom for an Ortuzan to change you into one of their kind," Kia said. "They'd rather just eat you alive."
"If they're that horrible, why don't you just cast them out of the lands?" Kiota asked.
"I can't get rid of the Ortuzans. It's law that no race can ever be banned from the lands."
"But I thought you were the princess," Kiota said with a small voice. Kia let out a skeptical noise.
"Technically, I could override the law, but that would make the citizens of Mortica very angry, because if one race can be banished, there's nothing stopping the monarchy from throwing out anyone for no reason whenever we feel like it."
"Mortica? What is that?" Ionan said.
"It's what the lands were called many years ago, back in the old fairy language. Nobody uses the name anymore, ever since the humans came and taught us their tongue. I just used it out of old habit, because my mother always called it Mortica. Unlike your Great One, I don't have unlimited power as a princess."
"The Great One is not all-knowing," Ionan said. "He dwells in the forms of anything he wishes, whether it be a fairy or an animal, or even a plant. At first appearance, the Great One is a normal creature, but when his need is called, he changes into a shining, otherworldly being of light and power."
"So the Great One is a light spirit who watches over accompanies and changes," Kia said.
"The Great One guides lost companies and changers to their true destinies, and stops wars with his peacekeeping manner. The last and current Great One ended the Despondent long ago," Ionan said.
The Despondent, Kia whispered. Why is that name familiar?
Didn't you learn any history? Kiota asked. The group stopped in their tracks, shocked he knew more than Kia did. He looked at them and said, What? I know stuff too. The Despondent was a war fought between fairies and companies. There was a horrid famine in the lands, and my people never got any sun, since we had to hide all the time. So both sides were malnourished. The population dropped like a rock. If you lived through the next night, you were considered lucky. Didn't the Ortuzans and other dark things flourish during this time? Kia asked, recalling her schooling from years ago. I would think so. It was when the laws of companies being the masters of changes were first laid down. So who won the war? Lottie asked, interested to hear this story. The fairies, Kiota said. There were too few of us and too many of them. The fairies took over the lands, and we fled to Nesting's Haven. So that means your races are natural-born enemies, Lilja said, looking at the two. Kiota shrugged. I guess. That's why it's forbidden for me to associate with Kia, though I'm still going to do it anyway. He smiled sweetly at his companion, and she smiled back.
If the Great One found out that you two were in love, he'd kill us all, Ionan said. Which is why you should not be together. It's irresponsible.
What do you know about being in love, Ionan? Kia said. If you felt this way, you'd understand.
I know exactly how love feels, Miss Kia. Probably more so than you, and you're both putting us all in danger, Ionan argued. Fairies and companies shouldn't be together. It isn't right.
Why? Because someone else said so? Kia asked.
I'd rather risk death to be with Kia than survive and pretend we didn't have feelings for each other, Kiota said. Besides, how would the Great One ever find out? Lottie and Lilja looked at each other, then at the couple. The past history of war between their kinds didn't seem to bother Kia and Kiota much, if at all. Lilja went to speak again, but Ionan suddenly halted in his tracks and said, Hush, I hear something.
Hear what? Kia whispered.
Ionan didn't answer right away.
I have a feeling we're being hunted.
Kia put her hand on her dagger. As the stars loomed overhead, all of them felt an ominous chill in the air. There was a rustling in the bushes ahead. The group prepared to spring, but it was only a simple she-wolf, one who had black fur with caramel streaks. She looked well-fed and was almost as beautiful as the unicorns they had seen before.
Are you lost?
The she-wolf asked, putting out a small paw daintily.
You look very tired.
The travellers sighed wearily. We're not exactly lost, but we do need a place to stay for the night, Kia said. Who are you? The wolf flashed her white canines prettily.
I am Carmilla. I live here in the Black Woods. There's an old abandoned castle further down the road that you could rest in. I could lead you to it.
I don't know, Lilja said in mistrust. He began to walk in the other direction.
I can help you,
the wolf replied sweetly, blocking his way. Her black eyes had a flash of gold in them, but unlike Kiota's golden eyes, hers were colder.
Follow me and I'll get you out of this mess.
Kiatana, I wouldn't,
Ionan warned. For some reason, the sight of the wolf made him bristle in apprehension. She's just trying to help. Do you want to get to the Varanian forest or wander round these trees forever? Kia asked. She urged Snowdrop on, who was spooking even more so now that the wolf had appeared. The she-wolf started walking through the trees, and the group began to follow. The twins fell behind, and Lilja whispered to his sister, Be on your guard, Lottie. I don't trust her.
I don't either,
Lottie growled.
Something about her doesn't smell right. She's not normal.
The wolf led them to a rickety old castle made of black stone and wood, which was crumbling to pieces around them.
It's not much,
Carmilla said, and she pushed open a large wooden door with one paw.
But it's enough. My pack lives inside here.
Once Carmilla opened the door, the foul smell of blood met their nostrils. Snowdrop refused to go in until Kia dismounted and led her in herself. The travellers peered inside and saw several wolves lying on the stone, their eyes glittering greedily.
Lottie and Lilja went to go in after Ionan and Kiota, but Carmilla and the other wolves blocked their entrance.
"We want to stay with our friends,"
Lilja said, and tried to shove past her. Carmilla growled and towered over him threateningly.
"It looks like the wolf pup has forgotten his place. There's not enough room in here."
"What are you talking about? The castle's huge,"
Lottie protested.
"There's no more room. If you care about your friends, you will sleep outside."
Carmilla shut the large wooden door before they had another chance to protest. Neither of the pups could rest that night. They stood warily under the half-moon, unsure of what to do. Lilja started pacing back and forth.
"They don't want us inside for some reason. But for what? It's obvious what they told us was a lie. Why would they want to keep us out?"
"Because,"
Lottie's eyes widened.
"Oh, Lilja, because we're the only ones who can protect them. The wolves and that rotten blood smell. There are Tuzans."
The wolf pups jumped forward and started slamming themselves up against the wooden door, but it wouldn't open, no matter how hard they struck it.
"They've bolted it. They knew we would figure it out eventually,"
Lilja breathed.
"There's got to be another way in."
Lottie rose up on her hind legs.
"Up there,"
she pointed with her paw. A large ruin that had fallen from the castle sat atop a hill nearby. If they rolled the ruin down the hill, it would slam right through the door. They raced up the hillside.
"Ready?"
she asked.
1, 2, 3.
Both pups pushed on the rock, but they found that, like the door, it wouldn't move.
"We can't do it, Lottie. It's too heavy,"
Lilja groaned, shoving his shoulder into the rock. Lottie shook her head and said,
"It's not an option to fail, Lilja. We can do this. One more time. 1, 2, 3.
The pups closed their eyes and shoved with all their might. The rock moved at the touch of their paws, and they jumped back. The ruin started rolling down the hill, gathering speed. Then, with the sound of breaking wood, the ruin crashed into the door. The pups jumped over the stone and in through the opening, fangs bared. Inside the castle, in a room far away from the exit, the pack of wolves watched the group with hunger in their eyes. Ionan looked around nervously, eyeing the clothes that were scattered along the floor.
"The big one's a changer,"
a large black male whispered to a silver-coloured female at his side.
"So he is,"
the female replied, licking her paw clean.
"I've never had a changer before."
"Wonderful catch, Carmilla. I knew we could count on you for dinner,"
another wolf said, softly wagging her tail.
"It was nothing, Iris,"
Carmilla responded proudly.
"Darling, why don't you ever call me mother anymore? It breaks my heart,"
Iris said, with a voice that was sickly sweet.
"You may have made me, Iris, but you will never be my mother,"
Carmilla said coldly, eyeing Kia.
"What's going on here?"
Kia asked, her voice cracking nervously. The wolves around them snickered as Iris grinned.
"I'm surprised you haven't figured it out yet,"
Iris said. She snatched a purple velvet dress from the floor and threw it into the air with her jaws. Her body twisted and contorted into that of a human, and the dress slipped easily over her head as she transformed. Her hair was black with streaks of white running through it, her eyes a sharp gold colour.
"We're the predators and you're the prey,"
Iris purred.
"Wait, you're—"
Kia choked on her own words.
"Or Tuzans,"
Iris said, her voice dripping with poison. The group watched in horror as the 20 or so wolves changed into vampiric creatures, tossing on their clothes as easily as Iris and staring at the group eagerly. The Ortuzan called Iris smiled at them devilishly.
"Get them!"
At Iris's command, the pack attacked. The group dove out of the way, scattering around the room.
"What do we do?"
Kiota asked, looking desperately between Kia and Ionan.
"We do our best to fight them off and hope a miracle occurs,"
Kia said, drawing her knives.
"Wound as many as possible."
Ionan changed from Pegasus to lion and began charging at a silver-haired female wearing a long black gown. He tackled her to the ground and tore into her pale white flesh. only to find that any wound he made would simply heal within a few seconds.
"We can't hurt them, they heal themselves,"
he called to the others before the woman dug her sharp fingernails into his side. She scratched at him until he set her free, his loud yowl echoing throughout the chambers. Long gashes ran down his sides where she had clawed, while red blood dripped from the wounds slowly. On the other side of the room, Kia stood in front of Kiota defensively, swinging her knives at Iris and two blonde males who appeared to be twins. The silver of the knives flashed in the pale light as she attacked, but the Ortuzans were too fast. She swung out at one of the blonde Ortuzans, and he bent backward before coming up and swatting at her face with sharp nails. As this occurred, the other blonde struck at her neck like a cobra, his fangs glistening in the moonlight. Kiota grabbed him and flung him across the room into a small female. "Let me see one of those knives," Kiota said quickly, reaching his hand toward Kia. "Why?" she asked, dodging a blow from Iris, then stabbing one knife into the remaining blonde's side. He snarled angrily and reached for her, only to be caught and dragged off by Ionan. "I can do more damage," Kiota answered, wheeling around and punching a small white-haired male who was trying to sneak up behind them. The Ortuzan doubled over, and Kia quickly handed Kiota a knife. He took it quickly and stabbed it into his opponent's throat. Blood gushed from the wound and onto Kyoto's shirt before the cut vanished completely, healing around the blade. Snowdrop had been pinned in a corner by two silver-haired females, one much taller than the other, and a black-haired male. The Pegasus got up on her hind legs and swung out at the predators, striking one in the jaw and shattering another's arm. Out of nowhere, a loud boom echoed throughout the palace. The door buckled from some immense weight and caved in, shattering into thousands of small wooden splinters. Two small figures stood in the doorway, and it wasn't long before Iris figured out what they were. "Wolves!" she called. "Quickly, get upstairs!" "Lottie, Lilja!" Kia cried happily as the Ortuzans began to flee. At second glance, they didn't look very much like the pups that they had been travelling with before. Red blood ran down their coats and mouths, and their fur was standing on end as their fangs remained bared. One large male simply stared at the two small pups.
"They're only little ones,"
he said, a smile spreading across his face.
"It's so easy to take care of the little ones."
He then rushed forward to pin down Lottie. She yelped in pain. Lilja jumped on top of the large man, sinking his teeth into the flesh of his neck. The Ortuzan jumped up, throwing Lilja to the floor. The pup lay unmoving as the Ortuzan roared angrily. He began to cry out in pain, collapsing onto the floor. A few seconds later, his cries stopped, and it was certain that he was dead. Lottie rushed over to her brother and nudged him gently. "I'm fine," he said, getting up. "Just a little stunned." "What did you do to him, you filthy mutt?" A blonde female came tearing down the stairs and toward the pups. "What did you do to him?" She fell by the dead man's side and scooped his head into her lap. "Please, Orlanta, you must wake up. You must be okay." Tears of black ran down her cheeks. She jerked her head up to glare at the two wolves. She pushed her fallen love aside and charged towards them, screaming her hatred as she did. Lottie jumped up and latched herself onto the Ortuzan's arm. The woman screamed and slammed Lottie against a wall before falling in a heap next to the man she had called Orlanta. "My daughter!" a female with brown hair and strangely long limbs called from the stairs. "It is too late for her, Marinia. We must go." Iris grabbed the woman's arm and pulled her up the old staircase. "But she's my baby!" Marinia began to sob and tugged against Iris's hold. "The only thing that lies back there is death, Marinia." Iris tugged harder, but the woman broke free, running toward her fallen daughter. Lilja jumped in front of the stairs and snarled, barring the way. "Make a choice, leech. Die now, or leave with the others," he growled fiercely. Marinia looked desperately from her dead daughter to the wolf in her way. "I beg the gods that one day, Wolf, you'll feel the pain of losing your child," she cried, before she ran back up the stairs to where the others had retreated. "I feel kind of bad for her," Lottie said, walking next to her brother. "She did lose her daughter after all." "Are you insane, Lottie? She tried to kill us," Snowdrop protested, still shaking.
But she chose to run, so she will keep on living, Lilja answered. Is everyone else okay?
He turned to where Kia and Kiota sat on the floor. Ionan was beside them, panting.
I'm fine, the fairy said, examining a cut on her arm. This seems to be the worst of it.
Not quite. Your head is bleeding. Kiota used his shirt to wipe the blood from Kia's forehead. Looks like one of the slivers of wood from the door got you there. He placed a finger on her nose playfully.
Well, what happened to you? You're just about covered in blood, Kia said, pointing out his shirt.
None of it is mine, Kiota answered. Most of it is from the Ortuzans.
How about you, Ionan? Are you okay?
Lottie asked, walking over to the large lion.
One of them got me pretty good on both sides, but it appears to already be healing. I should be all right,
Ionan answered, gasping with pain. The long gashes on his sides had stopped bleeding and were now just long scabs, but she could tell it was a very painful injury.
How are you, brave little wolves?
I have a bruise on my head from when I fell, and Lottie has one on her side from hitting a wall, Lilja answered. But we're good. We killed many. I'm fine as well, just a slight scratch, but I can walk, Snowdrop said. Good. Now let's get out of here, Kia said, standing. We're all fine.
Fine? We are not all fine. That was completely and utterly insane.
Ionan heaved, his sides shaking.
You nearly got us all killed in here. I told you not to follow her, but don't listen to the changer.
If I remember correctly, you followed me in here, Kia shouted back. Stop trying to blame me for everything that happens.
She walked off, out of the castle, and back into the woods. Kiota followed her into the trees, not bothering to change his blood-caked shirt. He found her sitting on a tree stump, bawling her eyes out. Hey, it's okay. Don't listen to Ionan. He was just a little upset. Kiota sat by her and put his arm around her shoulders.
He has every right to be, because he's right, Kia sobbed. I nearly got us killed.
I didn't say anything to stop you from following Carmilla. It's just as much my fault as it is yours. Kia's sniffing subsided, and she wiped her eyes.
You should tend to Ionan. He got hurt worse than the rest of us back there.
He'll be fine. What matters now is taking care of you, Kiota said. Kia looked up at him with her pink eyes. She kissed him softly, and he kissed her back. But they didn't stop there. They continued, the seconds growing into minutes, and their terror changing into desire. The sickness, the travelling, the exhaustion, Kiota and Kia only sought to find comfort in each other. Without another thought, they gave way to passion under the leafy black of the trees. Ionan was left alone to lead the weary Snowdrop and the brave pups out of the castle. He found a clearing nearby. The lion changed into a dragon, waiting for the other two to come back. As the hours passed, he grew anxious. He sensed where Kiota and Kia were and knew they were safe. All the same, he didn't have the heart to go looking for them. He looked after Snowdrop and the pups, tending to their injuries while he hobbled around from his sore wounds. He finally lay down after he had taken care of himself. The pups collapsed next to him to rest.
Ionan, what's wrong?
Lottie asked, placing a paw on his scaled claw. Ionan looked away from her.
Nothing that should bother you, young pup.
Nothing at all. Chapter 9. Making the Way Back. They travelled mainly in silence, the only conversation seeming to pass between the wolves or Kia and Kiota. Ionan ignored the other travellers as best he could. "What's your problem, Ionan?" Kiota asked, on a day that Ionan was being particularly grumpy.
"Oh, nothing. Why do you care?"
he snapped. He turned away from his company, flicking his horsey tail at his face. "Well, fine, don't talk to me," Kiota mumbled, upset that he was being rejected. "It's okay, Kiota," Kia said, placing a hand on his shoulder, coming up behind him as Ionan stalked away. "He'll get over whatever it is soon enough, I think, and everything will be as close to normal as possible." "Close to normal?" Snowdrop came up by her side. Kia, we're travelling in the middle of nowhere with 2 wolves and a company and changer who aren't supposed to exist, all to bring back a mysterious cure for a mysterious illness from a couple of wacko unicorns who are also not supposed to exist. Not to mention dealing with Ortuzans, elves, monsters. Oh yes, just your ordinary vacation, all right.
I get your point,
Kia said, shoving the mare away.
but really, Kyoto, just don't think about it. The tension has to die down eventually.
Yeah, okay. Kyoto shrugged and walked towards the front of the group where he had been before. After all this time, the tension is only getting worse. What makes you think it's going to get better? Snowdrop said, trying to comfort her fairy. Kia pulled an apple out of her bag and gave it to Snowdrop to shut her up. The mare chewed happily, and Kia sighed, hoping that after all they had been through, the group wasn't falling apart now. Kia thought that the plains couldn't have gotten much worse when she left them, but they had. Sparse grass grew here and there, but most of the ground was dusty and dry. They had to go hours out of their way just to find water, and the water they did find was sparse. The group fought for their share against other creatures. It was lucky Ionan and Kyoto were there to scare others away, because the few animals they had come across at the waterhole were vicious. Snowdrop was getting hungry from not finding anything to eat and was losing weight rapidly. Maybe that was the reason nobody noticed what happened until it did. The next day, when they all woke up, Kia got a feeling that something was wrong. She cast aside her sleeping bag and sat up to see Snowdrop pawing at the ground half-heartedly, her ears back and her eyes clouded over. "My tummy hurts," Snowdrop moaned. Kia held out an apple, but she shook her head no. Ionan rose and yawned, emerging from his deepest thoughts during his meditative rest. When the dragon saw Snowdrop, he snapped awake, his eyes narrowed. His giant tail lashed as he asked,
Kyoto, how long has she been like this?
"Been like what?" he asked. Kia pointed to her mare, and Kyoto said, "Oh, I thought she was just grumpy." "Why didn't you wake me sooner?" Kia asked in a panic. Kyoto rushed over, tripping over himself to get to Snowdrop, but Ionan got there first. He was only a few steps away from the mare before Kia blocked his way and said, "Don't you dare come near her!"
"I can find out what's wrong with her," Ionan said. "It's in my blood to feel illnesses. I can use my changer senses to understand what is wrong. Now let me pass." Kia glared at him. Ionan growled lowly, and Kia finally relented, moving aside. Ionan moved his nose over her fur and listened to her body, focusing on his senses. "What did you give her to eat recently?"
Ionan asked. Kia thought it over. "All she's eaten is grass. Do you think she ate something spoiled in the brush?"
"Maybe."
He still looked perplexed.
"I saw you give her an apple yesterday,"
Lilja said. The pups had just woken up and were listening in.
"Was it bad?"
"I don't think so," Kia rushed, stroking her mare. "My dad sent them, but they were meant for me. He probably filled them with some sort of vitamins for me that Pegasi can't have."
"Or poison," Ionan said. "In the least, that's what I smell."
"What?"
Kia snarled.
"You're all crazy. My father can be cruel, but he'd never poison my food."
She shoved the dragon's head aside and moved closer to her Pegasus.
"How big was it, the apple?"
Ionan asked.
"Not very,"
Kia said.
"Tiny."
"You need to keep her walking," Ionan said. "We can find an antidote if we hurry, and if the plains contain it."
"What would be helpful?"
Lottie asked, trotting up to her friend.
"Look for a plant that has small buds and is yellow. You do know what yellow is, correct?"
"I've learned to tell the difference,"
Lottie said.
"Come on, Lilja."
The 2 pups took off to find the plant, but to no avail. The plains were barren as ever. Kyoto and Ionan returned hours later after flying far in every direction and came back with nothing. Kia looked devastated at their empty hands. "We'll take turns watching her throughout the night," Kyoto said, "to see if she gets worse." Kia was worried. She didn't want to think about what would happen if Snowdrop got worse, or if she failed to recover at all, for she didn't think she could live without her beloved Pegasus. Had the apple her father sent her really been poisoned? Kia refused to believe it. There had to be another explanation. She refused to accept in her heart what she already knew to be true. Later that night, it was Lottie's turn to look after Snowdrop. She stood vigil and watched everyone breathe slowly, checking up on Snowdrop every few seconds. Lottie wandered through medical conditions in her head that she had learned from her pack healer long ago. Nothing seemed to fit Snowdrop's ailment. For that to be true, she knew what Snowdrop had ingested wasn't a common land poison. Since only Iona knew what it was, it had to be a foreign substance, probably something that came from Nesting's Haven. But how could that be? Kia's father was a fairy. It didn't make any sense. Lost in thought, she didn't notice something creeping up to the pegasus in front of her. It was too dark to tell who the figure was, and Lottie was quite sleepy. At the last second, she saw that a small shape had appeared next to Snowdrop's side, near her neck. She thought it was Kia at first, but this person was shorter and smelled different than Kia. "Hey!" Lottie yelled. She charged forward to the figure, but before she could strike, whoever it was had vanished. Lottie looked Snowdrop over, but as far as she could tell, the figure hadn't done anything to the pegasus. For the rest of the night, Lottie kept her eyes wide open. The next morning, everyone was surprised to see that Snowdrop was eating and acting better than ever, prancing around and being her old sassy self. "Thanks for the antidote, Kia," she said, dancing on her hooves. "I feel so much better now." "Excuse me?" Kia asked, worried. "I never gave you any antidote. We're out in the middle of the wilderness. We couldn't find anything to help you." "That's not true. You gave me an antidote," Snowdrop said, halting in her tracks. "Last night." "I never did," Kia protested. The group looked around at each other, confused. Lottie stepped forward with her tail tucked between her legs and said, "Somebody did, during my watch. I was too sleepy. I couldn't keep my eyes open, and they did something to her. I'm sorry, Kia." "What if she did something to hurt Snowdrop?" Kia shrieked. "Relax, Kia," Kiota smiled. "Does she look like she's sicker? If you ask me, we should be finding this mysterious person and thanking them." "Yeah, let's go seek them out," Lilja said eagerly. He went to bound forward, but was stopped by Kia. "There's no time for that," she said. "We need to get a move on. We should still keep an eye on her, though, just in case." As the group started packing, and Snowdrop gorged herself on grass, Ionan moved closer to Kiota. He dropped his voice in a whisper.
"In any case, Kiatana should consider herself lucky. Snowdrop is much larger than she is, so the poison didn't affect her as badly. If Kia had eaten the fruit, she certainly would have been dead before morning."
"Her dad made a terrible mistake," Kiota spat furiously. "Couldn't he have checked to make sure the fruit wasn't spoiled or poisoned?"
"I have a feeling those apples were meant for her," Ionan said.
Kiota swallowed.
"Could Kasif have intercepted the supplies and poisoned them?"
"Possibly. Keep an eye on your friend, Kiota."
Ionan gathered his breath.
Especially now that she's—"
"Kiota, stop chit-chatting and come help!"
Kia shouted. He ran off to help her, and Ionan sighed. It was no use. The dryness of the plains got worse and worse, so much so that the travellers were soon choking on the dust. It became quite irritable, getting in their eyes and stinging their flesh until all of them were filthy.
"Isn't there anything out here besides dust?"
Kiota yelled. He suddenly screamed as he tripped over something in his path. There was a clanging noise made by his boot as he stumbled. As he struck the ground, they all rushed over to see what it was, babbling and neighing and barking. Ionan picked Kiota up with his fangs, and the pups wiped off dirt from a large metal square in the ground. What Kiota seemed to have tripped over was a handle. "It's a door," Lottie said. "A door in the ground." "Don't be ridiculous," Snowdrop snorted. But Lottie was right. The door was large and looked airtight. Kia used her hand to clean off letters that were embedded on the door's front. "Bomb shelter," she read softly, rolling her tongue over the words.
"What's a bomb shelter?"
Lilja asked, cocking his head.
"How should I know?"
Kia asked.
"Does it look familiar to you guys?"
she asked Ionan and Kiota as they moseyed over. The dragon shook his head.
This is unusual to me. I have never seen anything like it in my life.
He picked up a claw and put it on the door.
Not even my talons can get through this wall,
he informed them. Kiota knelt down and pulled the door open. They all looked down and saw nothing but darkness. Lilja got too excited at the prospect of more adventure and rushed down into the shelter right away.
"Lilja, get back here!"
Kia yelled, but he ignored her. You could hear the pup's nails clattering on the metal floor. Ionan changed into a cat, going after him. Lottie stayed behind. She didn't like the underground. Lilja came back a few minutes later, panting and wagging his tail as Ionan pushed him up the stairs.
"It's huge down there. It goes on for a long, long time. There are endless rooms and tunnels. You could probably fit the whole forest in there."
"The whole forest? Is it really that big?" Kia asked.
Even bigger,
Ionan said. It seemed even he was interested.
If I am right, it is not inhabited. You could live a while underneath the ground and be perfectly fine for quite some time. At least, you all could. Kiota and I need sunlight.
"Let's remember this place," Kiota said. "It could come in useful in the future if we ever need to hide." They marked the shelter with a big X on the map, then moved on. As the plains began to end, Kia halted Snowdrop in her tracks. Ionan stopped walking. Kiota, who was riding him, turned in his seat. "Kia, what's wrong?" he asked.
"The forest,"
she said softly, so softly that they all had to strain to hear her.
"We're getting close now. It can't be more than a few days' ride."
Lilja lifted his head higher.
"You're right. I can almost hear the trees in the wind." "There's a nice fresh smell too," Lottie added, before putting her paw to her nose, "though the night death makes it reek of decay."
"Let's move," Kia said. She urged Snowdrop into a gallop, the wolves following at a sprint. Ionan reared up and struck out with his hooves, braying a challenge before following the mare. Kiota's face, however, was scrunched up in confusion. Just as they had broken into a run, he thought he heard a small, suppressed laugh. Chapter 10. Discovery. They made up a lot of ground in 2 days, though Kiota noticed that Kia seemed to be growing weaker. She was barely holding herself up on Snowdrop. Every so often, she clutched at her stomach, her hands shaking. What's wrong with her? Kiota wondered. He decided to ask Ionan, but not aloud. Accompanies and changers were connected in the mind. They could share thoughts, emotions, or images with one another. Kiota sent a picture of Kia in his mind to Ionan as a question, her image ailing weaker each second. Ionan didn't wish to respond right away. He avoided Kiota's gaze and pretended not to notice. Kiota nudged him in the sides with his heels and asked in a whisper, "You know what's going on. I know you do. You're a changer. You can sense it when somebody's sick. Why is Kia so pale?" Ionan still said nothing. Kiota was about to give Ionan an order that he could not disobey before he saw that the trees were coming up fast. "There's the forest. Let's go!" Kia shouted, leaping off Snowdrop. Kiota watched as she hurried into the woods, the 2 wolf pups rushing after her in a fierce charge. Kiota clambered down from Ionan's back, watching his changer. Ionan's horse form became an emerald dragon once more, and he raced quickly after them, knocking over trees that were in his way. Snowdrop was running in completely the opposite way, but there was no time to ask where she was going. Kiota braced himself for what he might see, then dashed down the clear path Ionan had left behind him. Kiatana knew something was wrong. Altogether, it was too quiet. The wolf twins were even faster than she was, frightened at what could have happened to their new home. Ionan had found the battle stage of a dragon too difficult to hold while giving chase through trees and brush. He kept changing his form over and over in a flurry of emotion. A strong lion through the trees, a large rabbit down the hill, a raving wolverine through the bushes, a stag as he jumped over streams and logs, only to change into a ferocious hawk in mid-air. The forest had grown wild in her absence. It was obvious there had been struggles everywhere from Kasif's raid. Dens were torn apart, and the plants had taken over, growing over everything that lied in their path. The pups managed to maneuver the decimated forest much quicker than the rest of them. When they were travelling, Kiota had been faster than most of them. But now that Kia was back in the forest, she found him lagging infuriatingly behind Ionan. She needed him to go faster, so he could help her fight Kasif. She couldn't beat him alone. The pain in her chest was stabbing harder the closer she got to the heart of the forest, and there was an unknown aching in her stomach. The farther in she ran, the worse it became. What was left of a blackened tree caused her to let out a dry sob. Signs of a struggle were everywhere. The dirt and twigs on the ground were kicked around in circles. Burrows had been dug out, and there were bloody claw marks on some of the trees. Some plants were left untouched, and others were dead in her path. Just as she wondered where everyone could be, she saw a little scarlet shape lying petrified on the ground. "Scarlet!" she cried. She scooped up the little red bird in the palms of her hands. Tears came to her eyes as she held the fragile little body, his wings spread out wide. "Scarlet!" she cried. "Answer me! He must be—" The thought was torturous to think, but her heart gave a rush of hope as the little bird's head stirred and he sat up weakly in her hands. "Everyone's gone," he wailed. "Hope is gone. Even Kasif has lost control. The sickness has spread so far. It's too late to save anyone." He sobbed into her palm. Kiatana herself wanted to break down and weep with him, but she felt Kiota laid his hand on her shoulder, and Ionan said,
"Do not give up yet. I sense that all is not lost, but we must hurry, for he speaks the truth. Death will come quickly to the forest within the hour."
Kia let out an anguished cry as she sank to the ground, Scarlet still in her hands. "We'll never get to the heart of the forest in time." "Yes, you will," a familiar voice behind her said. Kia turned and stared as Vixen and two mighty unicorns emerged from the trees. One a soft violet mare with a crooked horn, the other the knightly dragon star. "How did you get here?" asked Kiota. Vixen giggled and shook her hair. "Vixen knew you needed help, so Vixen chose her strongest and bravest unicorns and came along. The balance of the lands cannot be upset. We need the Varanian forest like we need you, Princess." "You were the one who saved Snowdrop," Lottie said. Vixen nodded eagerly. "Yes, that was Vixen. Vixen always carries with her an antidote to give to her unicorns if they get poisoned. She did not tell you before, because she was afraid you would refuse her help." "Thank you so much for saving the life of my Pegasus," Kia said. "But what about your own land?" "Vixen's unicorns are strong and smart. They know how to defend themselves." She beckoned the purple unicorn over to her. "This is Lavender. She is the fastest and most sure-footed. Ride along with me to the centre of the forest." "But I've ridden Ionan as a dragon to the centre of the forest before when we first came here, and it will take much longer with both of you on Lavender," Kiota protested. Vixen puffed with annoyance and said, "Vixen grew up with dragons and unicorns both. Unicorns are the fastest animals, even faster than dragonflight, and they can go much quicker through trap and twig and stream. 2 fairies on 1 unicorn are faster than 1 accompany on any changer, believe her." Vixen strode over to Lavender and gave Kiatana a leg up before Vixen swung on behind her. Lavender took off at once, and Kiota watched the two leave. "Try to find others," Kia called to him as she raced off. There was a rustle in the trees. All of them spun around as many creatures crept out of the bushes. The most prominent were a pack of 6 wolves that looked hungry for battle.
"Tell us,"
the biggest and oldest of them exclaimed.
"Are you with Kasif or against him?"
Kiota responded with the truth. We will never side with Kasif." To Kyota's surprise, the group seemed to relax. The large grey wolf muttered,
"Good. Kasif's forces are growing larger. We hoped you were not part of them."
"Who are you?" asked Lottie inquisitively. The old male wolf smiled at her and said,
"I am Kikan. We're all the animals that are left who haven't gotten the sickness. It has spread to both lands quicker than anyone has expected. Everyone, even Kasif's own, have grown weary, tired, and angry. My mate and I were of Kasif's own wolf pack and the charging brigade on the forest. At first, we thought it a great honor, as an opportunity to expand our territories."
He sighed.
"We were wrong. The few that were not lost in the battle fell ill, and now we're all that is left of our pack. The other wolves from this land joined together with us, and now we are leading all the healthy creatures and beasts from both regions in a rebellion against him. But now we have a bigger problem. Someone has stirred the spirits of the animals that have died from the plague and awakened the nightmares and the night terrors."
"Kasif," Ionan growled, but Kikan shook his head. He stepped forward and said,
"We know nothing about that, except that Kasif is not the culprit. He has never sold himself to control the mares or the terrors. All Kasif ever does is pine for his canine."
Lottie and Lilja both responded in one voice. "Canine?"
"Kasif's dear she-wolf. She died of the illness. We all despised her with a passion. She was very cruel to us all."
Kikan growled.
"She,"
replied Lilja coldly,
"was our mother."
Kikan looked sympathetically at the two pups.
"I grieve for your loss. Kasif cries and makes threats to kill Kiatana, and is so maddened with grief that he refuses to eat or sleep. It doesn't help that Kenai's spirit passes through the forest, howling every night." "What?" Lilja yelled.
He turned with a look of hurt and anger at Ionan.
"I thought you said she would be at peace."
"Don't despair, small one," Ionan said, and he put his right wing around them both. "Her soul will be at rest before this is all over, mark my words." "Then who sold their soul to dark magic in order to control the night terrors?" Kiota asked.
"I've told you. I don't know," Kikan said. "It is already noon. The mares and terrors will arise and fight at dusk. Will you join us?"
"We will," Ionan rumbled.
"We're fighting too," Lottie said.
Kikan looked at the pups in amusement.
"You are only pups. How can we expect you to fight?" "I've fought before," said Lilja. "My sister and I have killed Ortuzans." "That may be," Kikan said thoughtfully. "But you know war is not a game or fun, nor noble and great as many tales and stories make it out to be. Are you prepared to see your friends, even your sister, fall on the battleground?"
Lilja looked into his sister's eyes and knew that he was not and never could be. But still he said,
"We both would fight against the enemy in order to make sure this never happens again, to any land." "I strongly go against it," Kikan muttered. "But I can see your heart is good. I cannot deny that you help us. But you will be under strict orders from me. Our soldiers cannot waste their energy protecting you. Nightmares and night terrors are ruthless. They will not pause to harm you because you are young. You are fighting a great evil. If all goes well, we should be able to push them back, and if not, let's just say, I hope it doesn't come to that."
Kiatana and Vixen raced along on Lavender. Vixen did not lie. Unicorns really were the fastest form of travelling quickly. Lavender never missed a step, and it seemed to be mere minutes before they reached the heart of the forest. Kia looked over Lavender's great silver horn. Finally, in what was only a miraculous matter of minutes, They were here. A large rock stood in the middle of the forest, glowing with a holy light. She rushed to the boulder and saw something in a crack that looked just like dark poison. She stared at it and realized that it was all around her, on the ground, on the trees, everything. Someone had come here at the start of this plague and placed the night death into the heart of her forest, where it had spread and infected her land ever since. Kia ripped the unicorn horn out of her bag. Lavender squealed in revulsion and tried to run, but Vixen held her back.
"A horn of one of my brethren!"
Lavender screamed, struggling against Vixen.
"What dark madness has fallen upon us?"
"Kiatana, stab the horn in now!"
Vixen yelled. Without another thought, Kia plunged the horn into the crack. At once, the darkness grew away from the horn, and the healing qualities of the unicorns spread throughout the forest. Kia could hear animals in the brush sigh in relief. The birds finally began singing again, something that hadn't happened in months. The silence was gone. It was over. The soreness in her chest had faded, and Kia knew the forest was well. With Lavender now calm, Vixen was peering at the remaining traces of the poison.
"Vixen knows what this is,"
she whispered.
"This is a terrible toxin. It affects plants first, then grows as animals eat the plants. It spreads fast and is dangerous to make. It is not a natural cause. Humans made it long ago. When it got out of control, they left."
"Do you think Kasif made it?" Vixen shook her head.
"Kasif is too young and too inexperienced to make this. Not even memorable and knowledgeable Vixen can create such a poison. It must have been done by a fairy with much more skill and cunning than Kasif in order to plant it without your knowing in the heart of the forest. It had to be someone who could sneak in and out of your territory without you realizing it. Someone who is already here."
The answer clicked in Kia's mind. She recalled the monster in the caves, the Ortuzans in the black woods, and Snowdrop falling ill. Most of all, she remembered the letters that constantly sent them into danger, even when it seemed like they were giving her help. She shook her head quickly, for the unicorns had been right. She knew who her attacker was. Chapter 11. Kasif's Child. Once she had made her way back and found her group in a clearing, Kia took some time to explain what she found out to Kiota and Ionan. Lottie and Lilja had gone with Kikan to ready for battle, along with Dragonstar and Lavender. As Kia's story continued, the pair listened intently. "It makes sense, but I can't believe it," Kiota commented as she finished. "How in the world did your father manage all of this?" "All he's ever wanted was my power," she said. Tears were welled up in her eyes, her fists clenched. "He never actually loved me. All those letters he sent, they were tricks to hurt me, and his so-called concern was just a ruse. He's never wanted a relationship. All he wanted was to chase me away like the rest of my family so he could take the forest for himself and use it as an excuse to become the next king of Mortica. If he kills off all my animals, then that just makes it easier for him to start over and run things his way. If I'm out of the way, once my mother dies, the throne will go to him, since my other siblings have already been declared outcasts since they left the forest." "But doesn't marrying your mother already make him king?" Kiota asked. "No, royal authority doesn't pass through marriage, only blood. He has no claim to rule over anything, unless there are no more candidates and he's the only option left," Kia explained. "That's been his goal all along. He ran off Flair and my brother, then banished Nineveh. Everyone else left, declaring themselves incapable of taking the throne. But I was too stubborn. I stayed here even though I was miserable because I truly loved this place, and I didn't want to see it go to my father." Kia shuddered. "He used me, just like he used my mother to try and get the throne. But she was smart enough to run when she had the chance. Unlike me, who fell right into his trap." "We must find him and try to knock some sense into his thick skull," Ionan growled, twirling his tail around his hind legs. "I agree. This is wrong, all that he's done to you, Kiota said angrily.
We must find and stop Kasif first, Kia said sourly. If my dad has been using him as a pawn, then he's going to try and kill me. How do you expect to find him? Even half destroyed, your forest is huge. Kiota threw out his arms to emphasize his point. Kia didn't answer. Ionan tapped his claw impatiently. His sharp eyes spotted something on the ground, a large shape that was glowing white.
What may this be? He whispered, and the group knelt down to get a better look.
It's a wolf print, I think, and it's pretty big, Kia stated.
They glanced farther ahead and saw that there were paw prints all along the ground, glowing white and hidden by the long grasses.
It could be tracks from the nightmares, Kiota shivered. No, Kia stated. Nightmares don't leave tracks like this.
Then what does? Ionan asked, perplexed.
We'd better find out. It could be another weapon Malachi has in store for us, Kia said.
You will not go without Vixen. She wants to see some sort of action before she leaves for home.
Vixen walked up behind her from out of nowhere, twirling through the grass. Her black wings glimmered in the sunlight, and her black fox ears twitched, along with her long black tail.
Vixen hasn't seen a battle in many moons.
Be ready for an ambush,
Kia told her, and Ionan changed into his lion form. They followed the prints cautiously, step by step. The creature that had made the tracks seemed to be heading towards the stream. Kia took Kiota's hand in hers and led him through the forest. Ionan and Vixen followed close behind them, ready to strike.
If something happens to me, I want you to take care of my forest, Kia whispered to Kiota. I fear that either Kasif or my father may cause my death.
I will, and I will see to it personally that Malachi won't get away with bringing sickness into such a beautiful place, Kiota replied. You can be sure of that.
Thank you.
Kia kissed him on the corner of his mouth, making him blush. As they broke out of the trees a short time later, they all peered from behind the bushes, gasping at what they saw. Kasif sat beside the river, his head in his hands. He looked like he had been crying. A very large white she-wolf sat behind him, her head on his shoulder. He didn't seem to notice her there. When the group broke away from the shelter of the trees, the she-wolf looked straight at them with two very familiar, mismatched eyes. That's Kenai, Ionan rumbled. The group began to back away, but the wolf simply walked toward them and passed straight through their bodies. The group watched as Kenai's paw prints faded away and her spirit faded into the air behind them. In less than a few seconds, she was gone. The nightmares never took her body, Ionan said. She will live on in peace.
Thank the Creator for that,
Kia whispered. With Kenai gone, they turned their attention back to the broken Kasif. It was as if he had never seen Kenai's presence. This was the look of a devastated fairy, not a killer. He didn't seem malicious at all, not in this miserable state. Like it mattered to Kia.
Kasif, I demand you leave this place at once. This land is not yours, Kia commanded, her voice echoing around the river.
Just leave me be, Kasif yelled. Can't you see that I'm in pain? This is all your fault, Kia. Your filthy land made my beloved Kenai sick, and now she's dead. My only friend. I'll kill you.
Kasif rose and charged at Kia at full speed. Kia dodged him with ease. Kasif ran right into the arms of a war-hungry Vixen.
Hello there, little man,
Vixen cooed.
It's all okay. Vixen won't hurt you.
The fairy smiled evilly.
Yet?
Unhand me this instant!
Kasif pulled away from her and flung himself at Kia a second time. Vixen flipped into the air and landed perfectly before him. He crashed once again into her arms.
No, 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 you cannot harm the Queen. If you do, the Great One will be very angry,
Vixen cooed. Queen? Kiota asked. I thought you were the princess.
As soon as I turn 20, the throne is mine,
Kia reminded him.
That's right, and you will be turning 20 in about 3 days now, darling.
Vixen smiled at Kia. "A new queen will soon rule, and peace will be restored to our world. Vixen is thrilled."
Will you please let go of me? I won't attack her again.
Kasif's moan was muffled against Vixen's chest, and he sounded thoroughly miserable.
I swear I won't.
"Vixen does not wish to let you go yet," she said. "Vixen likes Kasif very much indeed."
Vixen stroked Kasif's hair gently.
"You were looking to kill us all,"
Kia growled, furious. "All I wanted was some more land," Kasif grumbled. "I didn't want to hurt anyone."
"You weren't exactly my best friend growing up,"
Kia hissed. "Okay, so yeah, I got greedy." He rolled his eyes, and Vixen squeezed him tighter. "But if I'd have known that your father was going to backstab me and take it all for himself, then I wouldn't have done it. I wouldn't have even tried. It wasn't worth the death of all my animals, and—" He breathed raggedly. "Can't I?"
"I'm not sure if I believe you,"
Kia scowled. Kasif frowned and said, "What if I told you that I was guilty, and I feel sorry for what I did? There's not a day that goes by that I don't regret this, and not just because of what I lost. Forgive me, please." Kia glanced at Ionan. The changer raised his head and said,
My senses say he's telling the truth.
Vixen was still choking the life out of Kasif. Kia sighed and said,
"Let him go, Vixen. I think you're scaring him a little. As far as I know, he's no threat to us, but we need to hurry up and get to my father as fast as we can."
Vixen released him reluctantly.
"I will find you again, my little fairy,"
she said softly into his ear.
"Vixen will find you. Just you wait."
Kasif gulped. "I don't know if I should be afraid or flattered," he whispered to Kia.
"With her you can never tell,"
Kia replied. "Come on, we have to go. There's not much time left," Kyoto said. They started to hike back, but turned around when they saw that Kasif was following them.
"Why do you want to come, Kasif? This isn't your fight,"
Kia asked. "Because that bastard caused my Kenai to die. Your father's been playing me all this time, getting me to do his dirty work. He needs to go down," the fairy snarled. Kia tapped her chin.
"As princess, if you help us to win this battle, then I will declare you free of all crimes against my forest. But no turning on us. And Vixen?"
The other fairy snapped to attention.
"Be with him at all times to make sure he doesn't become a traitor again. And as for my father," she narrowed her eyes, "I get first dibs on him."
"I can handle that," Kasif hissed, a smile hungry for vengeance spreading across his face.
"Vixen will take you to her unicorns. She and Kasif can ride on Lavender and Dragonstar on the way."
Vixen bounced up and down eagerly.
"We'll have to ride together on Ionan," Kia told Kyoto.
"Where is Snowdrop to carry you?"
Ionan asked.
"She's gone to round up who's left for battle," Kia said. "Who else is going to command the army? If we cut through the center of the forest, we can meet her on our way."
"Let's get going,"
Kasif said.
"I have a feeling I know exactly where the old man is hiding."
Malachi Shaman sat in a large armchair in front of a fire, his house filthier than usual, papers and dishes strewn about everywhere. His plan to destroy the forest was unfolding perfectly, which would make it simple to start his own reign from scratch. His idiot daughter had fallen right into his trap, and had left when her forest was more vulnerable than it ever could be. The only thing left to do now was to use the nightmares to kill every creature who stood against his rule, then kill his daughter, so the throne was left open for him to steal. Malachi's face stiffened like stone. There was a slight problem, for he had help getting this far. Allies he hadn't planned to align himself with, but those he had to make a deal with in order to take the throne. He'd made an arrangement with a cruel stranger and his she-dragon that had come from a land afar, and had regretted it ever since. But he would take care of them later, once he had gained enough power. Who did the stranger think he was, anyway, barging in here and giving him orders? Of course, it was the stranger who had come up with the idea to butcher all the creatures, and his plan had worked ingeniously so far. Malachi couldn't help to admit he never could have done it without the stranger's help. He jumped when someone began to bang on the door. Was it the dark stranger again? But Malachi only gritted his teeth when he heard who it was.
"Open up this instant, Father! I will not be ignored!"
Kiatana's voice echoed through the small cabin. Putting on a cheery face, he called,
"Come in, child. What brings you here?"
The door flew open.
"The sickness that nearly killed my forest, that's what brings me here!"
she snarled as she hurried into the room. She and her friends crowded into the room. Ionan prowled in as a lion, letting out a roar.
"I don't know what you're talking about," Malachi said.
"Don't tell me you haven't known all this time," Kiota yelled. Ionan's mane bristled at the sound of his voice.
"The one that you planted, Malachi. Vixen thought that you were better than this, but maybe she was wrong."
Vixen stepped forward and smiled, but it was a very cruel smile.
"I did no such thing. How could I have gotten the poison to do so?"
Malachi shouted at the group. "My father must have given it to you. He's an advanced alchemist. He didn't know why you wanted it, but he still gave it to you because he trusted you," Kasif answered. "Because of you and your stupid plot, I lost Kenai."
"You've killed the creatures I was responsible for with this stupid disease. You've taken everything away from me. My mother, my siblings, my friends, everything that I've loved. I'm not going to take it any more," Kia yelled at Malachi.
She took a sudden step forward, her arms outstretched. A cry rose from her throat as she did so, and she bent down in agonizing pain, one hand against her stomach. "What's wrong?" Kiota ran forward and placed a hand on her back. She didn't rise up, and his eyes widened in fear. "What are you doing to her?" he shouted at Malachi.
"Nothing. I haven't done anything to her,"
Malachi said quickly.
"You had best be sure, because if she dies and I found out it was you who caused it, it shall be you who will die,"
Ionan hissed as he came up next to Kia. His protectiveness was swarming over him, taking over his emotions completely. Kiota and Kia were merging into the same creature in his mind, into one person, as they had been ever since the attack of the Ortuzans. He was confused, trying to differ one from the other. Kiota loved her, and because of it, Ionan had to struggle not to love her too. Kia struggled to her feet with help from Kiota and looked down. The remains of her lunch now sat on the dirt floor of the cabin. She wobbled slightly and clung to Kiota for support. "Are you all right?" Kiota asked worryingly.
"Fine. I just don't feel all that well. My stomach is a little—"
She leaned forward and lost the little amount of her lunch that she had left. Kiota leapt back before any of it could land on his shoes. Malachi cowered even more against the wall.
"Vixen knows what is wrong with the girl," Vixen spoke up. "Do you want to know?"
"Please,"
Kia said slowly. Even though she had asked the question, she looked like she knew the answer. Kasif and Kiota looked towards the fairy, perplexed. Ionan turned away.
"Kia is going to have a child," Vixen said in a congratulatory tone, throwing up her arms. "Another fairy to help her run the forest. Kiota can't go home now."
"Why can't I go home?" Kiota questioned. Kasif smacked his own forehead with his palm.
"Because the child is yours," Vixen said happily. "You have to stay here now. You have to stay with Kiatana."
"The child's mine?" Kiota asked, stunned.
"No, it's Kasif's," Kia said sarcastically with a hint of annoyance.
"I thought you hated Kasif," Kiota said in complete shock, an expression of hurt swimming across his face. "What about me?" Kia rolled her eyes, still hunched over.
"Kiota, I'm joking. Of course it's your kid. Who else could have possibly made him?"
Kiota stood there with his mouth open. He then let out a cheer.
"Well, this is wonderful! A baby! But
Ionan!" He turned to his changer. "Why didn't you tell me that she was—"
"I tried,"
Ionan rumbled, clearly upset. It was all he could say. Kasif paid no mind to the excitement in the corner of the room. He was inching towards Malachi, who looked at him shiftily. Kia smiled, her nausea slowly passing.
I had figured I was. I swore that I would never have kids, but now that I've met you, I've changed my mind. If I'm going to have a baby, I want it to be yours.
Kiota knelt down to embrace her in a hug. As he did so, the back door banged against the wall and there was a scuffle between Malachi and Kasif. Ionan charged forward to help, but didn't get there in time. Malachi managed to slither out of Kasif's sloppy grip. Kiota and Vixen went to go after him, but Kia gagged. They rushed to her side in concern, and in the chaos, Malachi got away. Ionan longed to go after him, but his confusion made it hard to think. There was anger in his veins, death in the air, and life growing in Kia's body, all at once. Ionan didn't know what to think or feel, so he resolved to put all those untamed emotions into the fight ahead. Chapter 12. The Battle for Varanian Forest. Speed was of the essence as they flew back to the heart of the forest. They had given chase to Malachi, but he'd managed to slip unseen into the woods. With the battle looming closer, there was no time to go searching for him, and they were forced to let Malachi escape from them once again. Even in the clouds above, Kiota could tell that the air was thick with impending battle. Crows and other scavengers nearly blocked out the sun, so numerous they were. It was cloudy, but not grey. Yellow rays shone through the sky on one side and a dark storm on the other, so it looked like the very heavens were ready to fight. Kiatana and Snowdrop had been reunited on the way as intended, and they flew back together so Kia wouldn't have to ride Ionan again. Vixen was riding one of her unicorns on the ground to meet them, along with Kasif. Kiota looked at Snowdrop, and then his eyes travelled up to Kiatana. He found himself staring at her stomach. "I'm going to be a father," he thought. He was amazed at the life that was growing inside her, and was stunned to think that he had been a part of it.
"We can never go home now,"
Ionan said, and Kiota felt the dragon's stomach getting hotter underneath his legs as fire burned within.
"Kiota, what were you thinking? We don't belong here."
"This is our home now, Ionan. I told you we were never going back to Nesting's Haven, even before we met Kia," Kiota said. "I love her, and I want to be with her. There's nothing more to say."
"Do you realize you've bonded your heart and soul to this girl by doing this? You're tied to her now. I never expected this out of you."
"That's your problem, Ionan. You're always expecting people to turn out exactly like your expectations. Stop preaching to me. We did nothing wrong," Kiota protested.
"Your actions have consequences that somebody is going to have to pay. Did you possibly think for 1 second that I didn't want to spend the rest of my life here?" Ionan growled. "All you want to do is accuse. It's done and over with now." "No, it's not. She's having a child,"
Ionan said, his voice rising to a furious note. "What's your problem?" Kiota asked nastily. "You've never acted this way before."
"Me? What about you? Ever since we fell into this silly patch of green, all you can think about is her. I don't even know who you are anymore."
"I guess you don't care for her or my child," he said.
"I care. I just care for you as well. Whatever happened for caring for me? I've noticed you haven't done much of that recently."
That stung, and Ionan knew it. He had been neglecting Ionan for Kia. The run-in with the Ortuzans had proven that much.
"And if that's not worse enough," Ionan stated, "the Great One is probably furious with us. You couldn't just leave well enough alone, could you? No, you had to go and get her pregnant."
That was going too far. Kiota's temper broke, and he yelled, "Well, at least I'm brave enough to be with the woman I love. You turned your back on the she-dragon you cared for. After all, you're the reason we fell into this forest in the first place." Ionan bucked in mid-air. He twirled and twisted as Kiota tried desperately to hang on. Kia pulled Snowdrop around and yelled, "Ionan, stop!" But he wouldn't listen to her. He wouldn't listen to anyone.
"I was doing my best," he thundered. "I was trying not to think of her."
"She left you, Ionan. She couldn't love you," Kiota screamed. "She loved her company more than you. You'll never find a mate. Just because I've found someone and you couldn't hold on to Vera doesn't mean you have to be bitter and angry all the time. You take out all your pain on everyone, especially Kia. You're ruining the chance we have to be together."
Ionan let out a roar that seemed to shake the clouds. Shocked by the noise, Kiota let go. Kia screamed as he fell through the sky, Ionan diving after him.
"I thought you loved me," Ionan said as they dove. "I thought you cared. Who helped you get your best friend out of prison? Who saved your life time and time again in the army? Who has done all you've asked him to all these years just to get a slap in the face in return?"
"The only reason you helped with Luce was because her changer was Vera's brother," Kiota yelled back. Neither one of them seemed to care that they were hurtling toward the ground at a terrifying speed.
"Perhaps I should have left your precious Luciana there to die. That foolish girl vanished soon after we rescued her."
"If you had let her die, Vera would never considered loving you. Never," Kiota hissed.
"How dare you say such things? Rex was my friend too. I wouldn't have left him there to rot. And after all I've done to keep you safe," Ionan roared. "You care nothing for me, don't you?"
"I do care," Kiota yelled quickly.
"But not enough," Ionan argued. "You love Kia more than me and expect me to be agreeable while I'm heading the mission, keeping everyone on track. Blast it all, even Snowdrop has shown me more concern on this journey than you."
"What are you saying?" Kiota asked, frightened.
"I'm going back home," Ionan said. "We just don't work together as a team anymore. You'll be quite happy here with her. All a changer ever wants is to make his company happy. Now I can see the only way to make you happy is to have me gone."
"No!"
Ionan's round yellow eyes blinked with tears. "Before I go, I want you to know this. Yes, I loved Vera, but my loyalty was with you. I thought you would have done the same. If anything else, I wish you had not picked favorites."
Ionan caught Kiota with his talons and flew back up to Snowdrop, the fire in his eyes gone. Ionan put Kiota gently on Snowdrop's back, looking Kia in the eye.
"Take care, Kiota,"
he said. In an instant, he had vanished. Ionan had turned into something too small for them to see.
"Ionan!"
Kiota screamed.
"No! Come back, please! I didn't mean what I said!"
Kia was too stunned to react. Ionan would be far away by now, and it would be impossible to track him down. Kiota sat behind Kia, staring blankly ahead. Without a word, Kia urged Snowdrop onward, and they descended into the same clearing they had found Kasif in. They dismounted, Kiota clambering off stiffly, seeming detached from the earth. Kia wrapped her arms around him and looked desperately at Vixen.
"There is little a bond so strong as the one between a changer and his company,"
Vixen whispered. Kiota sniffed. Kia hugged him tighter and asked, "What happened?" "It's all wrong," Kiota said lonesomely. "The day we fell out of the sky and into your forest, Ionan and I were arguing about his lost love, Vera. He wanted to go back to Nesting's Haven and find her, so she could come with us. But we'd helped my best friend Luce break out of prison after she'd been sent there on false charges, so we had to flee the city in order to save ourselves. The authorities in Nesting's Haven were looking for us. I insisted we couldn't go back, but Ionan insisted we had to, because Vera's life was at stake being bonded to that cruel company who hated us. The argument got heated. We ended up not paying attention and crash-landed here." Kia took his hand and squeezed it. "If that fight hadn't happened, you wouldn't be here with me." "But Ionan is gone." Kiota nearly wept. "He'll come back. I know it." There was silence for a minute, and they let it fall, wondering how they were going to win the battle without Ionan there. When some time had passed, Vixen said softly,
"Let it slip, my friends. Concentrate on what lies ahead, for danger is on the horizon. Nightmares and night terrors are nasty creatures to deal with."
Lottie and Lilja watched as the animals around them prepared for battle. They were posted as sentries at the top of the hill to watch for the enemy. When the time came, they would sound the alarm with howls and join the battalion. They stood anxiously at the top of the rock, expecting a charge at any moment, though Kikan had assured them that the battle would not start until the sun began to fall. The place where the fight was to happen was large and wide, a separation between the plains and the forest, a virtual no-man's land. Most of the ground was dust or dirt out there, and if it rained, there would be mud to deal with. The pups didn't know what nightmares looked like. Kikan hadn't described them very well. They knew that they could be killed just like any other animal by ripping out their throats or going for crucial veins. For Lilja, that was all he needed to know. There was a rustling in the trees. They both turned to see Kiatana, Kiota, Vixen, Dragonstar, and Lavender walking toward them. Kia was carrying what looked like slender metal.
"I've picked up a few things for you back at my hut," she said. "Hold out your legs."
Lilja gave her his left front leg. Kia started fastening the pieces onto all 4 limbs. When she was done, she put the other pieces on Lottie.
"What are you doing?"
Lottie asked.
"It's battle armor,"
Kia said, "to keep you safe."
"What? No,"
said Lilja, jumping upward.
"We don't need it. Give it to someone who does."
"Everybody else has already been fitted. The armor that they have was handed down to each creature generation to generation, the original protectors of this forest. This armor was specially designed for you as a gift. See these markings?"
Kia pointed to the leggings. They had twirling designs in shape of tree bark, with the tails of wolves within them.
"Those are the battle insignias of your ancestors."
"The armor must have been made by a professional to be able to fashion it at a moment's notice," Lottie said.
"Only Dragon's Fire has a talent for making armor so quickly. I believe it was forged before we made the journey with some of my old junk metal. Somebody must have gotten bored," Kia said.
"Did Ionan make it? Where is he, Kiota? I want to thank him,"
Lilja exclaimed. Kiota flinched and quickly looked away.
"What's wrong, Kia?" Lottie asked. "Where is he?"
She looked around and all she saw were animals in uniform.
"Never mind. You might see him later."
She pulled out 2 head plates from her backpack that went down to the nose, around the eyes, and over the head.
"Lilja, son of Kenai, brother of Lottie, I anoint you a warrior of this forest."
Kia placed upon him a black head plate with a shining opal in the center of the forehead.
"I, Kiatana, protector of this land and queen-to-be, ordain you with your official title. From now on, you shall be called Lilja Nightcoat of the Blackened Heart Stream. Carry this name in honor. Shall it serve you well?"
She turned to Lottie.
"Lottie, daughter of Kenai, sister of Lilja, I also anoint you as a warrior."
She lifted up an ice-blue headpiece that had small diamonds going from the top of the helmet to the bottom.
"I, Kiatana, protector of this land and queen-to-be, ordain you with your official title. You shall be called Lottie Silverstorm of the Crystal Snow Light. Carry this name in honor, and it shall serve you well."
She placed it upon Lottie's head and nodded. The 2 wolf pups bowed.
"Here,"
a gruff voice said behind them, and they turned to see Kikan with a branch of blackberries in his mouth. He smashed them with his paw and smeared markings under their eyes.
"This is the way we accept new wolves into our pack. Normally you'd have a ceremony, but I would think this battle will be proof enough that you belong among our ranks."
When he was done, the 2 wolves ran over to the river to gaze at their reflections. They were amazed at how ferocious they looked.
"Now,"
Lottie growled fiercely,
"we are ready for battle."
Lilja bared his fangs. This was proof, wasn't it? He was grown up now. He was no longer a pup. This journey had turned him into a wolf. He and his sister trotted back up the hill and sat watching the sun sink lower and lower. When the red sunset had lit up the landscape, a long, dark line appeared at the edge of the plains. Lilja looked closer and saw that there were animals standing perfectly still, forming the line. Yet they weren't animals. They looked like beasts enough, but there was something about them that was unearthly and cruel. They took the shapes of the dead sick and were thick like smoke, twisting and twirling in the air as black fire spurted out of their grey bodies. They were transparent, so it looked like fog was encasing the landscape. A smoky horse was running up and down the line. Even from far away, Lilja could see that the nightmare's eyes cast off a sheen more pearly than the moon.
"How are we supposed to kill clouds?"
Lilja asked in a squeak.
"The first charge will swallow us whole."
"They only look like smoke, Lilja," Lottie whispered. "You can bite through them and grab flesh, just like Kikan said. If we can get most of them down before nightfall, we may stand a chance against the terrors." Lilja shuddered. The night terrors. They were another matter entirely. Formed from those who died at midnight and with skin tough like iron, they would be much harder to kill. Whatever they looked like, the pups knew it wasn't going to be good. Lilja readied himself, and Lottie threw back her head.
"The nightmares are coming!"
Lottie yelled, and she let out a strong howl. Her brother did the same, baying out his ferocity to the skies. Let them come. He'd been through fire and blizzard and rain, had killed Ortuzans with his own fangs, and travelled to places many wolves had never seen. He had lost his mother and his home, and he swore he would lose nothing else. He was a warrior, and they should all be terrified. He was Lilja Nightcoat of the Blackened Heart Stream. He was invincible.
"Places!"
yelled Kikan. There was a sudden rush to a line as everyone prepared to attack. Snowdrop rose up in the air, pawing her hooves at the skies.
"Show no fear," she cried. "I am afraid of many things, but I cannot and will not be afraid of death."
The army bellowed back in response. The pups felt adrenaline surge through them, and they rose up on their hind paws, gnashing their teeth. Any minute now, the fighting would begin. Kia hurried to Kyoto's side. He was sitting under a tree stump, motionless. He looked like he had already fought 10 nightmares. Kia was concerned about him. Unlike the rest of them, he had no armor, and though his accompany body could withstand more blows than the rest of them, she still worried that he could get hurt. "You shouldn't be fighting," he said blankly, "not with the baby and all." She sank down beside him.
"The baby will be fine."
"Unless you die," he said. Kia looked at him.
"This is my home. I would be betraying my friends if I hid while they risked their lives."
Kyoto looked blankly at her. "Ionan is the reason I met you. I owe him my new life, owe him everything I have with you, and I betrayed him." Kia took Kyoto's head in her hands and brought it to meet her eyes. Those golden orbs of his were so lost, so empty. Kyoto was losing the spark that she had always loved to see in him, and it was Ionan who had been the spark in the first place. Kia knew this was something she couldn't fix.
"Ionan needed you, but he's gone now. We have to focus on the present, not the past. If you're distracted, even more lives could be destroyed. If you had never shown up, the sickness would have spread. My father would have taken over. Lottie and Lilja would have watched their mother die. I wouldn't be carrying your baby, and most likely would have been dead long ago. It's not a mistake that you're here."
Kyoto knew everything she said was true. He opened his mouth to thank her, but was stopped by Vixen's voice.
"The princess must be guarded,"
Vixen said, covered in her own black armor from head to foot. At her orders, several various guards, badger, bear, and wolf, traipsed up to Kia's side.
"Do whatever is in your power to keep her safe,"
she told them, and they all bowed in response.
"Thank you, Vixen," Kia smiled. "Your kindness is greatly appreciated. I'll have to repay you sometime. Ask your previous fiancé to come back with Vixen to live with her among the unicorns. Vixen likes Kasif very much."
Vixen giggled and climbed onto Dragonstar. As she did so, the stallion's muscles twitched. The stance he had was one of an old war general who had seen many battles and would see many more. Vixen pulled out a lengthy sword from its sheath.
"Vixen always knew it would come to this," she whispered. "It's a good thing she brought her gear along."
Kia looked at Vixen's long weapon warily. It was a deeper black than Vixen's armour, and covered in etchings of foxes. Kia somehow knew that the blade had shed more blood in its lifetime than anyone could know.
"Are we ready?"
Kasif asked. He had managed to run back to his house and grab his own blue armour and a spear that had a curved blade at the end. Kia didn't have much, just her daggers and armour of her mother's that she had scrimmaged for in the back of her closet. Kiota had nothing besides a spare knife Kia had found in her home. He would have to fight with his bare hands.
"The battle will begin any second now,"
Kia said. Kasif and Vixen went to the front of the line. Kia started walking away, but before she could, Kiota stood up and grabbed her arm, pulling her into a tight and passionate kiss.
"You'll be careful out there," he murmured. "You don't let anything happen to yourself. If you're in danger, run. Don't bother being a hero. If not for you, for me. And if not for me, for the baby. I'll fight enough for both of us."
"And you watch yourself as well," she said in response. "My child needs a father, and I need you."
Kiota kissed the top of her head. He then drifted slowly away. Kia held onto his fingers until the last possible second. Her guards tightened around her. She saw on Kiota's face not the happy, cheerful man that she loved so well, but one of a natural-born soldier, one who was ready to protect her kingdom. Snowdrop flew overhead, waiting to deliver the order to the battalion.
"Ready?"
Snowdrop shouted, and the animals jumped in place.
"Wait for it!"
Her nostrils flared, and she tossed her head.
"Charge!"
A huge roar filled the pups' ears. They raced down the hill at the fastest speed they could manage without tumbling head over heels. The nightmares moved much faster toward them, seemingly floating along the ground. Lilja could see the pearly whiteness of their eyes as they loomed closer and closer. Before he had time to take a second breath, the front line hit and the two sides collided. The lines held for a few minutes, then the masses absorbed, and it became chaos. Lilja was pushed out of line. He ran into his comrades as the fighting around him erupted, nearly getting stomped by a nightmare as it chased him with its hard hooves.
"Lottie!"
he called, but he had lost her. Worried, he began searching for her, but the enemy behind him pressed in. Unable to avoid it any longer, he turned to face the nightmare. It was a fearful yet beautiful sight. It took the form of a grey horse with a flaming white mane and ruffling tail. When it snorted, black smoke furled out of its nostrils, and it clenched its teeth in rage. Lilja couldn't understand what caused people to die on the spot, until he looked into its eyes. There were no pupils, only deep moons inside the sockets. Lilja was paralyzed as he saw the depths of them, the terrifying whiteness. The battlefield seemed to sink around him, and there was no noise or sound. There was no up or down, left or right. Life was devoid, blank, a large white box that he couldn't escape. There was no smell, taste, or touch to the whiteness. He was floating on nothing more than solid air. Every step he tried to take led to nowhere. Lilja thought that there was no forest. There was no prairie, no Kia, or other wolves or friends. He had all just made it up, and it had all been a lie. There was no such thing as him. He had never existed. It had all been a lie. His chest began to pound with terrible fear, and he knew right then his heart was going to explode.
"Don't look them in the eyes!"
He heard a voice roar in his ear. He was snapped out of his trance to see Kikan leap upon the nightmare and begin tearing at it with his exposed fangs. The battlefield came back into Lilja's view. He saw dozens of animals transfixed, calling out for help while they walked around in a panic, seeing nothing. Many were simply dying of fright on the spot, while others resisted the white power that was enveloping their minds. The mares just drifted over to them and finished them off, crushing their limbs or tearing at them with their teeth or claws. Lilja saw a fox crawling along the dirt, his eyes blank while he called out,
"There's nothing here! It's all gone!"
A smoky coyote stood over him, boring his milky eyes into the fox.
Lilja leapt upon the smoky coyote that had the fox spellbound and bit sharply into his neck, tasting blood. Blue liquid ran from his veins and the coyote attacked him next, opening his mouth and spurting out red flames. Like Ionan, the nightmares could breathe fire. Lilja rolled aside and bashed the coyote's head against the ground with his large paw. They tussled until Lilja finally used his heavier weight to force him down and rip out his throat. The nightmare moved no more. With the fox saved, Lilja took off, his eyes scanning the crowd. "One down," he thought. "Now to find Lottie." Lottie herself was doing quite well. She had already fallen 2 nightmares and was starting on a 3rd. But before she could launch herself to claw at the mare's face, Kia was behind it, slicing its throat with her knife. "I'm glad I found you. Where's your brother?" Kia asked. "I've lost him. We got separated," she yelled over the roar. "Find him and don't lose him again. It's too dangerous for you both already." Kia urged her guardsmen forward and surged back into the crowd. Lottie pushed her way through the battle, snapping at a nightmare's heels as she went. She wondered how she would ever find her littermate in this mess, but she looked as hard as she could, tearing out the throats of her enemies along the way. Vixen and Kasif had met up along the centre of the fight. They had managed to stick together through the chaos and had fallen more nightmares than they ever could alone. Kasif wasn't exactly an amateur, but he was impressed with Vixen's skill of the sword. This battle was certainly not her first. "You are strong," Vixen said, kicking down a nightmare as Kasif blacked the eye of another. "Yes," he said, "but you are much stronger." She smiled at him, and they continued, taking down foe after foe together. Their unicorns fought beside them, a brilliant glow emitting from their horns. Dragonstar himself was taking down 5 at a time. When a smoky nightmare tried to pull him over, Dragonstar simply let himself fall on top of her. His weight crushed her instantly. Kia appeared out of nowhere all alone. Vixen's eyes dilated, and she yelled, "Where are your guards? Vixen told them to stay by you." Kia shook her head. "They've all fallen, and I couldn't save them. Have you seen Kiota?" "We thought he was with you," Kasif said quickly. Kia swore. "Where is he? He has to help!" She brandished another nightmare down, and Kasif stabbed it with his spear. "Nice one!" Kia cried. "I'm going looking for him. Don't let them push us back." "Princess, you must not be unprotected!" Vixen screamed in a panic. Kia didn't seem to hear her. Vixen tried to follow her, but it was useless. She had lost Kia in the crowd. Kiota raced through the forest as fast as he could, far from the battle, but not abandoning his friends. He knew unless he found Malachi and stopped him from commanding the enemy, it would all be useless. He had experience from his time in the army, and he had seen the huge forces the nightmares commanded, and knew there was no chance for them. The enemy was far too organized, and the forest was too outnumbered. There was only one chance. If he killed Malachi, he killed his army. The nightmares were conjured by whoever had sold their soul to own them. If he killed the one summoned them, there would be nothing to keep the nightmares tied to this earth. Kiota wished with all his heart that Ionan was here to help him, but he was not, and now it was up to Kiota alone. The only thought in his mind was to find Malachi, otherwise they were all doomed. "Die, pitiful beasts!" Snowdrop snapped, and she knocked a nightmare out of the air so it was sent spiralling to the ground. She whinnied in triumph and turned in the sky, but her laughter was cut short in her throat. Birds the size of dragons hurtled towards her at a vicious speed. Black like tar and with beaks of silver, they opened their mouths and screamed out a shriek that sounded like nails scratching steel. They could have been eagles, yet there were large, long feathers on their heads that flowed behind them like a veil. The fire they breathed was hot enough to be felt from hundreds of feet away. The only one left to fight in the sky, Snowdrop held her ground. The night terrors didn't even notice her as they buffeted her out of the air. Snowdrop's scream could be heard from the deepest parts of the forest as she plummeted to the ground. Once she hit the earth, A cloud of dust rose up from the battlefield, and a loud crunch vibrated on her one side. Her left wing twitched once. Because she had managed to slow her fall, she wasn't going to die, but her wing had paid the price. The adrenaline pumping through her kept the pain to a minimum. Staggering slowly to her feet, Snowdrop watched as one by one more night terrors flew in to darken the skies by the spread of their wings. Snowdrop looked back to her army, most of them dead or already dying. The rest were tired and very outnumbered. She saw the terrors file in, circling while they decided where to dive. A night terror landed and started walking toward her, slowly planning to devour her whole with his massive, sharp beak. A large, formidable unicorn came forward and stood protectively in front of her. Dragonstar reared and shook his head at the terror, demanding a challenge. The night terror cawed at him and struck out with its talons, but Dragonstar remained where he was. Lavender came up by his side and took her stand. Behind her were Vixen and Kasif, both with weapons at the ready. Vixen looked calm, relaxed even, but Kasif seemed as scared as Snowdrop was. He looked meekly at his spear. It would be like poking the terror with a stick. Dragonstar lowered his horn and charged. Trembling, Snowdrop whimpered, "Creator, help us! We can't hold them back!" Lottie growled menacingly. Nightmares were closing in from all sides. She couldn't handle all of them at once. She backed up slowly as they closed in, gasping as she bumped into something behind her. Frightened, she whirled around and saw her brother growling back at her. Once they saw it was each other, they smiled. "Together," they said. They whirled into a frenzy of fighting, battling as one, taking down nightmare after nightmare, until there were pools of blue blood on the ground. Triumphant, the pups threw back their heads and howled. Their victory didn't last long. The pups stopped cheering as they saw the night terrors file in, devouring the bodies of the dead or going for more live prey, breaking them with their talons or crushing them between their massive beaks. "Where's Ionan?" Lilja asked, and he looked around in panic. "He's the only one big enough to take them down." Lottie shivered. "Lilja, I don't think Ionan's coming. I don't think he was ever here." The only sounds that could be heard were the screams of the dying. The pups watched the massacre, but were helpless to stop it. Any closer, and they too would be eaten. Out of the corner of his eye, Lilja saw a fairy run from the scene and enter the edge of the forest. "It's Malachi!" he yelled. "The one responsible for Mama's death! Let's show him what happens when he messes with our family!" Lottie yelled. The wolves bounded off after him. The chase was rough, as the battlefield was littered with bodies and debris, but the pups made sure they kept up. Malachi tried to fly, but his wings weren't strong enough to lift him into the air. Lilja reached him in the clearing first. He leapt up to tackle him to the ground, but the old man spun aside and Lilja missed. The glimmer shone mockingly through the trees, creating a patch of moonlight. Lottie finally caught up with them. "This is for Mama!" she yelled. She jumped up and clawed at Malachi's face, turning the old withered mask into a bloody pulp. He let out an anguished moan and slapped her aside into a tree. "Lottie!" Lilja yelled. A fury unlike anything he had ever known rose in his chest. "For my sister!" Lilja yelled, and he latched himself onto Malachi's arm. Lilja sank his small fangs in and drew blood. Malachi yelled and tried to shake him off, but Lilja held on. "You little runt!" Malachi roared. He grabbed Lilja and tossed him into a boulder. Lilja slunk to the ground, stunned. Malachi laughed and brought out a little blade within his coat. "Poisoned blades. Very hard to come by, but worth it for getting rid of little pests. The blade barely leaves a scratch, but once the poison sinks in, you're dead within minutes. Be glad I didn't choose to kill you in a more painful way." He threw the blade at Lilja. Time seemed to slow as the blade came rushing toward him. Still confused, he cocked his head to one side, stumbling to his feet slowly. Just as the blade was about to sink in, he heard a scream vibrate in his ears. "No! Lilja!" There was a flash of silver, and the next thing he knew, Lottie was lying still on the ground. Vixen looked around her with confidence. She knew they were vastly outnumbered, but her faith in those around her could only grow. They seemed at a loss, but she knew that they could win. These creatures, the ones fighting for good, had a power on their side that none of them knew. Kasif stood beside her, leaning on his spear, wheezing and tired. They had taken down a night terror together, but there were so many more. "Dragonstar!" she called.
"We may not be able to take them," Dragonstar said sadly. "There are far too many. You remember how it went last time. They will win." Vixen smiled.
"Have you forgotten who Vixen is? Vixen can do anything, and Vixen knows this battle will be won."
"How?" Lavender questioned. She had a deep gash across her side that still oozed. "We are falling quickly. Soon there will be no one left to fight."
"Vixen will fight even if no one is left,"
the fairy declared, raising a fist into the air. "What about leaving them to win their own battles?" Dragonstar asked. "Though I do have to wonder, will she stay hidden or will she come out?"
"Sometimes one must fight even if it is not their place to do so. Vixen has stood by idly for too long. She must fight as who she is," Vixen yelled back.
"Then I will be at your side." Dragonstar bowed his head slightly. "As will I." Lavender copied Dragonstar's bow.
"Vixen wants to see blood!"
The fairy whooped as she ran toward a group of terrors. She launched herself into the air and screamed as she fell onto the back of one of the large birds. Vixen snapped its neck and did a front flip as the massive bird crashed to the ground. Kasif's mouth dropped open. No fairy alive had the strength to do that. Vixen was something else entirely.
"Vixen will win for the princess of these lands," she declared. "Join me, my friends."
Lavender and Dragonstar ran forward, responding to her battle cry. Their horns were pointed straight at the group of terrors. Kasif charged with them, the will to fight written across his face. They would win, or they would die trying. Malachi laughed as he stared at the tiny pup lying still on the ground.
"Lottie! Lottie!"
Lilja screamed, coming out of his stupor. Lottie didn't respond, the blade sticking out of her shoulder like a thorn. Lilja grabbed it with his teeth and ripped it out, but there was no use. The damage had been done. Somewhere close by there were footsteps. Malachi had fled.
"Lottie! Lottie!"
he cried. Her chest heaved up and down, and her silver coat began to turn red. Lilja looked over her body, feeling helpless.
"It's so hard to breathe," she said. "My body is numb. I'm dying. I'm going to die."
"No, you can still make it," he said, growling and begging all at once. Lottie put one paw on the ground and tried to stand, but her legs failed.
"I can't. The poison is paralyzing me."
"You're going to make it. You can't—"
"I am, Lilja. I'll see Mama so soon. I can feel it. I know it."
"No!" He was shaking now, unable to comprehend the reality before him.
"Lilja, look at me."
He gazed at her with her two mismatched eyes, the eyes that were so much like her mother's.
"I love you,"
she said. She gave a last breath, and then she was gone.
"Lottie! Lottie, stay with me! Speak to me! Talk to me one last time!"
He licked her face and nudged her body. It was motionless.
"No!"
He yelled, and his anguished cry turned into a howl. Kiota appeared out of the bushes. He saw Lottie lying still and whispered, "I was too late." Kia, her hair full of branches, appeared behind a tree. She let out a cry of joy when she saw Kiota. She ran toward him and buried her head in his chest. But when he did not return her affection, she turned around and looked to where he was staring.
Creator, why? Kia cried out when she saw Lottie's limp form. Together they ran to Lottie's side. Too shocked to think, tears began sprouting from both their eyes. Kia sobbed as she ran her hands through Lottie's coat. Sick with pain, Lilja backed away from his friends. He couldn't stand it any more. He had lost his pack, his mother, and now the wolf who had meant everything to him. He turned from them all and ran away, his black tail fluttering behind him. He ran from his life, his pain, and the memories of those he lost. His life would never be the same. It never had been the same since the fire. His life was now even more shattered than before, and he would run from it as long as he could. "Oh, Ionan," cried Kiota. "I needed you. If you had been here, it wouldn't have ended like this. Why did you go?"
"I never left."
Kia and Kiota both gasped, gazing upward. They saw a brown hawk trail down from the skies to land and become a powerful green dragon, his face full of grief. Chapter 13. The Darkest Hour. The silence was only broken by the sound of the wind ruffling through Lottie's white shroud of fur and Kia's gulping sobs. "Ionan," Kiota gasped, and he fell against his changer's side. "You came back for us."
"I was not gone," Ionan said comfortingly. "Didn't you recognize the brown hawk following you? I was merely watching from afar."
"Why didn't you help us?" Kia asked, her throat choked. "We needed you."
Ionan trembled. "I had been there. At the start of the fight, I followed you back into the woods and hid in some of the trees while everyone was getting ready. A short time later I scouted ahead and found the night terrors hiding in the lowlands of the plains. I took down 3 of them by myself. My senses told me that Kiota was in danger, and I flew back to watch over him. I plummeted several times and took out a few nightmares in order to let Kiota look for Malachi quicker. I heard Lilja scream and hurried here as fast as I could, but I failed them. I couldn't get here in time."
"Is there a way to save her?" Kiota asked, and he touched the wolf's body. "Any way?"
"We know that unicorn horns revert any poison. If I can find one and take its horn, perhaps I can jolt her body back to life," Ionan said. "I haven't much time, though."
"You mean kill a unicorn?" Kia asked, shaking.
"There may be a way that I can take it without shedding its blood, or perhaps they will give it up. They can live without their horns, you know."
Kia and the others sat around the young wolf pup. No one spoke, but Kia cried softly, and Kiota's tears ran without sound.
"I can handle things here," Ionan said gently. "You must go and fight for your forest while I do what I can for Lottie. Go with her, Kiota."
He scooped the limp Lottie into his claws and pushed the 2 away from him. "He's right." Kia rose, wiped her face, and started hurrying the other way. "Come on, Kiota. We have to find my father and end this before anybody else gets hurt." Kiota grabbed Kia's hand and began to follow her, pausing only once and looking back towards his changer. "I'll return, Ionan. I promise."
"Please let it be alive,"
Ionan said, in a voice only his company could hear. Then Kiota and Kia ran off into the forest and left the changer alone with the lifeless pup. Kasif and Vixen charged through the oncoming army and killed the nightmares one by one. The enemy's numbers were depleting, but so were their own. The night terrors were giving the other side a very unbalanced advantage. "I've got to gallop over and help the east side," Snowdrop said, wincing because of her injured wing. "Try and get the rest of our army out of there."
"Don't go alone,"
Kasif cried atop Lavender's back, but Snowdrop had already whirled around before his sentence was finished. The Pegasus battered her way through the crowd, becoming lost in the fray. "It's going to take a miracle to win this," Dragonstar said with a meaningful look at Vixen as he crushed a nightmare beneath his hoof. The fairy glared at him from his back and hissed under her breath. "What would you have Vixen do? Vixen hasn't brought her out in years."
You must summon her, Dragonstar snapped at her. Only you can end this. It's what you were ordained to do. As your second in command, I demand that you let her emerge. Not yet, Vixen said, and she sliced off the head of a nightmare as she did so. If Vixen does now, all the power will be gone from her, and we will still be outnumbered. She hasn't been able to roast a whole army since she was chosen. Make her come out fast, or more of us are going to die, Dragonstar said.
Vixen, Lavender wheezed. I'm getting tired.
The fairy looked at her animal sympathetically. The battle with the terrors had taken more out of her than the rest of them. I'm sorry. There's nothing Vixen can do. Or nothing that you will do, Dragonstar hissed. He brought down a smaller mare, but not before another one, a nightmare in the shape of a mountain lion, leapt for Vixen. Dragonstar let out a loud bray. Lavender leapt into action, charging forward with her violet horn down, and not looking where she was going. In an instant, Lavender got a long leg stuck in a rabbit hole. The unicorn fell, and her legs snapped. Kasif began to fall under her, knowing he would be crushed. No! Vixen shot out her hand and latched onto Kasif. She pulled him onto the back of her own unicorn and looked down at the wounded Lavender. The unicorn gasped in pain, her body racking with terrible tremors. Lavender said nothing. She knew that with a broken leg, she could no longer fight. Death was upon her, and she wished to accept it quietly. Vixen dismounted, and Dragonstar moaned. Why her? Lavender! She'll be eaten alive, Kasif said, looking at the night terrors that were quickly approaching. A tear ran down Vixen's cheek. With a shaky voice, she said, Oh, poor baby. Vixen is sorry, but she must do this. She pulled a knife from her belt. She looked at Dragonstar before striking, and he nodded his head. Don't let her suffer, he begged. Kasif stared with wide, open eyes, while Dragonstar looked away. With a single stroke, she put the screaming animal out of its misery. At least Vixen's Kasif is safe, she whispered softly. She kissed Lavender on the cheek before leaping back onto Dragonstar. Grab onto Vixen and we'll get out of here, she told Kasif. Of course, Kasif said in a comforting tone. I would do anything for you, Vixen. He smiled at her, and she tearfully smiled back, pushing Dragonstar back into battle. Lilja stared down his opponent menacingly. Every vein in his body was pulsing with rage, every tear on his face shimmering with the beauty of a broken heart. The night terror in front of him was the only thing that stood in his way between the forest and the cliff. The giant bird cackled, and Lilja shifted on his paws, his teeth bared. I've got nothing to lose, Lilja growled, and the terror looked at him with gleaming, greedy eyes. Try and take me on. I swear I'll kill you. The bird seemed to laugh. Lilja didn't move one muscle. It was all over. Lottie was dead, Ionan was gone, and the forest had ceased to exist. The only thing that existed was this fermenting monster in front of him that he was going to fall, even if it killed him in the process. Lilja's hackles rose, and his fangs shone like ivory in the coming sunrise. Kia and Kiota ran after Malachi, gaining ground on the old man. On the way, they ran into Kasif and Vixen, who were riding double on Dragonstar. What happened to Lavender? Kiota asked the two. She got her leg stuck in a hole and snapped it like a twig, Kasif informed them depressingly, saving Vixen from explaining. There was no way we could have saved her. Have you seen your father, Kia? We're chasing him now, the fairy told him. Her small hand fell to her stomach. We'll find him. I've picked up on his trail. She didn't finish her sentence before the fairy responsible for the fighting appeared right in front of them. His old body had enough. He knew it was useless trying to run anymore. He glared at them, and his eyes fell to his daughter's middle. A small knife was raised in one hand.
Poisoned blades are cruel little things, he said calmly, keeping his eyes locked on Kia's stomach. It won't kill a full-grown fairy, but a little one will be no problem. You've seen that with the wolf brat, and I will not allow another heir to get in the way of my throne."
He flung the knife. Kiota tried to pull Kia out of the way, but it was too late. The blade sank deeply into Kia's unprotected stomach. Kia lurched forward and would have fallen if Kiota hadn't caught her. He lifted her into his arms and set her on the ground. She yanked the blade from her flesh and pressed a hand over the wound as her clothes started to stain. But it was too late to stop the poison from taking effect. The child would die. Both she and Kiota knew that. Blood spurted from her fingers where the wound was hidden. Kiota held her up, and they both began to cry in sadness for their unborn child. Kasif let out a loud yell. Malachi laughed, and Vixen stared with huge eyes at Kia. "Vixen, do it now!" Dragonstar cried, stomping his hooves. The sound of Dragonstar's voice seemed to strike a chord in Vixen's brain. The fairy's eyes flashed a horrible colour, and her whole form rippled like a river. Her eyes landed upon Malachi, and her mouth was brought up in a raging snarl. Her voice dark and deep.
"No, you ignorant fool! The child shall not die!"
Vixen launched herself into the air with surprising strength, her skin contorting and beginning to change. She began to glow like the sun, and as they watched her hover into the air, she became a beautiful maiden of old. Every part of her was made of light, with a long black dress that trailed down over her feet. Her eyes glowed white as she rode upon a great phoenix made of fire, which engulfed every part of the sky itself, yet didn't set fire to the trees. Those on the ground covered their eyes against the brightness of her. When she raised her arms, animals made of fire seemed to spring out of the phoenix's wings. They galloped onto the ground, creating a protective ring around everyone except Malachi. "The Great One is a girl!" Kiota exclaimed from behind Kia. "I can't believe this!"
"Great One!" cried Malachi in fear. "I had no idea you were here. I'm sorry. Please don't hurt me, and I'll do anything you ask. Anything at all."
You cannot redeem yourself," the Great One boomed. "You have had multiple chances to stop your foolish mission, and never once have you even considered doing so. For your ignorance, you will pay with blood."
"Please, I will change. I promise I will,"
Malachi stammered.
"You lie to me. You plan to run from me the instant I turn away. You seek no forgiveness."
Forgiveness?"
Malachi whimpered.
I have done nothing wrong."
"Many lives have been lost because you have chosen to follow a path of evil and destruction, and now I will end the suffering you have caused this land. Your blood will pay for the dead and the dying, and your death shall be my revenge."
She snarled at him.
"Now die, foolish fairy!"
A blast of light shot from the sky and struck the fairy on the top of his head. The smell of burning flesh filled the clearing as Malachi's eyes burst from their sockets and onto his cheeks. Blood leaked from his mouth, and his tongue set aflame. His lips curled back and burnt off, while his skin and clothes charred. The light vanished. All that was left of the elder Malachi was a burnt skeleton. Kia's father was dead. Once the threat was gone, the animals of flame that had been circling the group rose up to meet the Great One in the sky. She pointed her finger to the east and said,
"Go and eradicate the nightmares and the night terrors from the land. Run them all out and leave none still here."
At her command, the thousands of fire creatures raced off into the trees. Through a clear spot in the woods, the group watched as the fire creatures took down each and every nightmare and night terror, leaving none behind. The female ruler threw back her head and laughed. The rich sound was of pure enjoyment and pride, and it caused shivers to run up Kyoto's spine. "What about Kia and the baby?" he moaned. "You must help them." The Great One grinned at them foxily.
Yes, I will help. The child will not die today.
Her skin began to ripple and contort once again. The Great One turned back into the form of a fairy they had all called Vixen, and walked over to the young couple. Kiota drew Kia to his side protectively, but Vixen chuckled and said,
"You knew me as Vixen before, no? You will still know me as Vixen now. Trust me."
Kiota slowly backed away. Vixen leaned forward and said,
"Poor child must be scared to death. Vixen will make him better, though. The young boy will live yet."
She beckoned to Dragonstar and forced the younger girl to remove her hand.
"Vixen will fix it now. All will be okay."
She nodded to her stallion. Dragonstar put his horn to the wound. Kia felt the poison's effect wear away and vanish completely, her pain ending and her health restoring.
"Thank you, my lady."
Kia sank on her knee and bowed as low as she could.
"I owe both my life and the life of my child to you. Vixen only does what she feels is right. Companies and fairies should live together in peace. Vixen only needed to find the perfect pair to fall in love."
She smiled slyly at them. "My lady, I owe you everything. I am sorry I disobeyed your laws, but I couldn't help myself." Kiota bowed as low as Kia and stayed that way, ashamed.
"Arise and look at Vixen, child. Vixen forgives you and offers you her blessings for a happy marriage and a healthy young child."
Vixen placed a hand upon Kia's scarred middle.
"Thank you."
Kia smiled at the ruler, but kept her head bowed.
"We accept your blessings greatly, but we are unsure if we will be married."
"Will this make it a sure thing?" Kiota asked. He got down on one knee and displayed from his pocket a golden ring. A small emerald and 2 smaller diamonds decorated the band, and the ring glimmered in the rising sun. "It was the one thing my mother gave to me before I left," Kiota admitted sheepishly. "She told me to keep it so when I found the right girl, I could propose to her. I was going to sell it, but now I'm glad I kept it. So, Kiatana, a brilliant shaman, will you marry me?"
"Yes."
Kia flung her arms around his neck. Kiota slipped the ring on her finger and kissed her. When the sun finally rose over the trees, the battle ended, and all the creatures of the forest surrounded the clearing to celebrate the newly engaged couple, to help repair the forest, and to mourn over the dead. Rejoicing encompassed the land, but the joy never reached a small black wolf, nor the heart of a changer, who was desperately trying to save what life, if any, was left in Lottie's body. Chapter 14. Snowfall. The first thing Lottie realized was she wasn't in any pain. She took in her surroundings. She stood in a woody forest in the dead of winter. It was comforting, but very strange. For some strange reason, she felt at home. She whooped and jumped into the snowdrifts and danced with the large, puffy snowflakes. She was alone, but it didn't matter. She tried catching snowflakes on her nose and danced on her hind legs as she pawed at the air. It was only a little while before she realized she was back in her old home where she had grown up. She laughed, happy to be here once again. "Lottie!" she heard from somewhere. Lottie stopped playing and turned on the spot, confused. "Lottie!" it called again. She knew that voice from somewhere, but like the woods, she couldn't recall from where. She followed the voice, enchanted by its sound. It was eerily silent in the forest. Even her footsteps didn't make much noise. "Lottie!" She saw someone sitting in the snow. The figure was silvery white, camouflaged against the falling crystals. "Lottie!" it said one more time. Then Lottie knew who it was. She raced joyfully toward her and cuddled up to her soft, warm fur, sighing with happiness. "Mama," she said. The she-wolf laughed. "Hello, Lottie." "Mama," she said again. "Why did you die?" "Lottie, do I look dead to you?" She looked up at her and saw how real she was, more beautiful than Lottie had remembered. She looked so solid, so shiny and happy, so amazing. "No," she said.
"My body may have died, but my soul still lives, and that is the part that matters. I am still here."
"We miss you so much," Lottie whispered, hugging closer to her.
"I know."
"Mama, am I dead too?"
Kenai snuggled her and said, "No, little pup, you're still alive."
"Then why am I here?"
"The poison nearly killed you. You are in the spiritual world between life and death. But your time has not come. You have too much work to do, and to prepare you for it, I have a lot to tell you. First, you must forgive the ones responsible for killing me."
"What? But they killed you and many others. How can I forgive when so much damage was done?" Lottie said in shock.
Forgiveness heals and cleanses, like water over a dirty wound. Some may even be able to turn their lives around because of it. You saw Keegan. He has changed."
Lottie nodded. "Yes, he helped Kasif with the attack, but when he saw the damage, he stopped what he was doing and did the right thing. The other animals could have hated him for it, but they decided to follow him instead because they saw he was a good leader."
Kenai kissed her daughter's head. "Hatred tears apart the soul so terribly. You can always forgive, no matter how terrible, but don't ruin yourself with hate. It was my time. I am much happier now."
"Even without us?"
"Oh, Lottie, I want you and your brother to grow strong and old. I don't want you to join me so soon."
"Will the forest be okay?"
"The forest will be fine, as well as everyone living in it."
"How do you know?" Lottie whispered, pressing up against her.
"Trust me, but there is one who will not be well if you don't help him."
"Who?"
"Kasif."
"What?"
Lottie jumped away.
"But it's his fault you're gone."
"I loved him, little pup. He never received much love from his father. He lost his mother at an early age, just like you. His creatures don't feel connected to him. I was the only one he ever loved, and the only one who loved him back."
"What must I do?"
she asked. "When the time is right, you will know."
"Mama,"
Lottie asked,
"what is planned for me to do? What must I achieve? There's so much I don't understand."
"You will be part of a revolution," Kenai hushed in her daughter's ear, and Lottie's eyes widened dramatically. "A movement that will affect all creatures in 3 separate worlds, to come to pass in many, many years. It has started with you and your friends. The work your group has done will ripple through each and every heart until nothing, for good or for bad, is the same."
"What will we be working for, Mama?"
Lottie questioned. Kenai lifted up her head and her eyes shone fiercely. "Freedom. It will be a long, hard fight, and I can't tell you if you will win. The difficulties will be greater than any of you could ever imagine. One thing I must plead to you is to be loyal to your friends and to always do everything out of love." Kenai snuggled her daughter one last time. "Take care of your brother. I'll always be with you in every paw step that you will take. Pay attention, but don't fear disaster. In everything, try to be gentle. Your gift is for healing, and without it, the entire revolution will fall. At times of most crippling devastation, remember that we will be together again, all of us."
Her mother faded away, and Lottie was left alone in the falling snow. Chapter 15. United. Ionan flew swiftly with the limp little wolf pup in his closed claws. He felt shivers of fear as he glanced quickly at the tiny figure in his grasp. She had certainly took on the appearance of death, though Ionan knew from the faint little heartbeat inside her that she was still alive, even if it was slowing faster every second. He smelled blood and descended. His heart retched as he saw Lavender, one of Vixen's favourite and best, with a broken leg and a cut throat. He laid Lottie down gently and looked at the purple horn. He put his claws around it and gently pulled, knowing he could crush it if he was too rough. It detached easily, and a grey stub was left in place. He took the horn and pushed the point into Lottie, where the poisoned blade had sunk in. The horn's healing powers spread through her blood faster than the poison, and she started to breathe again. Life came back into her newly opened eyes as she whispered softly, "Ionan?"
"Lie still," he told her calmly. "You've just been healed. Don't move or you might hurt yourself."
"Where's Lilja?" she asked. She attempted to sit up. Ionan pushed her gently back down.
"I'm taking you to the fairies and the Great One. I don't know where your brother is, but I'm going to find him."
"The Great One?" she asked weakly. Ionan lifted her by the scruff, putting her on his back.
"I know the Great One. Do not worry, she will take care of you. She has been put in a high place under the Creator for a reason."
"She?" Ionan did not answer. He lifted into the air and flew as fast as he could. When they found the fairies, Ionan dropped down into the trees, right next to Kia's small hut. Kia rushed over and cradled Lottie in her arms.
"Make sure the Great One sees her," he told Kiota. "We'll talk later, I promise. But now I fear for Lilja's life."
He took off again. Kiota watched him go, his face filled with guilt. Vixen took Lottie from Kia and placed her into Kasif's arms.
"What are you doing?"
he asked in bewilderment, cradling the wolf gently. "She is sick," said Vixen. "Kia needs rest, and Vixen needs to take care of things in her place. Watch over this pup for me." She then helped Kia flutter back to her house. Kasif looked at the sleeping little one in his arms, feeling strangely attached. Lilja hadn't moved an inch from where he stood. The night terror in front of him let out a loud cry and began charging towards him, wrath in his eyes. Lilja broke into a run towards the beast, his paws extended furiously and ready to jump at the terror's neck. Before he got the chance, a herd of unicorns made of fire bolted out from within the trees. They spread past him and leapt upon the terror, goring it with their horns and setting him aflame. The night terror smouldered as he slowly sunk to the ground and died. "No!" Lilja growled in frustration. He instead charged at the fire unicorns. All he could do was whimper as his mind entrapped him. "She's dead! Lottie's dead! I have no family! My only sister is dead!" His father and mother had both died, leaving them orphans. Now he was all alone. "I loved her! I loved her! How could you let her die?" He screamed in his mind at everyone he could think of: Kia, Kiota, Malachi, Ionan, Vixen, the unicorns, Kikan, and even the Creator himself. He ran as fast as he could towards his one destination, the creatures of flame. Before he got there, though, a certain dragon landed in front of him, spreading out his enormous wings wide and blocking his view. Lilja glared at the changer with all of his might. In a final act of defiance, he ran to the cliff, determined to reach certain oblivion. When he jumped off, his body would bash onto the rocks and he would be thrown into the lake far below, where he would drown. It was an insane thought, but to Lilja it seemed saner than anything that was occurring. He ran fast as the fire that had killed the terror to the cliff's edge, where he, without a second thought, catapulted himself off and let his body fall to what was a certain death. Everything was in slow motion as he fell. He was seconds from crashing onto the rocks when he suddenly felt scales under his paws and a voice repeat, "Gotcha!" "No!" Lilja sobbed. "Let me go!" he cried. "Let me die!" Ionan let him struggle in his claws, and Lilja gave up. What chance did a wolf have against a changer anyway? Ionan landed back at the top of the cliff. Lilja sat in his claws, not knowing what to do. Ionan let him go. Needing comfort, the wolf pup crawled to Ionan's head and snuggled up next to it. He didn't want to be a warrior anymore. He was tired of being Lilja Nightcoat of the Black-Hearted Stream. All he wanted was to go back to his old den and sleep with his mother and Lottie beside him. Ionan lifted the pup up with his teeth and put him on his neck, and then began to hum. The beautiful sounds that only a changer could make began lulling Lilja off to sleep, where he wouldn't have to be bothered by the horrors of the current world. He watched the sun rise higher over the horizon and cast the forest in light. He hoped he wouldn't have any dreams. He was too tired for nightmares. Ionan made sure he was asleep before taking off again, for these wolf pups he saw as his children, and he would guard them so forevermore. Lilja's mind came about very slowly. The pup stood and realized his battle gear was gone. Someone had removed it, and given him a bath as well. Lilja wondered who could have done this, but he was so miserable he couldn't have cared less. He wondered how he could sneak away from the forest. He could become a lone wolf, become one of those desperate wolves he had always been so afraid of. He pondered it, but imagined Ionan must be keeping an eye on him after the dramatic run off the cliff. He saw Kia sitting near to him, watching the clouds drift by. He tried to sneak away, but there was no getting past his fairy. Kia got up and scooped him up in her grasp quickly, smiling. He decided struggling wouldn't be a good idea and sat in her arms grumpily. She rocked him back and forth and tried singing a lullaby, which was entirely off-key.
"What are you doing?"
he asked.
"Practicing my mothering skills," she said. "Kiota and I are going to be parents."
"What?"
Lilja exclaimed and jumped out of her arms.
"We're having a baby. The wedding will be soon. I've already got a ring, see?"
She showed him her emerald ring, and Lilja turned his back on her.
"Great for you,"
he grumbled. Kia smiled brightly, her wings fluttering in excitement.
"Come on, I've got someone you really want to see."
She led him to a clearing, one with new flowers pushing out of the ashes and the prettiest little sprouts popping up from the ground. Ionan was lying down, with Kiota relaxing against him. Kasif and Vixen were sitting up in a tree, Dragonstar resting beneath. The one that Lilja wanted to see more than anyone was not here, and he knew she never would be again. His ears dropped, and he shut his eyes, trying to block out the world and all its pain. Just then, Kia laughed behind him. A light howl brushed past his ears and warmed his heart. He turned and couldn't believe his eyes. At the top of the nearby hill was his sister.
"Lottie!"
he cried. She turned and saw him, letting out another bright, cheerful howl. He ran toward her as fast as he could, whimpering and sobbing as wolves do when they truly love and lose someone. But he had her back. She hobbled down the hill, seeming to favor the shoulder the blade sunk in. They tumbled head over heels, laughing. She sat on top of him and he whispered,
"I thought you were dead."
She giggled and said, "It's not time for me to die yet, brother." She playfully bit him, and they romped in joy, batting each other with their paws gently. When they were finished, Lilja looked at her.
"What's wrong with your leg?"
She glanced down at her leg and casually said, "Oh, that. Ionan said it's injured. The unicorn horn that healed me had to go in pretty deep."
"Unicorn horn?"
he said inquisitively. "Yes, Lavender fell and broke her leg. Vixen couldn't save her. Ionan used her horn to cure the poison, but I could have a bad leg for the rest of my life."
"How can you say that so calmly?"
he questioned. "When you know what I know now, you can face a lot with bravery," she said, her eyes sparkling.
"Know what?"
he asked. She smiled mischievously. "Not telling." Lilja noticed Lottie's clean coat and lack of armor.
"Where's our gear? And who cleaned our coats?"
"Ionan is keeping the armor for us for now," she said. "I don't really know who gave us a bath, but I think it was Kasif. I needed it anyway. I was covered in blood."
"Kasif?"
he questioned. He looked over at the haughty figure in doubt. She nodded, and they walked towards the others side by side. Kiota and Kia had their arms wrapped around each other. Ionan stood over them protectively, although there was no threat. Kia smiled and said, "Well, I guess everything turned out all right.
You two are reunited, Kiota and I are engaged, the forest is well, Ionan is back, and the other two can't stop falling for each other."
She cast a glance at Vixen and Kasif, who were still up in the tree.
"It all did."
Kasif took Vixen's hand.
"Especially since Vixen will be coming back with me."
Vixen took her hand gently away.
"Vixen likes Kasif very, very much, but Vixen has her own land and unicorns to take care of, as well as her duties as the Great One. She can't be with you."
Kasif looked at her, broken-hearted once more. They both jumped down from the tree.
"But I don't have anyone left," he exclaimed. "Kenai's dead, my father hates me, and my own land creatures no longer trust me."
"Vixen is sorry," she said, "but she can't stay here."
Kasif cast down his eyes, trying not to lose control of his emotions. He sat on the ground, looking abandoned and lost. Lottie gazed at him with compassion in her eyes. A spark ignited within her, and she looked at the fairy closer, as if in a new light.
"You two fought like true warriors,"
said Keegan, gazing at the wolves proudly.
"I would love to have you in my pack."
Lilja looked at him and said,
"Thank you, Keegan, but I don't think we're ready to be true pack members yet." "All the same," he said, "I would like you to become one of us. Someday you will be strong enough to hunt among our ranks. Until then, we would love you to be a part of our family."
Lilja gazed in amazement at his sister. He then whooped and spun around her.
"Did you hear that, Lottie? Keegan wants to adopt us into his pack. We can be a family again. We have a home."
Lottie laughed and said,
"Only one of us, brother."
Lilja stopped dancing and stared, confused. Lottie had a strange look about her as she said,
"Someone told me that when the time came, I would know what to do. I was confused, but now I understand."
"What are you talking about?"
Lilja asked, puzzled. Lottie started to walk slowly toward Kasif.
"We must go our separate ways. Your destiny is to live with Keegan and his pack. Mine is different."
"No!"
Lilja cried.
"I just lost you."
With love in her voice, Lottie replied,
"We shall always be more powerful together, and we will be, often."
"But not like we used to,"
he said weakly.
"It is time for us to be apart," she said. "I will never leave you, but this is one thing we have to do alone. I know you understand."
Lilja looked at her and realized he did. He watched in bewilderment as his sister, the one who knew him better than he did himself, crawled into Kasif's lap. The fairy was holding his head in his hands. She wiggled under his arms, and he looked at her in confusion.
"I'm Kenai's daughter," she whispered. "I'll be your companion now and forever. I won't abandon you."
Tears welled in his eyes. He stroked her silver fur.
"You look so much like her," he whispered. "And your eyes are her eyes. You're just like my Kenai."
Lilja walked over to take his place by Keegan. He rose his head up proudly and looked toward the horizon at a brand new tomorrow. The forest was quiet and gentle. Then Ionan spoke, gazing at each of his friends one by one, finally letting his gaze rest on Kia.
"Everything is right once more," Ionan said. "Let us all go to plan the wedding. These two are due to have a little one, and who knows what the future may bring us."
Chapter 16. A Promise Meant for Always. When Kia and Kiota made it back to her house, Kia saw Snowdrop standing by her front door, her one wing bent and her head bowed in pain.
"Hello, Snowdrop,"
Kia called softly. The lovely Pegasus's eyes opened. She looked up and whinnied happily at seeing her owner.
"I'm glad you got home okay,"
the Pegasus whimpered, breathing heavily.
"My dearest friend,"
Kia whispered, and she touched the wing that had been crushed. It quivered once, and Kia drew her hand back quickly.
"You fought for me bravely. Thank you for being my second in command."
"Anything for you, Kia." Snowdrop let out a squeal when Kia touched her wing again.
I don't think it's broken, only a little sprained, Kia said. Kiota, go to that tree over there and rip off a few branches. The company walked over to a young sapling and started tearing off the limbs. Kia took the branches and smoothed them down with her dagger, then fashioned a splint out of some rope she still had in her pocket from the journey. She and Kiota fixed the splint onto the mare's wing, stepping back to observe their work. That should work fine, Kia said. In a few months your wing will be healed, and it should be almost as good as it was, but no flying until then. I'm okay with that, Snowdrop nickered. After this long battle and all that travelling too, I think all I need is a long nap. I won't be doing much of anything for a long, long time. Snowdrop propped up her one back leg on the ground and closed her eyes, slowly falling asleep. Don't listen to her, Kia rolled her eyes. She'll be frolicking around friskily in a few days. She turned to Kiota. She saw that he was watching all the other creatures crawling around in her front yard. All of those injured had been tended to, and the head count had been totaled. There had been more who had perished than they'd thought. The two walked hand in hand through the forest and watched as bodies were buried and tears were shed. It had taken all night to clean the battlefield of their own dead. Ionan was in the plains burning the bodies of the nightmares and night terrors with Dragonstar to help. If the couple looked up, they could see ashes flying through the air. It took a long time before they found some place where they could be alone. I think we should find a way to honor those who have died, Kiota said quietly. Kia looked back from where they had come. You're right. We will do so first thing in the morning, but it's getting late, and we will all need a little rest before tomorrow. Kia smiled at him, her hand on her stomach. It feels wrong with all this pain and grief going around, but I'm so happy about this baby I think I may burst. Well, don't explode until the baby is born, okay? I can't lose you and my son all in the same day, Kiota said jokingly. They both laughed at the awful joke. Kia flew them to the tops of the trees. They sat there, watching the sunset. They rested in their own personal heaven, he with his arms around her, and she so close to him she could feel his heartbeat pounding through his body and into hers. The lovely pinks and oranges reflected on their skin and hair as they turned their back on the battlefield and towards the north, which held a great expanse of forest and sky. The day was calm at last. The fighting was over, and the sickness was cured. Life was good. Kia! A small voice screamed from behind them. They turned to see a tiny little red bird hovering in the air, his breast heaving with anxiety. What is it now, Scarlet? Kia moaned. The Great One wishes to speak with you. She says it's important, the small bird told her quickly. With a moan, Kia pulled herself out of Kyota's arms and rose into the air, her wings sparking in the light. I'll be back. Kia kissed Kiota upon the cheek lovingly, then followed Scarlet back to her hut. Kiota remained in the trees alone. He watched Kia as she went away, smiling at the fairy he loved. When she vanished from his view, he plucked a single leaf from the top of the tree. The lovely green colour was almost identical to that of Kia's hair, and he twirled it between his fingers gently. What would I have done if I hadn't met her? He asked himself, looking off into the sky. Would I have found happiness elsewhere, or nowhere? A face appeared in his head, one that he missed sorely and greatly, along with a soft voice. It doesn't matter what would have happened. All that matters is what did happen. It was a voice he knew all too well. It was a saying that his best friend Luciana had always used when they were young. Kiota realized that Luce had been right. It didn't really matter what would have happened if he never met Kia, because he did meet her, and a lot had happened. Kiota sat in the tree and stared at the sky, truly happy for the first time since he had lost his best friend. What do you need, Vixen? Kia asked as she landed in front of her house. All the creatures were gone now. With one look at Vixen, Scarlet let out a tiny peep before he flew off for the safety of the trees. To tell you the most wonderful news, Vixen beamed at her. Kasif is going to live with Vixen and the unicorns. The fairy began bouncing up and down, twirling around with the greatest of excitement. That's amazing! Kia placed her hands on Vixen's shoulders to calm the fairy down. But why did you need to tell me now?
Because there is more that Vixen must tell Kia. Vixen smiled broadly at the younger fairy. Kasif is giving all of his land to you because he cannot take care of it from so far away. Your territory is expanding.
He's giving me all of his land?
Kia's eyes widened in amazement. She began to jump up and down, much like Vixen was.
I can't believe this. I have to thank him. Where is he?
I'm right here.
Kasif came out from behind a tree and smiled broadly. Kia ran up and wrapped her arms around him, nearly tackling him to the ground with her joy.
Thank you. I always loved the plains.
Yeah, I would think so. You've made a lot of friends there after the battle and everything. If that's not enough for you, I have an early wedding present. You're also freed from our marriage. I've talked with my father and he said the deal was off. He's not going to go crazy or attack you if you don't marry me, Kasif told her, obviously extremely happy with the idea himself.
Yes!
Kia jumped into the air and screamed her excitement to the world. Kasif and Vixen sat on the ground and laughed as Kia zoomed around the sky and came to rest in a small tree.
Thank you so much, Kasif. You don't know how much this means to me. No offense, but thank the Creator I don't have to marry you.
You're welcome, Kiatana, and I take no offense whatsoever. I share the same sentiment.
Kasif continued to laugh. He jumped into the air himself, looking even happier than she did.
I told you she would be more excited than ever.
Lottie came trotting out from the bushes, her tail held high.
Lottie!
Kia shot out of the tree and snatched the young wolf off the ground. She flew through the air with Lottie hanging on for dear life.
Thank you.
Calm down, child, Vixen laughed. Vixen knows that you are excited, but you need to settle or your head will explode. Vixen knows these things. She had said the last part very wisely. Kasif gave Vixen a funny look, then scooted away from her side.
And put me down. I don't want to fall,
Lottie demanded.
Sorry, Lottie, I'm just so excited.
Kia gently placed Lottie on the ground and landed next to her.
I have to tell Kiota.
She ran off in the direction of the trees and came to the large oak they had been sitting in.
Kiota,
she called.
What?
He asked, jumping off the tree and landing in front of her, concerned that she was hurt.
Kasif is moving in with Vixen and he's giving me all of his land, she said. And his father said that I'm free of the marriage contract. We can get married right now if we want to.
Then let's go for it. We should get married right now, tonight. Kyota's voice grew louder as he said this.
I think that's a wonderful idea. We all need something happy to keep our minds off those who have died.
Ionan came up behind them in the form of a rabbit, his task with the nightmares and night terrors done. He shook his fur and said,
How about after sunset? It can be a midnight wedding. A midnight wedding?
Kasif and Vixen came running in as they had followed Kia when she'd torn out of the clearing.
Sounds like fun to me.
Vixen will perform the ceremony,
the fairy said, her eyes glowing.
And me and the animals can get it all set up,
Kasif told them.
You two don't have to be concerned about anything.
Ionan hopped to Kyota's side.
It is a tradition where we come from, Kia, that the changer arranges the wedding for his company if he is to be married. Kasif and I will take care of all arrangements. After all, if there is one thing that my father ever taught me, it was how to throw a party.
It's true, Ignis did know how to party, Kiota said nostalgically, thinking of how Ionan's sire hosted many a great event in his day.
Then tonight it is.
Kia embraced her fiancé, and their three friends travelled into the forest to spread the news. The clearing they had set up was beautiful. The entrance of the grassy aisle started at the forest, going forward until there were no more trees, and the wide expanse of the plain began. A dusting of stars glowed overhead. The fireflies shined multiple different colours thanks to handmade paints, and the seats were a series of logs that had been covered with flowers of all colours. Kiota stood beneath an arch of roses, dressed in a white suit that the others had made for him. His black hair was neatly combed. Vixen stood in front of him in a long, elegant black dress that had red streaks running up the sides like flames, her hair fashioned in a low bun. Kasif was on the other side of Kiota, dressed much fancier than the others, in a deep blue frilly dress shirt with matching pants and shoes. Dragonstar was in the left front row, a long red robe trailing over his back and rump. Ionan and the wolves were in the second front row. The wolves wore their battle gear, and the dragon's scales had been shined so much that they looked like emeralds upon his back. Dozens of animals lined the seats as they had come to see their fairy wed. There were gasps of wonder as Snowdrop trailed out from the darkness of the woods, a silver bridle on her head, a long blanket trailing over her back made of the finest lace. Kiatana sat upon the mare, her wings shining brightly. She wore a long-sleeved gown the colour of her pink eyes, finely laced at her middle. The bottom of the dress fanned out into a lovely buttercup train. The veil was made of the same fragile lace on Snowdrop's blanket, and covered her face ever so gently. Kia got down from the mare and began walking up the aisle with Kasif's father. The gown's train was held up by Scarlet and his family. Only Kia knew that the dress had once been her mother's, worn for such a wedding. But her mother had married a man she never loved, while Kia was here for the love of her life. A bouquet of bright red roses stood out brightly in Kia's hands. She walked barefoot. Snowdrop went ahead of her, leading the way until the mare came to a halt next to Dragonstar. Kia smiled lightly behind the veil when she saw Kiota. He reached out and took her hand. They stood looking into one another's eyes, gold into pink, as the ceremony took place. Vixen smiled at them.
"Welcome, forbidden lovers, friends, and family, who are all working together toward a new life. May the Creator bless your new life together, and may you never leave the other, no matter what obstacles may come your way."
Yes, Lottie thought, her heart pounding.
Don't ever let go of one another, whatever may come. Do you promise to give yourselves to the other fully, and to never love another, to sacrifice yourselves in each and every way, until death do you part?
Vixen asked very seriously. Until death do us part, both of them said. They never took their eyes off one another.
Do you, Kiota, take Kiatana to be your wife?
Vixen asked. I do, he replied, as a tear fell down Kia's cheek.
And do you, Kiatana, take Kiota to be your husband?
Vixen turned her head slightly.
I wouldn't have it any other way,
Kia said softly.
Do you have the ring?
Vixen asked Ionan, and the dragon lifted up his wing. There, beneath it, was the precious emerald band. Kiota took it with a thankful look at his changer, and slipped it onto Kia's hand.
Then you may now kiss the bride,
Vixen finished. Kiota flipped over the veil, and Kia rose up onto her toes to kiss him. It was there, in front of the entire forest, where the forbidden marriage occurred, and the couple shared their first kiss as husband and wife. It was then that life changed completely, for everyone. Chapter 17. Talking Together. It was a month after the wedding. It was also Lottie and Lilja's last day together, and everyone knew that they would not see each other until Kia's baby was born. Vixen and Kasif were preparing to leave, Lottie with them. Lilja would stay with Kikan and his pack, close to Kiota and Kiatana. Lilja wished Vixen and her unicorns weren't so far away. He would really miss his sister.
I want to make one last stop at the memorial before I leave, Lottie said.
It's not good to enslave the memories of the lost, said Ionan, flying above them as a hawk. It's not their wish for you to become shadows in the face of loss.
I know, she sighed. But it is good to keep their memories alive, and I won't return for a while.
So let's go, said Lilja. The three went up to a high, rocky hill. They followed the path upward. Soon they had arrived. They gazed at the beautiful, sad sight before them. There was a gorgeous waterfall that trickled slowly into a tiny pond below. Inscribed smooth stones lay around it in a circular path. In the front of the pond, a marble boulder held a poem. The memories of those lost to sickness or battle lie here in peaceful rest. They whisper to our sorrow tears, it was all meant for the best. We love you, they say, our cherished ones. Now do not shed a tear. We are in a greater place, and are much happier here. Below the poem was an inscription. To all those who were lost, who thought they were lost, or lost someone dear, we will never forget. Lottie looked around. Such destruction, all because of the madness of one man. She weaved her way amongst the stones silently, Lilja and Ionan following. It was a common rule, noise louder than whispering was not allowed. She passed the first stone that was a dark grey, with the claws of a cat scratched on it. It read, Claw. Lottie knew that his nephew had been there recently, for there were small paw prints in the dirt. He was placed first in the circle, for without him they would have never discovered what was wrong with the forest. They passed his stone respectively. A great number of stones were passed before they came to the second name they were looking for. A full moon and a wolf paw were painted on it, one that the twin pups and Ionan did themselves. The name read, Kenai. The brother and sister touched their noses to it, trying to absorb the memory of her. Finally, Lottie found the stone she had been looking for. Vixen had taken hours to specially make this stone. The purple unicorn on it stood bravely, the name swirling above, Lavender. It's because of you that I'm still here, whispered Lottie, touching the stone with her nose. It's because of you that my name isn't among these tombs. Indeed, Lottie had often imagined herself appearing slightly before Lavender, her name inscribed on one of these silent stones. They were the only piece left of the loved ones that the few left behind had. Your death was my life, she hushed, grateful for the sacrifice. She stood vigil with the stone a little longer. Then they left the site to its peaceful rest, the sunlight casting rays on all the stones and reflecting to make a rainbow over the fall. Everything laid in peace.
Kiota was leaning against a tree trunk, waiting for Ionan to show. The changer came around the tree and ruffled his black hair with his hot breath. "I've been waiting for you. Where have you been?" he asked.
"Up at the memorial," he rumbled. "The wolves wanted to go and I had to tag along. It just felt right."
Kiota smiled. "That's okay. If you knew what Kia and I were doing—"
"I know what you did. Spare me the details."
Ionan changed into a sorrel horse and motioned for Kiota to get on. Kiota swung himself onto his back, and he cantered off. They came to a cliffside, and Ionan jumped off, soaring into dragon form. When they had found a quiet spot near an old oak tree, Kiota climbed up, and Ionan changed into a hawk. He flew up onto the highest branch where Kiota rested, and began preening his feathers. Kiota swung his legs back and forth on the tree. "Ionan," he said, puzzled. "You knew Kia was pregnant before I did, didn't you?"
"Yes, I was the first one to know."
"Even before Vixen?"
"Even before the Great One knew."
"How?"
"The second you and Kia chose to mate was when I felt the young life stirring inside of her."
"Were you hurt?" He cocked his head.
"I was. But I was even more upset you didn't tell me what you two did, though I had already guessed."
"I thought you would be angry."
"You should understand that changers know everything their companies do. We are too close to not feel what you feel, to not think what you think."
"Why did you act so shocked after Vixen had told us, if you already knew?"
"I was in denial. I didn't want to think of the possibility. Kia having a baby meant that she was more important to you than I was. I felt that I was the only one who was fully concentrating on the mission, while you were falling in love."
Kiota leaned against the tree trunk, while Ionan moved to sit on his shoulder. "You've fallen in love too," Kiota murmured. "You know how that feels."
"I do. I haven't forgotten what it feels like."
He ruffled his feathers.
"I was so jealous of you two for having what I could not. I was too overbearing. For that, I apologize."
"You were a grump," laughed Kiota. "If it was any other girl than Kia, you would have scared her off."
"Not her," Ionan chortled. "She's too bull-headed to be frightened off by a mere fire-breathing dragon."
They both laughed. "Ionan," Kiota asked, hoping he wasn't taking things too far. "Do you ever miss her?" Ionan paused.
"I do. I miss her laugh, and the way she felt against me. I miss her touch and her scent. I miss everything about her. She was so perfect. All I ever wanted was to make her happier than anyone could."
"She wasn't right for you, Ionan."
"It was more than that. Changers are so bound to their accompanies. You have no idea what we sacrifice for you. Accompanies have so much freedom. We do not. We are so closely bound to you, it is almost like we are living in chains."
Kiota stared down at the forest floor and desired to change the subject. "Do you think I'll make a good dad?" he asked.
"I think you'll make excellent parents."
"You'll help me take care of my child?"
"Of course. I'll watch over him as closely as I watch over Lottie and Lilja."
Kiota knew that this was the best promise Ionan could ever make. "Let's get back. The others will be waiting for us. From now on, I promise to love both you and Kiatana. No more favoring," Kiota said.
"And I'll try to control my jealousy," Ionan said. "For the rest of my life, I don't want anything separating you and me."
Chapter 18. The Rise of Two Leaders. Time passed quickly, quicker than any of them thought it could. Kia stood in front of her small cabin and watched Ionan and Kiota come up over the horizon. One hand was cupped over her eyes to block out the harsh sun. In the other, she held a small shovel. Her simple clothes were covered in dirt, and her face was smeared with the rich earth. Her green hair was put up in a messy bun, and most of it was flung about in random directions. She raised the shovel into the air and waved. Kia was now 8 months pregnant, and the bulge of her stomach was obvious. "Hello, boys," she called into the sky. "Hey, Kia," Kiota waved back to her. Ionan did a loop in the sky, then landed in front of the fairy. Kiota jumped off and wrapped Kia in his arms. He kissed her gently. The movement smeared dirt on the back of his clean white shirt. "You're a mess," Kiota smiled at his wife. "I happen to like being covered in dirt," she said. "It makes me feel somewhat useful around here." Kiota laughed. "When are we planting the roses at the memorial?" "How about right now? I have all the roses packed and ready to go. If I can borrow you and Mr. Big Scary Dragon over there." She gestured towards Ionan, and both of them smiled.
"Why not? We need to get those roses planted somewhere before they die on us," Ionan said cheerfully.
Kia gathered up the flowers. The three of them hiked up to the memorial, finally reaching the wondrous place and planting the flowers next to the waterfall. Each rose was planted in memory of all those lost. As Kiota was busy planting roses on the other side of the waterfall, Kia turned to his changer. "Ionan," she said, and the dragon looked at her. "Are we friends?" The changer blinked. Then he bent down to touch his nose to her growing stomach, humming,
"Yes, Miss Kia, we are dear friends."
Since the battle, the forest had remained calm. She, Kiota, and Ionan worked hard to keep the memorial beautiful and clean. Nothing seemed to be going wrong in their simple yet pleasant world. Lilja was now the size of a fully grown wolf, and, quite honestly, he enjoyed being large. The younger wolves in the pack all respected him because he had proved himself the strongest. In his age, he had turned into a strong, fierce young wolf. His fur had lost its childish softness and was now a gorgeous shade of midnight black. He wore scars from many battles, but none of them had come close to being fatal. Lilja steadied himself. Today was going to be his day. He was going to prove himself stronger than all the others. Today, he would take down Kikan. He would be the leader of the pack. Lilja walked in large strides through the forest. His plans were simple. A few feet ahead, Kikan hunted in a large clearing. Lilja crouched down in the bushes and waited, savoring the moment. Kikan walked toward Lilja's hiding spot. As he reached the bush, Lilja launched himself out at the older male. Kikan was unprepared and fell beneath his competitor. The two wolves snarled and snapped at each other, biting and clawing for the upper hand. Kikan was stronger than Lilja, so he quickly pinned Lilja beneath him. Lilja lay on his stomach and couldn't escape the older wolf's hold. It looked like he was going to lose. Then he remembered his sister. He remembered her beating him long ago because of one moment. He had been too confident, and she had been able to use that against him. He only needed Kikan to think that he had won the battle. Lilja rolled over onto his back so his stomach touched that of the current leader. His plan worked. Kikan stepped back, believing that he had won. In the moment that Kikan let his guard down, Lilja gained the advantage. He shot at the older wolf and pinned him against a tree. He bared his teeth, but instead of delivering a killing bite to the neck, he bit Kikan's shoulder. Blood gushed from the wound, but it would heal quickly. All Lilja needed to do was prove he could defeat the older wolf.
"I have been beaten,"
Kikan said softly as Lilja unpinned him.
"You have proven you can lead a pack better than I."
"That was my purpose." Lilja's once high-pitched voice now had a deep tone to it that made him sound wiser and fiercer.
"May I ask where you learned how to take advantage of a cocky wolf?"
Kikan bowed his head as if he were speaking to a king.
"From fighting with my sister. I always got far too confident for my own good," he replied softly. "She would always use that against me. But it seems I have mastered my own confidence now." "It would seem so," Kikan replied.
The bushes rustled. By her smell, Lilja knew that it was Kikan's mate. Kikan fell to the ground and exposed his grey belly to Lilja. The younger wolf stood over him in the traditional stance of power as the old she-wolf walked into the clearing. A look of shock fell across her face as she saw the two of them, closely followed by one of understanding.
"Children,"
she called. 5 pups about 10 moons old ran to their mother's voice.
"show your respect to our new leader. He has bested the old."
The young pups all rolled over to show Lilja their tender stomachs. Lilja stood there. A smile of joy spread about his face. He was on top of the world. Kiatana had just taken a bath and cleaned the dirt off of her. She couldn't believe how filthy she had been. The mud came out in clumps, and her green hair had been so horribly tangled it took forever to comb it out. Now that she was clean, she decided to go for a walk alone. She needed time by herself, and, as she was reminded by a strong kick in the inside of her, time with her unborn child. It was late afternoon. She spotted Ionan as a speck in the sky with Kiota upon his back. Kia was grateful Ionan was able to distract Kiota long enough for her to appreciate the forest again. If she really thought about it, he had been very helpful to her during these past few months. "Enjoy your flight, my friend," she whispered to the dragon high above. She sat down on a stump near the stream. She couldn't understand why carrying a baby made her so tired. She had been so full of energy before. She put a hand on her huge belly. It wouldn't be long now. A person emerged from the trees and appeared in front of her. She went to get up, but decided not to, as she saw the fairy in front of her. Her hair was grey and long, and she wore a dress that trailed upon the ground to match her large purple wings. Her eyes were pink, and she had a golden crown on her head. "Hello, Mother," Kia said, smiling. "My dear," the older fairy cooed as she engulfed Kia in a hug. "I only just got your letter yesterday, and I hurried here as fast as I could. I assume you know what that means."
"Yes," Kia said. "It's my inauguration day."
"You are right," she said. "It's time you took the throne."
"Do we have to have some big ceremony or something? Because I think it's a waste of time if we do," Kia sassed.
The Queen laughed. "Still, my Kia. No, my dearest daughter. Here will be just fine. All I have to do is put the crown on your head."
"That's it? I'm not exactly dressed," Kia murmured, looking down at her modest brown dress.
"You don't need to be," said her mother. She held out the crown. "I, Carolinia, Queen of all the lands, and ruler of all who inhabit them, now pass the crown on to my daughter Kiatana.
May she rule with great wisdom and strength all her days, until it is time to pass on the crown onto her child." She placed the crown upon Kia's head. It sparkled, and Kia closed her eyes, holding her head up proudly. "You were once a princess," said Carolinia, "but now you are a true queen."
"Thanks, Mom,"
Kia grinned. "I'm so sorry that I couldn't be there for your wedding, but I'm so happy for you and Kiota. A child! I'm so glad you found him, the first fairy to ever marry in a company." Her mother let out a laugh. "Well, you were never one to be ordinary."
"No," laughed Kia, "not me. But I'm glad that Kasif has found someone as well. He's completely in love with Vixen."
"I'm very happy for both of you. An arranged marriage was something I never wanted for you."
"Is that why you left Malachi?"
Kia asked, thinking scornfully of her father. The Queen sat beside her on the stump and sighed. "After Flair was married and Nineveh was banished, I stayed until you were old enough to inherit the forest. I never truly loved Malachi. My parents told me I had to marry him or they would take the forest and the crown away from me and give it to him. I couldn't leave this beautiful land in the care of that cruel man. Out of all of us in the family, however, you were the only one who never gave up. You stayed here when the rest of us chose to leave. That proves you are stronger than I could ever be."
"It's all right now," Kia told her mother. "We won't have to worry about him again. He's gone."
"Thank the Creator," Carolinia said. "I heard what he has done to your forest. I'm so very sorry."
"How long will you be staying?"
Kia asked her mother. "Until the baby is born. I can't wait to see him. I've wanted another grandchild for a very long time, but I didn't expect it to happen so soon. It was quite unexpected."
"I agree with that," said Kia. "We probably should have waited, but it would have happened sooner or later."
Carolinia laughed as she hooked her arm around her daughters, and they rose to stand. They set down the path, the sunlight enlightening the trail and making their wings sparkle. Lilja was hunting a rabbit to feed the pups back at camp. It was a few hours after he had defeated Keegan, and he planned to announce his new position as leader once he got back. Keegan had returned to his den to sleep. Lilja was surprised how pleased the old wolf seemed that Lilja was now the leader. Lilja knew that Keegan had wanted to retire for a while now, but he couldn't give up his position until another had proven stronger. Lilja wondered how his pack would respond to the new change, but decided it did not matter. He was leader now, and the only way he could be knocked out of the position was if another wolf challenged him, and he knew that none of the other wolves could defeat him in battle. The rabbit stood up on its hind legs. He charged after it, but instead tumbled into a brown, snarling creature. It was another wolf on their territory. The wolf was female. She snapped at him and jumped high in the air, landing on his back and biting every inch of him she could. This wolf was desperate. Lilja used his strength to spin her off of him. She paid no attention as she snapped at his legs, screaming hysterically.
"That rabbit was mine!"
Lilja stopped and looked at the she-wolf. He knew that voice from long ago. He thought hard, then whispered, "Cornea, is that you?" She stopped and stared at him.
"How do you know my name?"
"It's me," he whispered. "Lilja." The she-wolf's eyes widened, and she hushed.
"Lilja, my old playmate."
Lilja barely recognized her. Her brown fur was matted and her ears were bitten. She looked truly miserable. The only way he recognized her was the black fur that was splotched around her eyes and face. It was the only thing that could compare to the pup he had once known, one who had turned into this sad, lonely wolf before him. "I'm not a member of the High Mountain Pack anymore. I now am the leader of Clear Plains Pack," Lilja said.
"You, a leader?" she spat. "That'll be the day. It seems everyone wants to forget the life we once had. Not that it matters anyway, because there is no High Mountain Pack anymore. Everyone's dead or missing."
Then Cornea paused.
"Where's Lottie?"
"She's living with another fairy now, near the Iceborne Mountains."
"That's so far away. Don't you miss her?"
Cornea asked. I do, he sighed. I bet it's quite a shock to see us apart. Do you have a pack?
I'm stealing prey off your land, so what do you think?
Cornea snapped. Lilja wagged his tail. You can come home with me and be a part of our pack. Cornea's eyes widened.
Really? You want me to be a part of your home?
Anyone from the High Mountain Pack is welcome here, especially you, he told her. Follow me. I'll lead you to our den. Lilja returned to the pack's home in the plains. Everyone looked cheerfully at him, then grew suspicious of the new arrival. A prickly grey male known as Fang pushed rudely into him. What is she doing here? He sniped. Don't you know a leader when you see one? He answered coldly. She is a new member of our pack. You can't do that. Who died and made you leader? Fang accused.
Well, certainly nobody died, said Keekan's mate. But he is the new leader. Ask Keekan.
The whole pack turned their heads, and Keekan said proudly, It's true. Lilja beat me fairly. He's now in charge of this pack. There was stunned silence. For one horrible moment, Lilja thought they were going to turn on him. Then cries of congratulations rang up, and a lot of wolves started dancing. Lilja relaxed. Everyone seemed to approve. Cornea wagged her tail before going to lie down by some other she-wolves. Thank you, she whispered. Lilja's heart gave a jump as he realized that behind all the dirt that was on her face, Cornea was very pretty. Lilja hiked up to a tall hill and kept watch over the land and wolves he loved, thinking of all his friends and where they might be now. As he did so, a soft voice twirled around him, and he felt a breath in his ear. He listened intently as he heard the gentlest words whisper, I'm proud of you, my son. Afterward. Welcome back, young leader. We have missed you, Ionan greeted, putting his scaly head down to look at Lilja and his pack more closely. It had taken the wolves 2 days to reach the forest, just enough time to be there for the birth of the new prince. Hi, Kiota smiled his goofy grin, his eyes widening. Man, you've grown. I've been getting that a lot. Where's everyone else? Lilja looked up at the company. They're all back at Kia's cabin, Kiota answered. We have to hurry. She could pop at any time now. Ionan took the form of a deer, and Kiota climbed on clumsily. Run with me, young leader. We must make haste, Ionan said before he bounded off. They rushed through the forest so fast that they appeared to be flying, hooves and paws lightly grazing the ground as they ran upon the grass. As the cabin came into view, Kiota launched himself off of Ionan's back and ran into the small building. There was a large crowd gathered there, with so many animals in the yard that it was difficult to make room for the pack. Kasif was standing nervously by the front door. He headed inside when he saw the others. Ionan changed into a cat and followed Kiota in. They didn't even bother to close the door. You can't go in there. Foaling is a woman's job, Snowdrop protested as the males rushed in. She snorted angrily and began guarding the open door. Dragonstar simply pretended to graze at the most absolute calm. Lottie stood outside the door, her back to them. Lilja skidded to a halt, and his pack did the same, bumping into each other and knocking one another over. He howled a greeting, and Lottie turned. Upon seeing her brother, she barked happily. I can barely recognize you, brother, she said softly as they stood together, tails wagging. You are so handsome now. You look more like Mom than you look like my sister, he replied, nearly in sorrow. Lottie looked at the pack of obedient and curious wolves behind him. Who are they? She asked inquisitively. My pack, he told her. I'm leader since I beat Keekan. There was a hint of pride in his voice. I'm really happy for you. She continued to examine the pack. Her eyes widened as she saw a familiar face. Cornea, is that you?
Great to see you,
Cornea said with a yawn.
Happy you're alive and everything.
Don't sound so excited. Lilja laughed at her, shaking his head. You know, Lilja, now that you're leader,
You're going to have to choose a mate, Lottie whispered excitedly.
Not now, Lottie.
Lilja hushed out of the corner of his mouth, glancing back at Cornea in embarrassment. Lottie giggled. Out, out, out! The sharp voice of Vixen came out through the open door. Kasif, Kiota, Ionan, and several members of the forest were pushed out into the yard. Get back in here, Kiota! Kia yelled. This instant!
Coming,
Kiota yelped. He ran back into the house and closed the door behind him.
All he was doing was being annoying. I say in about 5 minutes they'll kick him out again,
Kasif grumped. Sure enough, a short time later, Kiota came out of the cabin. He was followed by Kia's annoyed yell. If all you're going to do is get in the way, you can just get out of here!
I wasn't trying to get in the way,
Kiota said quietly as he walked over to the rest of the group. As soon as the door was closed, he began to pace in front of it, stopping every so often to place his ear against the dark wood.
For goodness sake, just sit down already. There is no need for you to panic,
Ionan snapped. Kiota sat and clapped his shaking hands together. He then began to tap his foot against a small stone and started running his tan hands through his hair nervously.
Knock it off already,
Kasif yelled, smacking Kiota with his shoe. Kiota fell over with a scream.
What was that for? You're lucky he was the one that hit you and not me, Ionan growled. You need to learn how to sit still. You're making all of us worry.
Sorry, I'm just so nervous, Kiota said, rubbing his now red cheek. He got up and began to pace again. Time went by slowly for all of those outside the cabin. Finally, Kiota jumped up from where he had been crouched in front of the door. I hear it!
What are you talking about, you fool?
Kasif sneered. I hear the baby! Kiota banged on the locked door, acting like a complete madman. I hear something too, Cornea said, and she perked up her ears to listen closer. The door opened, and the loud cry of the child drifted out. Kiota ran into the house with Lottie, Lilja, and Kasif following. Vixen walked out the door and nodded at Ionan. She climbed onto his back, and the two took off into the sky urgently and with great speed. Kia lay exhausted on her small bed, a newborn in her arms. The child's hair was green, but he had tan skin with golden eyes. He needs a name, she whispered to Kiota as he came into the room. Kiota couldn't speak. His mouth was dangling open in amazement, his eyes wide with joy. Kasif hit him in the shoulder, and Kiota snapped back into reality.
A name?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure baby isn't going to cover it when he's older, Kia laughed, but it was only a soft, tired laugh. Kiota thought, his eyes looking at the infant's face. What about Keanu? Kiota stood next to the bed, and he gently stroked the boy's forehead. It's my middle name. I always liked it. And if you do... Yeah, it's lovely, Kia whispered softly. Prince Keanu Abrillian Morimoto. She raised the child so Kiota could take him into his arms. Kiota did so gently and with great caution, staring in wonder. He was so little. Were babies supposed to be that small? Lottie and Lilja hopped up onto Kia's lap in order to get a glimpse of the young prince. Hello, my friends, Kia laughed, and she stroked the soft fur on Lottie's back. You have grown so much since I last saw you. Lilja's the leader of his pack, Lottie informed the fairy, never taking her eyes off the child. The queen smiled even broader. I'm so proud of you. I knew you could do whatever you dreamed to. Kia wrapped her arms around Lilja in a congratulatory hug. Kasif looked at the small boy in Kiota's arms, almost as if he were observing a minuscule object. There's the godfather, Kia laughed from the bed. What? Kasif threw her a questioning glance. I agree, you should be the godfather, Kiota said, oblivious to everything but the baby. Really? Kasif said, awed. Why not? Vixen is already the godmother, Kia told him. We talked about it a week ago and thought, well, why not? Kasif was shocked. Then his mouth opened and he whispered, I'd be honoured. Kasif gave a bow so low it was almost comical. Where is Vixen? Lilja asked from Kia's lap. I don't know, but Ionan is missing too, Lottie added.
Vixen and Ionan are right here, Vixen's voice boomed as she ventured inside.
Ionan was outside and had his head near the window. Vixen opened it slowly, drawing out the moment. A small yellow butterfly sat upon Ionan's nose. She fluttered over to Vixen.
"You know who you're here for,"
Vixen told it softly. The butterfly flew over to Keanu naturally. The fragile creature landed softly upon the child's nose. After staying there for a second, the butterfly took off into the air again and changed, hitting the blanket as a newborn baby lynx.
A changer? Kyoto looked over at Vixen. Where is the creature's company?
"You're holding him."
Vixen smiled at the small infant in Kyoto's arms.
What on earth are you talking about?
Kyoto stared at Vixen in confusion.
Isn't it obvious? Keanu is half a company, Kasif said.
"That's wonderful. Our son will have his own changer."
Kia looked happily at the little changer.
"What's her name?" "Alakenzi,"
Vixen told them.
"No, Ali,"
the baby changer demanded. She hopped up on Kia's bed and started bouncing on the end of it.
"Oh, how cute."
Kia stroked the fur on Ali's small head in adoration.
She is only 2 weeks old and her parents are gone. She has nowhere else to go, Ionan said affectionately. Vixen brought her back from Nesting's Haven yesterday. She's perfect for Keanu. I knew it the instant I saw her. She was clinging to me all the way here.
"All she has to do is say Keanu's name, and they will be bonded together forever,"
Vixen told them happily. Ali got up, changing into a newborn fawn. She jumped off the bed and walked over on wobbly legs to Kyoto's feet, staring up at the baby in his arms. Everyone waited anxiously for her to say the child's name. Ali merely sat there and stared up at Kyoto. Then Ali blinked.
"Ali, say Keanu. Keanu and Ali. Ali and Keanu. Always."
The entire room breathed a sigh of relief.
"Good job, Ali. That is Keanu."
Kia smiled softly and held up her arms for her son. Kyoto handed him over reluctantly.
"Come on up here, Ali. Come and see Keanu."
The small changer jumped up and looked at the boy in Kia's arms. Keanu blinked his golden eyes, and his lips rose into a soft grin. The baby gently stroked Ali with his small hand, while the other was shoved into his mouth. His first laugh was gentle. All of them felt it vibrate in their hearts as it rang about the cabin. Ali touched her nose to Keanu's, and both of the newborns shut their eyes. Everyone knew that it had been true love at first sight. The handsome young stranger walked hastily through the forest, a small brown sparrow flying obediently behind him. New spring buds were squished angrily underneath his feet as he walked, and he glared at the plants as if he wished for them to begin burning on sight. At first glance, this stranger would seem kind, but if one looked closer, it was immediately obvious that this was a very mean person. Even the very trees seemed to shrink from his gaze. The stranger was of average height, muscular, and strikingly good-looking, while the small bird's body looked neglected and battered. The wind ruffled the company's deep brown locks, and his steely brown eyes squinted at the skies above him, as if keeping watch for something. He pulled his black trench coat tightly around him. Although it was only March, the chilly weather seemed to be an indication of a cold summer this year. He quickened his pace, and the bird behind him flew faster. They had to hurry if they weren't to be discovered. Finally, he came to what he was looking for. Though it had only been mere months, nature was beginning to take over Malachi Shaman's small hut. The stranger kicked the wooden door down and tore apart the vines blocking his way. The little sparrow flew closer to him, hesitated, then landed cautiously on his shoulder. The stranger paid no attention and knocked various items out of the way and onto the floor.
"Where can it be?"
he asked in aggravation.
"I need it."
"Forgive me, master, but why are we here?" the little bird asked.
"Shut your mouth and help me look,"
the stranger said harshly. The little bird shrunk down before she started zooming around the room, unsure of what she was even searching for. When the room had been torn apart and nothing had been found, the stranger gave a furious yell of impatience. He rounded on the sparrow. Scared, the shaking little bird whispered,
"Could it be under the rug?"
The stranger paused. Then he bent down and removed a large, filthy carpet from the floor. A trapdoor lay hidden under it. He laughed.
"At least you're good for something."
He lit a torch lying on the ground, then opened the door and started venturing down the dark steps. Thrilled by this small praise, the bird flew down and settled on his shoulder once more. Downward he went, until finally he came to a doorway. He grabbed the handle and tried turning it. The door opened easily, and he chuckled.
What an imbecile not to lock his own laboratory. He must have thought this little rug trick was enough to hide his secrets. But not from me.
He opened the door quickly and went inside. A smile came upon his attractive face as he looked around the room. He took in all the violent weaponry, evil liquid concoctions, and old books piled up near the walls. He laughed and strode over to a black object with a leather case. Next to it were small silver pieces in a box.
"What is that?"
asked the tiny bird in fear. Already, she didn't like where this was going. He picked it up.
"This, my dear, is a gun. A pistol, to be more precise. It is a weapon used by humans before they left the lands. It will kill quicker than any sword or arrow, quicker even than magic. One shot will instantly take your life."
"How horrible! Put it back,"
the bird told him in revulsion. But the stranger was fascinated with human technology, as he always had been. He took the gun and buckled it in its case, then fastened the case to his belt. He put the small black box in his pocket. He then moved to a bunch of empty vials spilled all over a table.
"Master, why are we here?"
the sparrow asked, daring to be impatient.
"Malachi Shaman is gone. What use is he to you now?"
"Unicorns aren't affected by the night death because of the healing powers in their horns. I need something that will take down even a unicorn. The Great One will not be so powerful without her precious nags."
He said the words as if there was poison in his mouth.
"Master, can't we do something else?"
The bird flew from his shoulder and hovered in front of him.
"There are many lands out there that would be easy to take from weak fairies. You could get what you want without destroying so many lives. Stop thinking about revenge."
"You dare question my actions?"
he shouted. He brought his hand up and slapped the poor creature out of the air. He hit her with such force that she was thrown against the wall.
"I told you I won't stand for disobedience any more."
The stranger turned away and left the small sparrow to weep softly on the floor. He observed the covers of books going through the library. He threw each one aside one by one until he had picked up a leather book that was stained black and red. No longer crying, the bird hopped up to his side and looked curiously at it.
"It looks evil,"
she whispered cautiously. The stranger laughed.
"As if we're not evil."
The bird winced at his words. She wanted to turn away, but forced herself to stay put.
"Yes,"
he whispered. He stroked the spine delicately, as if it was a newborn.
"This book will have exactly what I need to make the Great One fall, and as soon as she is distracted, we will have the young one in our grasp."
"What are you saying?"
she asked.
"You know as well as I do that her powers are many times stronger than any normal changer. She will be the key to our victory."
"We've already tried to capture her once. Oh, this is wrong. She's just a baby,"
the bird protested.
"All the more reason we get her on our side now, when she's young," he said. "It'll be easy to kidnap her now that the Great One has been drained of her power. She's very old. She'll not be able to sense me now that she wasted all her power on that stupid battle for the Varanian forest. Not for years."
"So you never wanted to kill the forest?
You just wanted to drain the Great One of her power so she wouldn't see you coming. The sparrow spat in disdain.
We've fought her before, remember? He said. Or is your memory so dull that you cannot remember the riot we incited weeks ago?
The sparrow flinched again. Tears sprang into her eyes as she said, I killed them. I killed them both. Why did you make me do it? They were in love, like I had been.
You're not in love unless I say you are,
the stranger snapped harshly.
I admit you were intelligent to play up the romance with Ionan, but I won't hesitate to say his company was as dumb as a doornail. They were ultimately of no use to us.
He was kind to me. Both of them were, whispered the sparrow dejectedly.
Why are you worrying about him? His changer is the one we need to be concerned about. He's way too clever to let my scheme unfold. If we are to be successful, we need to get him out of our way.
What do you mean? She said, but by the stunned look in her eyes, it looked like she knew exactly what he meant. The stranger clutched the book tighter in his hands, and the sparrow dared to say, What about his company? Do you want to hurt him too?
I wouldn't bother to waste my time. The idiot can do it himself.
And the fairies? How do you plan to fight them?
Fairies are weak. Look the wrong way at their land and they fall to the ground, writhing in pain. I'm not concerned with frail little fairies.
What if I refuse to help you? The little bird trembled, but held her ground. He turned and looked at her. For a terrible second, she thought he was going to hit her again. But he merely stared at her with those brown eyes that were so cold, and said, I will kill to get what I want. I'm not afraid of dying.
I didn't mean you.
The little bird shook. You wouldn't, she shrieked.
I've done it before.
The sparrow looked at him, defeated. He turned his attention back to his book and opened it. He stared at rows and columns of complicated diagrams and paragraphs.
This is more complicated than I imagined. It'll take years to decipher this. It's a good thing I have plenty of time. When we've finally understood the entire book, then I will make my move.
He gestured for the bird to follow him back up the stairs, tucking the book into his coat. He walked out of the house and slammed the door shut, whirling away from the hut, while the sparrow hovered in the air beside him. The man took a deep breath and called in a soft voice, You can come out now, my darling. No one is following. A deadly beautiful fairy with blood-red hair and pitiless black eyes floated out of the woods, her bat-like wings barely moving as she landed upon the ground. Dark magic, the mark of witchcraft, burned around her form like smoke. In her arms, she cradled a tightly wrapped bundle, her cherry lips pursed and strict. Are we going to leave this place now, my dear? It pains me to be here any more than I have to, the fairy asked. You'll never come back, he promised her sweetly. The tone he used with her was nothing like the one he used with the sparrow. He removed one flap of the bundle to see a sleeping toddler, the child's features almost identical to his own. After Soren is old enough, you can join me. A king always needs his queen, correct? The stranger smiled. The fairy shook her head and smiled. No, a god always needs his goddess. Both of them liked that. Can you start trouble in Nesting's Haven? We need your people on our side, the fairy stated.
I've got friends there that will cause trouble for me. It's all going to plan. And if everything fails, we can still resummon the nightmares.
He grinned even broader. The fairy nodded. She turned her gaze on the sparrow, glaring at the creature as if she wished she could tear it apart with her bare hands. The stranger stared down the tiny bird.
There can't be any evidence. Everything will be ruined if we leave just one clue behind to be discovered. Burn the house.
The sparrow blinked a few times, observing them both with her deep blue eyes. The stranger started toward her, and at once the sparrow began to transform.
Her body grew large with light purple scales. Her head grew into a reptilian face with dagger-like fangs. Her back was covered in spikes, with a crevice near her shoulders for riding. Her wings were covered in pink feathers, and attached to her front legs, the wings of a great bird. Huge claws grew on her feet, and feathers sprouted at the tip of her heels. 4 gigantic spikes grew on either sides of her tail. The she-dragon rose up on her hind legs and opened her mouth. Fearsome flames lit the shack instantly. The stranger climbed on her back, as well as the fairy carrying the child. The changer rose off the ground and carried them into the air, leaving the small hut to spout flames into the smoking sky. The burning hut was only the beginning of the destruction they would cause. The end. The adventure will continue in Vera's Song, Creatures of the Lands, Book 2. This has been Kiatana's Journey, Creatures of the Lands, Book 1. Authored by Megan Linsky and Kristen Lisson, writing as Natalie Erin. Narrated by Pete Gold. Copyright 2014 by Griffin Publishing. Audio copyright 2023 by Griffin Publishing.